Chucky, wanna play?
Shitter was full.
Hell yeah.
What's going on, everybody?
What's happening?
Doing good, man. Doing good.
Shitter was full.
That was
Always
fun,
happens
mate.
that way.
Um,
That was
I
decent.
had to change some stuff out. When I started watching that reel, I got to change some shit out. I forgot what was in the.
Oh, I know. Yeah, there was play. I was like,
Yeah, man.
damn it, I forgot that one too.
There was some good shit in there.
I appreciate it, guys. So, we are back for episode 7, 86 through 1990, and this was a sweet spot for me. This was high school years. A lot of good movies came out during this time. A lot of good memories. So, I had a hard time dwindling this down to 5 and 2 honorables. So,
Right.
Alan's
you
top
guys?
5. Alan's top 5 are pornos. So just so everybody knows.
Yeah.
spoiler alert. But yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. So Brian, you're down at the convention, aren't you?
Yeah, in Orlando.
Nice,
What's
man.
the name of it?
Spooky Empire.
Spooky Empire.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I appreciate you being there,
Are
man.
any of
Appreciate you making it.
any of the big vendors there, the PM vendors?
No.
The fuck?
They never seem to come to these ones. I don't know why.
Anybody name Beelzebub there?
Beelzebub?
Yeah.
No. Somebody you know?
Yeah, man. He made Dick NATO.
Dick NATO.
Dick NATO. That sounds
Sounds like Dirk's trying to prank call somebody.
Yeah.
I have a phone call from Mr. Beelzebub. First name Bill.
Beelzebub.
Beelzebub.
trying to reach Dick NATO.
Yeah.
Right.
Dick NATO and
Dick NATO, your car is double parked.
and metal retardation. Extreme metal retardation. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
That's the other one.
Classic.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, those
familiar.
are not in this time span, so
Right.
you won't see those in anybody's top
No,
5.
right.
Unfortunately.
Come on, much later.
Well, guys, we have got 19 people out there. So say hey to everybody, then we'll get started here. What's going on, Bob? What's going on, guys? I made it this week, finishing up Halloween 2, next Halloween 3, and then 28 days and 28 weeks later. Nice, man.
Yeah.
Sydney said, what's up, everybody? Let's go. What's going on, Sydney? What's up, Mama Blu-ray? Got my pen and paper ready to write down titles we don't have. Yep.
Yeah.
Send Sue out for another shopping list. Alan said, what's up, fellas? How we all doing tonight?
Yeah.
Doing good, man. Appreciate you being here. Hey, Pops and everyone. What's going on, Gus?
What's up, Gus?
So with all these live streams, Mama Blu-ray and Sue will own every movie soon. That's kind of the goal here. Wild Wranglers, hello, guys. What's going on, buddy? Hey, Gus and Holland. Everybody saying hey. All right. Wild Wrangler, I guess that's going to be his number 5. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 1990.
That's a good pick, man. That's a really dark kids movie.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. I was going to say a lot of people watch that not expecting what they end up seeing.
I remember seeing that shit in the theater, man.
Yeah, kids movies back then were a lot darker than they are now, man.
Yeah, hell yeah, they were.
The comic book was way fucking darker than the movie, though, man. They fucking cut Shredder's head off and everything, man.
Damn.
I'll never forget when with Casey turns the trash compactor on. Oops! Just the way he does that, I'm telling you, I could see it right now, and I'd be in tears laughing. he has to you just kind of shift it and put it in gear. And you just try. Oops! I don't know, something the way he does that. This always gets me.
Like I feel though I was mad at you, but I'm not. I don't know. All right, you thought I was ignoring you in Kid's stream, but I wasn't. What's up, Tony?
Hey, Tony.
Say hey to Tony.
Sometimes we get in our own heads. That itty bitty shitty committee.
Yep. Boss and Brian, how's the mini vacation going? What's up, Brad, Dirk, and Doctor?
Going good.
What's up?
Yep. All good.
Lost Boys for me. I guess number 5 would be Lost Boys for the Monkey. All right, 86 to 90 were great years. Graduation in 87 and married in 90. Yeah, I was right behind. I graduated in 89, was married in 92, first time.
I was born in '87. So
Okay.
Born in '87. I had a lot of shit happen to me by '87.
I told Tony that one time we were talking on the phone, and he's like, "Oh my word."
87.
Brian, Dave Durant, Tony's there also.
Gray hair by the
Yeah.
time I was in '87.
Yeah. He's like,
Yeah,
I was signing my
Durant,
draft
Tony.
card in '87.
Grant and Tony
Oh,
went
shit.
to
Why does
went
my
to
fucking
Howard
phone do
Park.
that? It just starts playing.
He's like, I was signing my draft card in '87.
Oh, shit.
It just randomly starts playing. It's weird.
It's a 7-second delay, everybody.
7-second delay. Yeah.
Richard Nadeau.
Dick NATO.
Tony, you look like you graduated in the late '90s. All right. Yo, guys, let's get this fucking party started. Yeah, man. What's going on, Anthony?
Hey, Anthony.
What's up, Holland? All right, Gizmo, I will be here for some minutes before heat starts on my 4K. All right, appreciate you being here, Gizmo.
Yeah.
All right, Anthony's in the house. Oh, yes, up, brother? Hey, Bob, doing great. Our fans of something is there, too. I guess talking about the convention.
No, they're at Hornets
Oh, okay.
Universal.
What's up, Coco?
Hey,
What's up,
Coco.
guys? Reporting to you live from the hotel room.
Hell yeah.
8 feet away.
Hey,
Mark,
8 feet? That's a hell of a hotel room.
Maybe we'll get lucky. She'll make an appearance later. All right. All right, Bob says, I was wondering if Coco was just hanging out right next to Brian. Yeah, I can almost see her over here.
Yep.
That's
You got a
commitment.
You got a separate room to do this live stream.
Right. When we see something go slinging at Brian's head.
What kind of weirdo does a fucking live stream from a hotel room?
That's
What the
commitment,
fuck is wrong
man.
with
That's
you?
commitment. Straight up.
I've only done one of them.
I pitched the idea for next week, but you'd see the 12 gauge press to get my head on the live stream.
Yeah.
All right, and so Yo Coco, how's the con going? All right, Gizmo, just watched this exploitation film, Daughters of Darkness. I am so hot for the 70s. Andrea Rao, best lips in the world, says she is close to dead now. All right.
Daughters of Darkness. That's old Hammer, ain't it?
Sounds like, yeah, I would guess so. I don't know.
Blue Underground
Probably,
title,
yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
Coco
I've
says
seen it,
pretty
man.
much. Yell out your top 5, Coco. Bob laughing. Hey guys, we got 19 people out there, guys. Well,
Well,
you guys
that's a
are
good
ready. We're
start.
going to get started. And
Let's
Dr.
do it.
Nord there, you drew the first chair there.
Oh, boy.
You're the lucky one.
Yeah, so this one was tough. I think, like everybody was saying, this is you're getting into my prime movie years here, and so it was hard to wield this down to 15 or 10, much less 7, and then to get them in an order and not feel like I was doing everybody a disservice. And I still feel bad about my list, but I got to stick to what I got. So starting off with number 5 is one of my all-time favorite movies. I always talk about rewatchability. I've watched this movie more times than I could count. I've had it on a loop where it starts right back over again, and it never, ever fails to disappoint, and that's 1990's Tremors.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Love this
Awesome.
movie.
Killer release, man.
Oh, this is a fantastic release, too. This movie is just all around fun. It's a great monster comedy, horror movie, I guess you could call it if you want to put it in the horror genre.
Yeah.
Starring Kevin Bacon. It's got Michael Gross in it from Family Ties. In fact, Michael Gross started filming Tremors one day after he finished filming the last episode of Family Ties. Reba McEntire was her first movie ever. In fact, the director was really hesitant about putting her in. He thought that singers that had been turning themselves into actors was kind of a washed up idea. And so he sort of had her audition under duress and ended up loving her. It's like I say about a lot of movies. This is a movie that has really nothing to do with this monster, although the monster scenes are a lot of fun. It's just about what happens when you put a group of people together in a weird situation. Their chemistry is phenomenal. You can tell that they had a shitload of fun making this movie on set. Kevin Bacon, interestingly enough, early on hated this movie. He didn't want to have anything to do with it. He was apparently going through some depression at the time. He felt like this movie had just ended his career. He would refuse to admit even being a part of it. And then later on, I guess a couple of years ago, he went back and sort of explained why he felt that way. I guess he was going through kind of a low point in his life. And he said, well, one of the things I saw him quoted in, he said he rarely, if ever, goes back and watches his own movies. He said some of his own movies he's never seen, which is a weird thing to me. I've heard a lot of actors say that, but that's neither here nor there. He said some of them he's only seen once. He said Tremors he's watched over a dozen times. He said it really was the highlight of his career, I think, which is a huge testament to the movie. It's just a shitload of fun. If you want a movie that you can just watch, have a lot of fun with, check this movie out. If you haven't seen it, you missed out.
Yeah, man. That's hell of a yeah. Hell yeah.
Damn near the perfect movie.
It really is. I mean,
and that's probably one of my favorite 4Ks I have. That's a great 4K, man.
Yeah,
that movie looks so good in 4K.
Oh, I love this. That release is fantastic.
Yeah, great special features, man. It's just a great release.
Yeah, I want to get real political for a second. No, people say nowadays everything's really, really political. In Tremors, there's an argument between Reba McEntire and the pottery chick about politics.
Yep.
You know, like right wing, left wing type thing. And there's a monster out there eating people.
Right.
They still have time to bitch at each other. And this was 1990. So I just thought that was interesting. I'm watching it. I watched it recently. Shocker. You know, and I'm just going, what? I don't even remember that being in there.
Well, that kind of shit was prevalent back then. There just wasn't the fucking internet.
Yeah.
People to bitch at, you know. So.
What's funny to me, what I thought though was funny about that is, you know, it's funny, Brad, because I was thinking about that and I was getting real deep in my head about that shit. And so I was thinking about that scene a lot. I just watched it 4 days ago. And I thought, all right, so here's the standard political argument. This is in a pre-social media world. So they have a political debate like everybody does, but they're not so fucking pigeonholed into their own ideas that they can't see. They actually have what you would consider as a reasonable argument with each other, but clearly still respect each other.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is I like to get on the social media hate rant, which is kind of ironic given where we are. But, you know, it's funny. I'm like, well, here these two people are. They're clearly like polar opposites in terms of the political spectrum. But yet they still come together to fight this fucking monster together. And they're like, all right, well, you got your guns and you got your pottery and let's go do this.
Yeah, exactly. You know, maybe I'll make some bread while you go hunt the monster or whatever.
Right.
You know, like they you know, I just thought that was really interesting that it was like that popped up. I was like, God damn, that's so, you know, I don't remember it being that bad. Like Alan said, there was no internet. Not everybody had an instant access to yell shit out. You know, back then you were just yelling shit out your window and nobody could hear you.
Reading the newspaper, bitching at your old lady, you know, that type of shit was going on.
That was about what you had,
Watching the fucking whichever channel you're watching.
Speaking of first marriages.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. The basement scene, the rec room scene, that is what the comedy when he turns to the wall and the camera pans over to the wall. That's just brilliant.
And they're all just laid out.
The whole fucking wall, the whole side of the damn building. It's just great.
I forgot the elephant gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then she's arguing with him. She's like, "Don't use the VPK. Try the 30-30."
Yeah. You need more punch power than that old Winchester. Here, take this. It's a
and there's just a lot of
H&H. A 375
and there's just a lot of
that's for like African game, you know, that fucking round. And they've got it in the fucking middle of nowhere, Nevada. That there's not even anything to shoot.
No,
there's not even animals.
A prairie dog.
Yeah.
They're just locked and loaded, ready to go.
And a lot of it apparently was ad-libbed, which works well between with Kevin Bacon. It was like, hell, Earl, we all knew about him. We just didn't tell you.
Yeah. I mean, everybody in it is great.
It's just the dialogue, everything about it's great flavor.
It's a movie that if it's a movie that it's not cast well, it's going to be trash. It's going to be forgettable, straight to video, whatever. Because it was cast so well, you know, it made the movie that much better. You know, made it a classic in my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right, Dirk. What you got, man?
All right, man. Well, I got I've seen this movie, man. It just it's kind of crazy story because when I first seen this, I went to church that day, and after church, stopped at McDonald's, got a combo meal. This is '86, so I was like fucking, I don't know, 9, I guess. So and rented this shit at the local video time. Friday the 13th, part 6.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people shit on this one because there's no nudity in it. I was actually talking to some asshole the other day talking about all slashers should have fucking nudity.
I believe what I said was all exploitation movies should have nudity. But I mean, carry on, man.
But anyway, that's a great movie, man. I met CJ Graham. I was going to show this too, man, since we're doing this. But I met CJ Graham, and my middle name is Jason. And he didn't know that shit, but he put Dirt, Jason Lives. So, it's just a happy accident that happened, with
Cool.
CJ Graham. So that was a
cool
great
as hell, man.
experience. Yeah, it was a great experience. But, yeah, man, this movie, for a long time was my favorite Friday, man. When I was a kid, I'd watch this shit on loop. It's got Tom McLaughlin, I think that's how you say his name, but he had all the hard tropes, like the references, like from Carrie. There's a chick wearing I'm trying to think her name. One of the counselors has got a jacket on the back. Her name is Sissy, I think. But there's so many references to other horror movies, like Karloff's. It looks like a gas station, or maybe it's like some kind of convenience store or some shit where Tommy's at on the phone.
Yeah.
So that's the old throwback to like Frankenstein and shit, Karloff. And this is Frank and Jason. This is the first time Jason's like fucking invulnerable.
Animated.
Yeah, he's
Right.
fucking supernatural fucking, I guess. But there was a whole, like, the MPAA cut out a lot of the fucking kills, like the way he wanted to do them anyway, because he originally just wanted 13 kills. He thought it was a perfect number. It ended up being 18 kills in this movie, but they cut the shit out, so they had to reshoot a bunch of shit, like the cemetery guy that was added, where Jason kills him, and the couple that's like on the motorcycle or whatever, that was added. That was a reshoot kind of deal. So you can see a lot of the kills aren't very gory. It's not a lot of blood, but I still love this damn movie, man. Friday the 13th Part 6 had to be number 5 for me.
Yeah, that's
had to make
one.
it number 5. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd go further. Most horror movies could do with nudity anyway. Rated R, nudity, sure.
Also, if I forgot to add, Kevin Williamson, this inspired him to write Scream because of all the references and all the self-aware type shit.
Yeah, right.
I heard that.
I was watching some of that today in the hotel room. Actually, it was on AMC, and I love that part whenever he pops out of the side of the camper when it's on flames.
Oh, it's
yeah.
awesome.
That's one of my favorite shots, man. I got that picture. CJ Graham signed it where he's on top of the fucking RV and shit.
And that Friday's got the best kill. One of the best kills is when he gets the sheriff and bends him back and brings him back. It's one of the greatest
say
kills.
the same thing, Alan.
And that's
I think it's one of the most forgotten about Friday the 13th. And it's one of the best.
I love the rig, man. He's got like a whole utility belt with kill shit on it.
He got it. Yeah, got that shit off the macho dude in the paintball war and shit.
Yeah.
I always thought he was like one step away from having the change thing at like the gas station. Like,
yeah. The utility belt like Batman. But
and when Tommy's in the boat at the end and he's got the chain, he's waiting for Jason to pop up. And when it does the overhead shot of him in that boat, and where Jason's going to pop up at, man, it was a great shot. Great scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it was. Sissy was wearing a jacket, and on the back of the jacket said Baker. So that could either be a reference to Angela Baker from like Sleepaway Camp, or the badass master of special effects Rick Baker.
Yeah.
So there's tons of that shit in that movie, man. It's childhood favorite though, man. And
yeah, one of
would have
mine
been better with nudity, but I mean,
yeah, and that chick, they asked her to go topless and she wouldn't do it, and then McLaughlin said there was no need for it. So,
We got the one shot whenever she puts Tommy's head in her lap, and you get the close up shot of the that's all we got. That's all we got.
Take it easy, pervert.
But yeah, there was some asshole talking about Terrifier 2 didn't have any nudity or something, and I was like,
I think that would be him.
Yeah.
I stand by it, man. That movie should absolutely have nudity.
You gotta
say it had nudity.
Yeah,
it was internal nudity.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
One of the biggest
Yep.
scenes from the first one is just absolutely nude,
Yeah.
slaughter. Well, anyway, my number 5, 1987 opera.
Okay.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
yeah.
This is like, I guess, one of the lesser Argentos. I'm not real sure like how people feel about this one, but it's probably my number 2. I like probably Tenebrae just a little bit more, but this one's really, really good. Story obviously takes place on an opera. It's like this huge, gigantic production of Macbeth, and the lead gets hit by a car, and her understudy Betty gets the call she's gonna, take the role. But this like production, I mean, it must be like it's ridiculous. It's in this amazing like ballroom type thing with all these boxes and everything. It has like there's like, these huge set pieces, and there's like ravens, big giant
Oh,
ravens
yeah.
flying
Yeah.
around and shit. And the raven's a big part of it. But the understudy Betty, she has an admirer she doesn't know about, and like I don't remember quite like if it's a link, like he hit her with the car or whatever. Like that might have been part of it. It's an Argento movie, so it's Italian. Story is not what you're in it for. You're kind of in it for, the visuals and the gore and whatnot. The killer is obviously a huge fan of opera. He dresses in like an operatic kind of like rig, and he wears like a black mask. But he like his murder weapon is a gigantic, like oversized, like knife you would see in a play, but it's an actual knife. And it's like super wide, like triangular, knife. But anyway, he stalks the Betty character throughout the movie, and he like basically kidnaps her multiple times, just grabs her, ties her up, and he puts these like he tapes needles to her bottom eyelids so she can't close her eyes, and then he murders cast members right in front of her.
Right.
That happens throughout the movie. The kills are great, really gory, awesome stuff. With like this really like speed metal like soundtrack. I wrote the name of the band. Steel Grave. They sound like Iron Maiden. It's either that or opera. The whole score. Anyway, the killer like the way the killer gets outed, like he's trashing like the costumes, and there's like where the ravens are, and some of the ravens get out and they're like bothering him, so he kills one of the ravens. And like apparently like ravens, like they're really intelligent, and like that's talked about in the movie, and they have a really strong memory and whatnot. And
Right.
anyway, that's how he's outed later on. And it's really interesting story, really well done, and it's beautifully shot, but it has all the typical Argento stuff in it. I mean, you're in an Argento movie, I guess for style over substance. I mean, they're high style, overly stylized, I guess is the word. This one's no different, as far as that goes. Yeah, like I said, some of it doesn't make sense, the story, whatever. But anyway, if you haven't checked this one out, I'm explaining it terribly, but I don't want to spoil it if you haven't seen it, because I don't think everybody's seen this one. But this is a killer movie. This is a pretty shitty Scorpion release. I don't even think it has subtitles. I'm sure there'll be a 4K of this sooner or later. They're doing every other fucking Argento, so
Yeah.
do this one. But yeah, this is a great Argento. Check it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's been a long time since
I like
I've seen
opera
that.
a lot,
It was
man.
Yeah, Ryan's got a killer release of opera that who Ronanflix do that one?
Yeah, but it's still Scorpion. I think it's probably the same basic.
Probably the same disc, but
Same transfer.
Yeah.
transfer's not bad, but like there's no subtitles. It was just a little weird, but it's shot in Italy. I think it's supposed to take place in New York and Switzerland of all places. So it's visually, I mean, you could tell he had some money for this one.
Oh, yeah.
Like he had a real budget, and he spent it too. Bitch, I don't know, renting a goddamn Italian opera house that looks like it's a gilded fucking place. I'm sure it cost a fortune, but
Yeah, I thought that shit was great. That the Ravens fucking knew who
Yeah.
the killer was, you know. Like
I
fucking,
did a little bit of half-ass research in that. I mean, those ravens, they're pretty, like, I guess, very intelligent, and they're really like vengeful like that. They'll fuck
Yeah.
each other up over some shit, like so I mean, there's like camera shot, like ravens are flying around the fucking opera out in the audience and stuff. I mean, it's like Jurassic Park in reverse. Spared no expense for real.
We spared no expense.
So.
Yeah, the one thing I remember about that movie is the eyes. The thing holding the eyes open. That's what really stuck out to me when I watched it. That's what I remember
sit
about
there
it.
and watch that.
I want to see it once.
It's either watch this
Yeah.
shit or get your eyes fucking.
There's some weird stuff in that movie too. Like that one of those scenes happens very early on. She just fucks this guy. She just fucked him like 30 seconds ago. She gets tied to a post. She gets the pins on her eyes. Watches him get brutally fucking murdered, and then she just walks home afterwards when the killer lets her go. Bitch, are you going to call somebody? I mean, Jesus, are you going to do anything? Like, I think she makes like a half-ass, like she walks to a payphone a little later and makes like a half-ass call, but it's just like, I guess it's, maybe it's a different thing in Italy. Like, he's already dead. What are you going to do? I guess go home and get a shower, get cleaned up.
Well, I mean, what else is there?
Move on. Fuck you.
That's their thing. They know how to move on quickly.
Yeah, she's on to the next dude.
Fucker's dead. Time to get a shower.
Yeah, and they have like strange conversations about
and a sandwich, maybe
about people that stage actors and like all their like, weird like I don't know what the word would be, like traditions. I don't know, like they're supposed to like they're supposed to go out and fuck somebody right before they go on stage or something, and like they talk about all this stuff right after her boyfriend just got murdered, and she's having this like and then later she casually mentions, by the way, my boyfriend just got murdered. It was this weird thing. This dude put pins on my eyes and shit. Argento for you.
Oh yeah.
How's your tea?
Yeah.
All right, Brian.
All right, first one for me is 1988's Heathers. This is like a dark teen comedy with Winona Ryder and as the main star and Christian Slater. Also got Shannon Doherty playing one of the Heathers. She's a notable name in here. But basically the movie's about just a clique of 3 Heathers. They're all these 3 girls named Heather, just different last names or whatever. But they're basically the bitches of the school that kind of like reign supreme of the whole school, and everybody just like stays away from them and stuff. They're kind of like the big bullies, basically, just these female bitch bullies. But they're real snobby or whatever. They always get their way and walk all over everybody else. But anyways, Veronica, Winona Ryder's character, she becomes part of the clique, but she ends up not really caring for the clique too much. She ends up meeting this guy, JD, played by Christian Slater, and he basically kind of talks her out of being friends with her, and he plays like a real Jack Nicholson-esque role in here. The way he does his voice mannerisms and everything is kind of reminiscent of Jack Nicholson. That's what he was trying to play as. But they play a cruel trick on one of the Heathers, and they think they're going to make one of the girls real sick. And Veronica doesn't know that he's actually spiking her drink with Drano, and so she ends up just dying like instantly, and they have to like play it off as a suicide. So it just kind of sprawls out from there. Just the people that they don't like in the school end up getting killed by them. And, that he says that there's blanks in the gun and ends up shooting these 2 guys for real. It's just pretty damn dark for a teen comedy movie in the 80s. We've got some trivia here. There was I think Brad Pitt was supposed to be in the role of JD, but he was turned down for the role because he was too nice. Yeah. And then the role of Heather McNamara was originally offered to 17-year-old Heather Graham, but her parents refused to take the role because of the dark subject matter. Have you guys seen this movie? Probably.
Oh yeah,
I have. It's been a long time, but I've seen it.
Yeah.
I love my dead gay son.
Yeah. That's one of the funny quotes in the movie. I love my dead gay son. Fuck me gently with the chainsaw.
Yeah.
Right.
Dear Diary, my teen name's bullshit has a body count now. I don't know. This is just it kind of pushes the limits as far as teen comedies go. It has a really dark comedy aspect to it, but it's also still really funny too. I don't know. This is the original cover art that I always remembered seeing. But
a lot of stuff.
Yeah, this is
right.
out of print arrow slip, I guess, from the UK. But I always love this movie. Just ever since I first saw it, it's just instant classic. I think I have another couple of quotes in here that were really funny. Let's see. I had them written down on my notes on my phone. I don't really use the notes thing on my phone. Yeah, my son's a homosexual and I love him a day gay son. And then JD says in the background, he says, "Wonder how I'd react if his son had a limp wrist with a pulse." And then when teenagers complain that they're wanting to be treated like human beings, it's usually because they are treated like human beings. So
Yeah,
that kind of hits with any teenager. And then I don't know, just how dark Christian Slater's role is in here. He's a really fucked up character in here. He really brings Veronica Sawyer's character down. But they end up she ends up finding out that he's not really the best of guys and everything. And at the end of the movie is pretty crazy. But yeah, that's Heather's. My number 5.
Good pull, man.
Good pick.
All right. I'm gonna go in and pull my number 5 here, and yeah, when I made this list here, there was so many movies during this time span that just like all you guys, I had a hard time, dwindling it down to just 5 or 7. But I had to go back to rewatchability, the movie itself, obviously, what it means to me, the theater experience back in the day. Because these years were my high school years, and there's so many great memories of me and my buddies going to a movie like every Friday night. And this is one that I went back to the theaters to watch numerous times, and I've seen it countless times since then. So I had to make my list, whatever. It's kind of surprising to me it's this far down, but for me, it's going to be number 5. It's going to be Die Hard, the first one.
Oh, yeah.
I got the box out here, but just the first Die Hard there.
Right.
This movie's so good for years later, even now. Well, maybe not so much now, but for years later, when somebody came out with a movie, it would be described as Die Hard on a plane, Die Hard on a helicopter, Die Hard whatever. This was the quintessential action movie. This was probably one of the best action movies ever, arguably. But it came out in 1988. It was directed by John McTiernan, starred Bruce Willis, Alan Rickman, Paul Gleason, Reginald Vell Johnson, which I love his character in this, and Bonnie Bedelia played his wife. The building, the Nakatomi Plaza, was the actual 20th Century Fox studio, which I didn't know that. And so they actually were able to use the building and do a lot of stunts and stuff like that without having to worry about, paying anybody because they were using their building. And the funny thing is there was actual workers on some of the floors that were complaining about the noise from all the gunfire and stuff. So they had to film a lot of stuff after hours because of all the complaints. Well, that was kind of funny. The scene where Bruce Willis and Alan Rickman meet up, whatever, which I think is a really great scene. That whole scene was improvised because they wanted it to seem, uncomfortable. They didn't really know each other. It was just kind of everything they'd done in that scene was improvised, which I thought was kind of neat. The way he looks up at the board, and sees and checks his name and stuff like that. Bruce Willis received $5 million for this role. Now, if you guys know, he was a pretty unknown actor at the time. He had done one movie, Blind Date, and he got popular from a TV show called Moonlighting, and so they had a hard time approving him to be the star of this big franchise, this big action movie. And not only that, we got $5 million for the role. And of course, it turned out well because it turned out to be a great franchise, at least through part 3, maybe part 4, arguably. Bruce Willis donated his undershirt. And by the way, they used 17. This is kind of an uninteresting point, but it kind of ties into what I'm saying here. They used 17 undershirts throughout the movie, all in different levels of dirtiness, so they could keep switching them out because they didn't shoot everything in order. And John McClane donated his undershirt to the Smithsonian Museum in 2007. And obviously, this ain't a big surprise, but this is Bruce Willis's favorite role. John McClane's his favorite role. Of course it is. Now, this is also kind of interesting. When making the film, the cinematographer, Jan de Bont, got trapped in the elevator. That later gave him the inspiration for the opening scene of Speed, which he directed. That's kind of cool. Clint Eastwood originally owned the rights to the book. The book this was based on was called Nothing Lasts Forever. And Clint Eastwood had owned the rights to it, and he was going to make it sometime in the 80s and star in it, but he never did, obviously. And Brad, this is basically for you. Paul Verhoeven, I know you're a big Paul Verhoeven fan. He declined the opportunity to direct this film. He went on a few years later to direct Total Recall.
It's not weird enough. Not wearing enough.
Right.
Right. Now this is also, if you guys, I wish I had a picture of the poster here, but I don't. But Bruce, if you look at the poster, the original poster, Bruce wasn't very popular when the film was launched. That's why his face was partially obscured on the poster by the skyscraper, which was the Fox Plaza. Most posters back in the day, you got your star splattered right there in the front. This one, you have the Nakatomi Plaza and a kind of little image of Bruce Willis to the side. It's because they didn't think he had enough star power to really sell the film. Little did they know what he was going to turn out to be, but at the time, that's what they had. But yeah, this movie here is such a great time. Everybody, I'm not going to get into is this a Christmas movie or whatever. I don't really give a shit. Bruce Willis himself has said it's not a Christmas movie. I'm going to go with that. But I know everybody's got their opinion on that. I really honestly don't care. But this movie, man, it's just one of the best fucking action movies ever. Yeah. And I'm a horror guy. I really am. And I looked at a lot of horror movies during this, whatever, but this one here, I mean, this is just an overall great, fun movie. It holds up. It's still to this day. I enjoy it just as much as I did back in the 80s when I first seen it in theaters. So I'm going to shut up there. I could go on a lot more. I love that movie so much. So it's number 5.
Awesome pick.
Oh, yeah.
It is a Christmas movie. It takes
Yippee-ki-yay,
place during Christmas.
Right.
Christmas is referenced. It's a Christmas movie.
And I think the studio even said it was a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
And Jack Lemmon pushed hard to be the main star. But they kept telling him, dude, you're just too old. But he kept on trying. But Jack Lemmon, I can't imagine Jack Lemmon in that role, but he was just too old at the time. But he really, really, he loved the book. He was a fan of he really wanted to make that movie for years.
The old diehard.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember Moonlight.
Walter Matthau playing Hans Gruber.
I remember Moonlight.
I would watch that. That would be great, actually.
Just put his face over Hans Gruber.
Right.
Falling down.
With old Sybil Shepherd. Is that it? Sybil Shepherd?
Yeah.
Moonlighting,
Moonlighting.
yeah.
Yeah, Moonlight.
That was a good show.
I never watched that show. My sister used to watch it like crazy. And and then Blind Date came out. I didn't give a shit about that at the time. But as soon as Die Hard came out, man, I was an instant fan of Bruce Willis after that.
That was what's her name in Blind Date? Damn, Kim Basinger, man. Yeah.
Yeah. And what's something else I read, I didn't put it in my notes, but and I have never seen Blind Date, I don't think. But there's supposedly a shot in Blind Date where he's in an office building, and if you look over his shoulder out the window, you can see the Nakatomi Plaza. You can see that building in the background. There's like one shot, so it's kind of cool.
Alan Rickman's great in that.
But Alan Rickman, he's
so good.
And he was terrified about taking that role because it was his first film role. He thought that was going to totally typecast him, which it almost did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you still $600. You might get away with it. You still $600 million. They will find you if they think you're alive still.
And when I was looking at notes for this movie, as you can imagine, there's fucking tons. But one other thing that kind of stood out to me was, the asshole, the guy that was the co-worker, Hans Booby, that guy, that jackass. He was doing coke earlier in the movie, right? Well, if you notice later on when he's trying to make friends with the bad guys, they come and pour him a Coca-Cola. And most people say that he probably asked him, "Hey, you got any Coke?" And the guy poured him a Coca-Cola. Yeah. That's people just reading too much into it, but I thought that was kind of funny. But we will get caught up with the chat here, guys, real fast. All right, Wild Wrangler. Today's my parents' 46th anniversary, man. Congrats. Congrats to them. Yeah, we got our 22nd coming up, I believe. 21st or 22nd. We got married 2001. What would that be? Anyway, November.
21st. Yeah.
Don't tell my wife I didn't know that.
You better know.
Right? I promise you she knows. Bob says, heck yeah, Tremors. Coco says, I whisper my top 5 and you can still hear me. All right. Tony says, Reed McIntyre and Michael Gross were hilarious in Tremors. Yeah, they really were. Bob says, Coco was cracking me up. I'm relying on you to be a ton of fun come Monday. Yeah, Bob's got I can't remember what year span. It's like 1980 to 2000 top 5 horror movies.
99.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Coco says, happy 46th anniversary to your parents. That is amazing. # goals. Wild Wrangler, damn prairie dog holes.
Prairie dog holes.
Yeah, I miss Fred Wardman. He was awesome.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Oh, yeah.
Wild Wrangler says, thanks. All right, Gizmo said, what kind of whiskey do you have in the background, Dr. O? Was a big whiskey drinker before it destroyed my liver. Now it is boring ass water for me.
That's actually Jameson. You won't see me drinking much of that because it's a special reserve Jameson Irish whiskey. It's an 18-year-old whiskey, so that's a sipping whiskey.
Yeah, most of my whiskey's like 18 days, and
18 minutes old.
Yeah.
He says the Cocoa Dutch nice. I love the panels. Sidney says my number 5 movie is is Cobra. Yeah, that's a good one. Sylvester Stallone and Bridget Nielsen. Directed by George P. Cosmatos, whatever. Nobody ever talks about him. He's a good director. Crime is a disease. Yeah, he did Tombstone, right?
Yeah, Tombstone.
Allegedly, he started Tombstone.
Yeah, Kurt Russell kind of, Steven Spielberg did a little bit.
Kurt Russell, yeah, he came in to rescue Tombstone, but apparently it was Kurt Russell that.
Yeah. All right, Sydney says Tremors is a very good movie. I agree.
I mean, Cobra really is more of a
slasher.
I would say a horror slasher than even an action movie.
I'd say it's a horror movie, but yeah.
No, definitely.
There's so much with the cop, versus, I don't know, just it's an underrated Stallone movie for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And they said that Goodwall and Tremors was super impressive too. I love that scene.
Yeah.
What does Gross say? He says, "You came into the wrong fucking rec room." Or whatever.
You broke into the wrong goddamn rec room, didn't you?
It's funny seeing him play that role after seeing him play Family Ties dad for so long.
Right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Anthony says my number 5 is Jason Lives. This is my favorite Friday film. Tom McLaughlin wrote and directed this movie, and he did the whole self-aware thing way before Scream popularized it.
Yep.
Some a-hole.
Mm-hmm.
Alice Cooper, he's back. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. The triple decapitation scene got severely trimmed down in Jason Lives, but it still looks badass. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there is some campy stuff in this, like when he throws the guy's head against the tree and it makes the happy face.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Just some fun stuff. But
right.
Rips the guy's arm off.
Yeah. All right. Gizmo said, where is my beloved Category 3 going to? I only see a sophisticated 4K tent revival.
Yeah.
There now. Opera is great. My number 3 best Argento. All right, Andy says Terrifier 2 should definitely have tits. It's an exploitation film, for Christ's sakes.
I'm telling you,
not every exploitation film has
just from the inside out.
They should.
Terrifier 2 should definitely have tits. That should be a T-shirt.
Well, the argument we were having was more like new directors, like Pearl, for some reason, has got no nudity, even though that character is clearly a nymphomaniac. And now Terrifier 2 apparently has no nudity, even though that was a real, what happened in Terrifier 1. It's just like the directors, I don't know what the point, it's whatever. So I think it's the same thing with comedy, where comedies used to be a certain way, and now they're not, and the horror used to be a certain way. Now it's not,
it doubled down on the gore, though.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, I mean, whatever. But it's like, if there was an opportunity, generally horror films, they take that opportunity. And anymore, there's several examples I've noticed over the years where, they go out of their way to avoid that kind of thing.
Also, though, we can look at porn anytime we want.
I don't care. My point is this: we lose the nudity now. What's next is the point I'm talking. I don't care that it's nudity. I don't care if it's language. I feel like little by little, they're going to be taking away, and there'll be PG-13 next thing we know. Violence won't be allowed anymore, or mean words won't be allowed anymore.
What's crazy is
when I'm saying the nudity.
I don't know if anybody's ever seen it, but there's a great documentary. I hope it's still on Netflix. I haven't seen it for a while now. It's called This Film Is Not Yet Rated, and it shows you just how closed door the MPAA is, and nobody has a clue about how they come up with their decisions about what gets rated what, and they won't. They won't let anybody in on it. It's a eye-opening documentary.
I've heard about it.
Check it out if you want to see some it's one of those documentaries you go, well, how the fuck is that even allowed? But it's the way Hollywood works.
I noticed it now. It's only the MPA now. It's not MPAA anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my whole
I'll check
thing.
out that
I just
documentary.
don't-
That sounds interesting.
I'm worried we're going down a bad road here of taking things
Yeah.
out that
And
make a
you may be
horror
right.
movie
I mean-
a horror movie. And what's
Yeah.
next is my worry.
Right. Where does it
But I've
stop?
seen a ton of fucking horror movies that didn't have nudity, and they were still.
And a lot of them do that didn't need it. I'm just saying, like I said, something like that. To me, in my mind, I'm going, what? That's an odd choice for that movie not to have it. Same with Pearl. Same with several others that I could name. So
I agree with you about Pearl completely because it was noticeable in Pearl. I was like, well, this is kind of strange. It's
went out of their way to.
She's actually having sex though. See, there's nobody having sex in Terrifier.
Nobody.
it's got to be organic to the.
Nobody having sex in Terrifier 1 either, but
Right.
sure.
You can't just be like,
yeah, there's got to be a reason
There's
for
some
it.
titties for you there. You know?
Yeah.
are you going to stab me in the throat? Hold on, let me throw it to you.
I really like the first third of Heathers. The writing was awesome.
Yeah.
Goodman said Heathers was destroyed after a commercial. Shut up, Heather. Sorry, Heather. Look who's with her. Oh my God, dang diggity, dang. What the hell he's talking about?
I don't know.
I think he just put off on a tangent. I think drugs just kicked in. I
It's his
know it
mini
is from the
strips,
musical,
it's all
but
right.
still they played it on TV every hour. He must be talking about advertisement, I guess, for the musical.
Probably.
What's up, Muhammad? Very Bad Things is way better than Heathers if you're talking Christian Slater movies.
It's a way different movie, but yeah,
That's totally different. But
It's
yeah,
apples
We
and
got a
oranges.
sex fiend in here.
I like Very Bad Things though too. It's a good movie, but it wasn't made in the
Right.
80s.
Right.
Yeah. City says Die Hard, greatest action movie of all times. I do agree. All right. Holland said every year on social media, breaking news, shots fired at Tommy Plaza. Yeah.
yeah, every time.
And something else, that's such a famous building that they've now made it where people can't come to the parking lot to take pictures of the building. So they won't allow pictures into the parking lot to, in front of the building or whatever. So they got all that blocked off, which kind of sucks. Wild Wrangler says one movie I saw said Die Hard meets Terminator. Yeah, there's a lot of that shit. Gizmo said John McTiernan and James Cameron is two of the best directors doing action ever. No one comes close to them when it comes to perfection. Welcome to the party, pal. Yeah. Fucking California. All right, my number 5 is Full Metal Jacket. Get beat with some soap. Says Holland.
Yeah.
Holland said my favorite movies from this period were Betrayed, 1988, Platoon, Die Hard, Goodfellas, and The Stepfather.
Some good
Yeah, The
movies.
Stepfather's a good one, man. The remake's pretty fun too, but I mean, I definitely prefer the original on that one. Holland Note said no one cares that what Bruce Willis thinks it's a Christmas movie.
There you go.
Gizmo said fun little thing is that Jan de Bont shot Roar, a great horror movie about small, cute kitties.
Roar, yeah, that's not.
Those are cute, cool kitties, huh?
Yeah, it's not so much a horror movie, but it kind of is if you watch it. But it's really not. But yeah, that's a great movie. Just for the spectacle of it is, it's crazy. If nobody's seen Roar,
Yeah.
definitely check that out.
And he says Die Hard is absolutely a Christmas movie. I knew that was going to come up. Bob says Die Hard is and always will be a Christmas movie. If anyone thinks otherwise, they're wrong.
You can't avoid that argument.
Right.
Hollow says Carl
Action
Winslow
movie.
kills it in Die Hard.
Get
Yeah.
over
Yeah.
I got a kid.
What's up, Indie Phantom? EPM. What do I miss, guys? What's EPM?
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Can't
All
avoid
right, Andy
the
says
kids.
Holland. I love Family Matters. Growing up, he was always Carl Winslow to me.
He has a name.
All right, won't be around much for this stream, but man, do I love this period. What's going on, man? I appreciate you being here, bud. Thanks for stopping
Yeah,
by.
definitely. Thanks for checking in.
All right, going to shoot you my 5 favorites in no particular order. That's that
Cool.
one, man.
Craig just sent me 20 fucking movies, a text with 20 movies in it. I said it's supposed to be a
I
top
gotta-
5, bitch. He said
Top
it's
5.
hard. I said, oh, is it hard?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a text from him too. I haven't looked at it. That's probably the same thing. 4K Lowdown. What's up, guys? What's going on, buddy? Oh. Hey, 4K. All right, The Untouchables, Blue Velvet, Full Metal Jacket, Dead Poet Society, and Cobra.
Yeah.
Blue
Strong
Velvet.
list, man.
Blue Velvet's strong.
Yeah.
4K Lowdown says Anthony's Horror and more. And I got kind of every time I see Dead Poet Society, I kind of think back to that day because I watched that the day before I was starting my first day of college. You know, you go see the Poet Society. I'm going to go be a scholar. I'm going to have 7 degrees. All this kind of shit. Yeah, it didn't work out that way. So every time I think about the Poet Society, I think, okay, yeah, that didn't work out like I wanted it to. Because I still don't have my degree. I started having kids and going to work, and I'm like the world's oldest freshman. So.
World's oldest sophomore.
But I seen that movie the day before my first day of college, and I went in. Oh yeah, I'm going to be a scholar. Yeah, I'm definitely not a scholar.
What was that? Back to School, Rodney Dangerfield.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, that was more of my speed right there.
Unfortunately, Alan watched Back to School first.
Oh shit. All right, Innocent Black Man. What up, guys? This was a great decade for movies. No beating the 80s. I agree, man. It's my favorite.
Absolutely not.
India Fan says Jason Lives was a great Friday. My second watch in cinemas. The first one I seen in cinemas was part 3. All right. What's up, Craig? Just finished my master's degree tonight. Cheers, fellas. Damn, I didn't need to read that right then.
Cheers, man.
Hell yeah.
A lot
Congrats,
of people
buddy.
go to college for 7
Congrats,
years.
man.
Right.
Yeah,
What's
that's
that,
all
Derek?
doctor.
Like Tommy Boy. A lot of
Yeah.
people go to college for 7 years. They call them doctors.
Congrats, Craig. All right, Scholar said hello. What's up, man?
Van Wilder went to college for 7 years.
Yeah. Leisure studies.
All right. India Fan says Terrifier 2 was decent, but needed those tits.
The way he delivered that.
Now I'm not watching.
I don't feel like it did, but whatever.
I'm going to see the movie. I'm just, like I said, the larger point. I don't give a fuck about Terrifier 2. I care about the next batch of, onward. Are we done with that? What's next?
Yeah.
What are we going to be done with next?
That's a good point, Brad. Hey,
No,
Alan,
women are allowed to be killed in these movies now? I mean, we can't disrespect women.
Oh,
or
shit.
we can't use guns in movies anymore?
That's
I mean,
what's going on.
it's a slippery slope, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm just going to bring my own tits when I go watch it.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
There you go.
There you go. Bring you a whore, Fill on the shit while you're watching the movie. I don't know.
This is the part where you show your tits.
Yeah. Get in front of the screen in front of everybody.
All right, hold on. That's a Scholar. If you
got a
fans,
group
I'll
on
post
for it.
on Brian's
Everybody
channel because I am kind of multitasking and didn't notice.
That's fine. We're all streaming the same
Yeah, man,
channel.
we're multi-streaming, man. Wherever you could jump in.
Yeah.
All right, hold on, congrats to Craig. Yeah, that's awesome, Craig, man.
Yeah,
He
that
says
is really awesome, man. Congrats, dude.
here are a random top 5 that I put there. The Untouchables, Blue Velvet, Full Metal Jacket. Yeah, we've seen that, buddy. That's a good list, man. I just watched Cobra again recently with the commentary, and it was badass. Yeah, that's a good one, man. And so, the new Halloween's missing nudity was a big miss.
Yeah, that's a prime example of when it should be. I mean, they had a whole damn sex scene. The bitch is covered up head to toe like a goddamn nun. The whole fucking movie.
Yeah,
And we all know after you just got done fucking, the first thing you do is you put clothes on and then get back in bed. I mean, that's just the way
right?
it's how it goes.
Right?
I
If
mean,
you're fucking Amish, sure.
yeah.
No offense to anybody that's Amish in the chat.
Yeah.
Indy Phantom says, now I am pissed hearing the Pearl has no nudity.
Just watch X again, and you'll see.
I mean, Mia Goth has got obviously no problem with nudity before this movie.
Right.
Now this movie, it's like now we don't. It's just odd to me to see that. And I've seen other examples of that. Me and Alan watched this movie, The Wolf of Snow Hollow. This couple they rent an Airbnb in the fucking woods. They're in the hot tub together, fully fucking clothed, basically. Come on.
I thought that was strange with that scene too. That made no sense.
That makes no fucking sense at all. But like I
Pearl,
said, it's a different time.
She doesn't fuck anybody in Pearl, so
Yeah.
Well, she fucks a scarecrow or something, right?
She fucks a scarecrow and she fucks some other dude. She fucks a couple dudes.
She fucked the other dude? I don't remember fucking.
Yeah, and she takes several baths right in front of her dad. Spoiler alert.
She in her clothes when she's taking a bath.
Yeah, she's in like milk. The bathtub is basically milk.
Right.
you can't see anything below her neckline.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Weird.
All right. And he says Terrifier 2 had a golden opportunity for that huge melons and that shower bit. No excuse.
I'm canceling my pre-order.
Fuck you, Walmart.
Yeah. I don't know why they did that shit either, but It didn't ruin the movie for me.
Sign of the times, I guess. And the guys that made it, they're kind of floppy bags anyway. So
I think
sure
what's really obvious is that we're all pretty desperately need to see some titties. I don't know what the fuck's going on in
apparently.
your life.
Yeah. Wait till you see some of the stuff in my top 5. It's been funny recently.
I think it's the main thing is because it's not just we need to see those titties. That's
Right.
That's
Yeah.
what it is. It's
I
not
need
just,
all of them.
yeah.
I don't
Right.
care.
I want to see one set of titties. You want to see
There's
all
no
the
discretion here.
Mr. Skin is sorely disappointed.
I would be
Right.
saying the same thing if they took
Mr.
if all the murder scenes were off screen. I'd be saying the same thing. Like, where's the fucking
I know.
gore? It's just part of the experience.
I agree with you, Brad. Every time I watch the Golden Girls, I was like, "What the fuck?
Yeah.
Take your
What
shit
the
off.
fuck's going
Where are
on?
they? God damn it!
Damn, B. Arthur.
Damn you, Blanche Devereaux! You're supposed to be a whore, and I've never seen it."
Yeah.
What's all clothes you got on? Shit.
Yeah.
Y'all motherfuckers are sick. All right. Andy Phantom said, sorry that I hit you with a wave of post. That's all good, man. But I have to head out in 15 minutes, and I love this stream. We'll finish it all later. Love it, guys. Appreciate you being
Yeah,
here,
man.
buddy.
Thanks,
Oh,
thanks
man.
for coming by, man. Seriously.
Yeah.
All right, great list, man. Anthony said. Craig Williams says, thanks, Holland. Andy says, Craig Williams, congratulations, dude. All right, my top 5 are Home Alone, Home Alone, Home Alone, Home Alone. My top 5 are Home Alone, Predator, Planes, Trains, Automobiles, Lethal Weapon, and Goodfellas.
Okay.
Great list, man.
I can't just imagine a pallet of fucking Reese's. Reese's truck just backed up to his house when he finished that last assignment for Celebration.
All right, I have so many from that time. Some more obscure runner-ups: Can't Buy Me Love, The Last Temptation of Christ, and Dominique and Eugene.
Well, yeah, where the fuck is the Can't Buy Me Love Blu-ray? Come on.
All right, Eugene and EPM was a stupid typo, means nothing. While Reynolds said Dirk option on Clown Cafe.
Okay.
Opinion maybe on Clown Cafe.
Opinion on Clown Cafe. Yeah, I love that shit, man. That shit. I thought it was going one direction, and that motherfucker went a whole different direction.
Yeah, the song fucking gets stuck in your head too.
Damn Tommy gun action. Hell yeah, that's fucking
Fair
awesome.
part 2 shit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, Holland said that is why Resurrection is my number 1 in the franchise. Titties.
I didn't even know
God
that was in there.
Gizmo said, I'm happy if there is any tits in the film, big silicone balloons, small nipples, male floppy juggers, even had line nipples, no tits in Terrifier 2.
I'm gonna find out one day that Gizmo's like, didn't he just say he can't drink anymore?
Yeah, right.
He's been sober this whole time.
Right.
I mean, he needs to realize I got to read this shit. You know, so I didn't think I would be saying line nipples or male floppy juggers.
That's the new title for the live stream.
Andy Phantom said the To Be Terror Train remake had like 2 seconds of tits, but then you had to deal with other 93 minutes, 40 seconds.
Terror Train remake. Fuck out of here.
I didn't know that was
Yeah,
a
I'll
I've
give a
seen
Mr.
the Terror
Skin
Train
live
remake.
stream.
Yeah, it's Tubi's version. So it's big old.
All right, guys, we have made it through round 1. We were right at the 1 hour mark, 1 hour 2 minutes. That ain't too bad for us.
5 hours.
Not for the first round, right? It's 5
One more
hours.
to go.
Right.
Yeah.
So we will go on to number 2 here, or number 4 here, and Dr. Ordinary, you're up.
All right. Number 4 is right up there with what my number 5 was. It's all about rewatchability. This is another movie that it's like kind of Alan was talking about seeing movies in the theaters and sort of how you have that nostalgic feel. I remember the first time I saw this in the theater, and my cousin and I actually, we didn't sneak in, the I guess you'd call him the little movie guy, the usher, kind of just let us hang out. We watched this movie 3 times back to back. It'll forever be one of my favorites, and that's The Burbs.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
All time one of my favorite movies. It's just a great black comedy, horror comedy film directed by Joe Dante. Speaking of which, going back to somebody who was talking about John McTiernan and that, Joe Dante is another one. For those of you that aren't huge horror fans, Roger Corman is probably one of the most legendary directors of all time of B horror movies. Right. And he is trained and had under his wing not only a host of actors, but famous directors now that you would never think of, such as James Cameron, Francis Ford Coppola, all learned how to do their trade and their craft under this B horror movie director, one of which was Joe Dante. So it's a great story. Again, it's just about people. Tom Hanks is a guy that lives next door to a house of murderers, basically, that you find out later on. But it's got an all-star cast, including Bruce Dern, Carrie Fisher, Rick Dukeman, Corey Feldman, Wendy Shaw. What's really cool about this movie is the dialogue. And the reason this movie, I think, works so well is it was actually filmed during a writer's strike. So they weren't allowed to have the writer on scene at all, on set at all. So most of the dialogue in this movie is actually ad-libbed. And there's a lot of scenes that are ad-libbed. And so it works all around. In fact, there's one of my favorite scenes in this movie is towards the end of the movie. There's been this big explosion. I don't want to give anything away if you haven't seen The Burbs, but if you haven't seen it, I don't know where you've been. Tom Hanks, this is also what I call a classic Tom Hanks movie. Back in the day when Tom Hanks used to do just a normal guy that gets put into a situation and then just eventually loses his shit. So this house is blown up. Tom Hanks was in the explosion. He's out behind an ambulance. He's laying on a gurney, and he says, "I'm all blown up. Take me to the hospital." And there's no EMS or paramedics around. And he gets pissed, and he grabs the gurney and throws it in the back of the ambulance himself and crawls in and lays down on it. All ad-libbed by Tom Hanks. So just an all-around great movie. It's funny that this movie was considered one of the worst movies of 1986. If you kind of watch any of the commentary, it's become an instant cult classic. It's huge. It's got a lot of releases. This is an Arrow release, Steelbook. It's got a lot of special features. But Joe Dante says no matter where he goes, Joe Dante, by the way, for those that don't know, directed Gremlins. So you would think most people would be like, oh, this is the guy, The Howling. I mean, he's Inner Space. He said the movie that he gets talked to the most about was the worst rated movie ever, which was The Burbs. And I think that just in and of itself is a testament at how great this movie is. I could quote you this movie line for line, start to finish, like a lot of people can with Die Hard and other movies. But if you haven't seen it, check it out. It had to be in my top 5, hands down.
Yeah, that's a great choice, man.
Good deal.
All right, Dirt, what you got, buddy?
Well, it's going to be more damn childhood nostalgia shit going on. And I got to say it's Arnold Schwarzenegger's best role, and that's Predator, the first
Nice.
Really yes.
So, man, there's so many damn good lines in this damn movie. Like, I ain't got time to bleed and a bunch of slack jaw faggots around here. This stuff will make you a goddamn sexual tyrannosaurus.
Spread this
like me.
Blaine.
What's that?
He says, spread this on your sore ass, Blaine.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much shit going on in this movie. They brought Carl Weathers in. This is like Arnold's first big role, I guess you'd say, where you start seeing this is probably his best performance, in my opinion. And Carl Weathers is like a true actor. So Schwarzenegger learned a lot of shit from Weathers on this movie. So I don't know how y'all feel about Schwarzenegger, but I think this is his best role. But anyway, man. Yeah, just a badass movie, man. I played this on a loop. I mean,
oh yeah,
action, sci-fi. I even consider it horror, man.
It's two completely different movies together. Right. It goes two different directions.
And they was gonna get Jean-Claude Van Damme to play the fucking Predator, and he was too much of a bitch, to play the shit because he said the suit was too hot. Or whatever the fuck, but he was only 5'6" anyway, or 5'9", I think. So they got
way better with a bigger actor.
Yeah, they got Kevin Peter Hall. He's like 7'2" or whatever it was, 7'6". Somebody said it was 7'6", but I think he was 7'2". But and the whole shit with Arnold's I didn't know if y'all knew about this. Arnold told the crew to tell Jesse Ventura that Jesse's biceps were bigger than Arnold's, and Jesse got all happy about it and tried to like bet Arnold or whatever, and they measured and Arnold's were bigger or whatever. It was just like a little fucking joke he played on them.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers got sick during the making of this movie. They were eating all this shit. I guess they were eating shit from the town. This is all filmed in Mexico. And
Some big boys that eat a lot.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger got diarrhea and shit. All kinds of shit, man.
Oh yeah, it was.
But man,
it's got to take a major crap.
Y'all haven't seen Predator, man. I don't know what the fuck, but yeah, check it out. It's my number 4. Yeah, man. I think I was 10 when I first seen this shit, and that's it, man. Number 4, Predator.
Yeah, man, that's
great pick, man.
Fucking classic.
I love all the jokes they tell each other, throughout the movie.
Right.
Yeah. And those were all written by. Those were all improv by Shane Black.
Yep.
Yeah.
He came up with all those jokes.
And that damn, what's his name? Is it Landon? Sonny Landon?
Yeah.
He had to have a bodyguard.
Yeah.
To be able to do this movie.
Yeah, not to protect him.
Right.
To protect other people from him.
Yeah,
he was liable to beat somebody's ass at any moment. And
yeah, he was a wild card to say the least. There's all kinds of lore with that movie. Like Arnold was a very successful bodybuilder in his career. He spent all his prize money on investments. So he had money even before the movie.
Yeah.
And they were flying in fucking equipment so they could work out. It was just so goddamn macho, masculine. It's just ridiculous. They'll never put a cast like that together.
No,
just get the biggest fucking guys we can, and
right.
It's crazy. You got two governors in that movie. That were governors.
Exactly.
Kind of cool.
They made the blood out of glow sticks and KY jelly. The Predator blood.
Yeah, awesome. The Predator vision, all the touches with it. I mean, there's a lot.
Back then, man, it broke new ground. You hadn't seen no shit like that.
Yeah,
right.
But
yeah, man, that's a great pick, man. One of my favorites.
Yeah.
All right, my number 4. Number 5 was an Argento. My number 4. This is from his protege, Mikel Suave, in 1987. Stage Fright. I don't know if everybody's seen this movie or not, but there's not a ton to say about this movie. I'm going to read a little bit of shit I put here. It takes place in New York City. It's shot in Italy. Another Italian movie. Very much. Suave is different than Argento, where Argento is all about visuals. Suave is about visuals too, but he likes a little bit more substance in his stuff. It's a little more heavy than his stuff, just a darker Argento, basically. Argento light, whatever he was called, but I think he's a darker Argento, but he's also really good with the visuals. The movie takes place on the set of a Broadway musical. It's supposed to be takes place in New York, but it obviously doesn't. It's not shot there. And the Broadway musical is actually about a serial killer. So the movie starts, and you kind of think it's like this real cheesy kind of serial killers scene is about to take place. Well, it's actually the beginning of the play. They're doing a dress rehearsal 1 week before. It was a closed set and all that. So, an escaped mentally ill mass murderer and former stage actor, gets in there basically. He kills somebody on the outside, and he gets in and he locks everybody in, and he puts on this owl headdress. The serial killer, the lead in the musical, wears this owl headdress, and he puts it on. He dresses like the killer, and the slaughter basically begins from there. He starts taking out the cast members one by one. The movie's full of these great kills, really good visuals too, but great kills. It's not a ton to it as far as plot and whatnot. It's just, that's the basic story. It's this isolation of the wall. It's shot mostly in one location, and the killer uses everything from a pickaxe, a power drill, a chainsaw, an axe, anything he can find to dismember these people, and he's obviously extra fucking crazy. There's this scene where he just sets the stage up and he's just kind of hanging out there for a while. It's really interesting stuff. It's not shit you see every day. The way Suave's style is. So I think it's underrated, and I think a lot of people who haven't seen it, if they did see it, they would really like it. This is a pretty decent Blue Underground release. I don't think this has subtitles either, if I remember right. But anyway, check this one out if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, watch
It's been
that
a long
one.
time. I need to watch that again.
Don't watch
I
the
haven't seen it.
remake. The remake's dog shit.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be
Yeah,
checking that one out.
Alan, when you want to watch it, let me know because I remember really liking it. But it's been a
Yeah,
hot
we'll do,
minute.
man.
Man, those kills are
Yeah, I
fucking
remember kind of
solid.
being blown away by it. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, there's a scene with the chainsaw, and the chainsaw runs out, and you think the person's safe. No, he's got an axe too. Like it's just
He's totally Boy Scouting it.
yeah. It's like the actors, they're like, well, we got to arm ourselves, and they go to the fucking like maintenance room, and it's been ransacked already. The fucking guy's got all the shit. Like I don't know, man. I've always loved it, and it's just I think it's one of those it's super like slept on for some reason. I don't know why it's not more popular, but Mikel Suave is Argento's underling, basically, like his pupil, and he only made I think 3 movies, and 2 of them are really good. I haven't seen the one about the cemetery. I haven't seen Cemetery Man in a long time, but the other 2 are really good. I think.
Cemetery Man.
I think that's the only one of his movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
You never seen Cemetery Man?
I don't think I've seen Cemetery Man. I'm writing that one down.
You would like it, dude. It's a zombie.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I've heard of it. I've never actually seen it.
It's fucking. It's thrown
It's
off.
really not bad,
shit,
man. I think you'd like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ron. Add that one to
cheap.
the list, man. We'll check that out.
Yeah, I'm gonna add that to the list right
I want
now.
to see Stage Fright and
Do
Cemetery Man.
not, I guess the Cemetery Man has a release from what's that? The one with the yellow cases. What's that company?
Shameless.
Oh,
Shameless.
Shameless.
Yeah, I heard the transfer sucked on that, but I mean, I think there are other releases of Cemetery Man. I'm not exactly sure. That might be the only release so far of Cemetery Man.
I think Joe Martinez has like a German one that he said was good quality.
Yeah.
That's a solid flick, man, and it's got some ambiguous shit, a little bit in there.
Yeah, the ending. Yeah.
But it's a fun. It's like it's on the same level as like Evil Dead in a way.
Kind of,
really?
yeah.
Fuck! I can't believe I've missed this. Then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's it's more like, to me, it's more like Shaun of the Dead because the buddy angle of it.
Even better,
kind of reminds me of Campbell's in a way, in a way. It's different though. It's Italian and shit,
Yeah, it's Italian as fuck. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
It's Italian as fuck.
Yeah.
Italian.
It's Italian.
All right, Brian. Yeah, buddy.
Number 4 for me. I'm going nostalgia with all my picks, by the way. So I mean, it's
me too.
Do it, Brian. Hell yeah.
I'm a huge Jim Henson fan, so I had to pick Labyrinth as my number 4.
Okay.
That's a movie of my childhood right there.
Yeah. You got Jennifer Connelly, David Bowie, a slew of a shit ton of little puppeteers and puppets and all that shit. But it starts off, it's like a 16-year-old Sarah, played by Jennifer Connelly, gets her little baby brother kidnapped by the Goblin King, and she has 13 hours to go through this big old maze labyrinth to find him and save him. So David Bowie basically snatches he's a child snatcher the whole movie.
Right.
I know it's kind of a fucked up premise when you think about it. But he's like throwing the baby around in one scene and everything. But
it's kind of strange.
All the creature effects in this movie are just awesome. Everything they did with the scenery and the whole set pieces and everything, just great. It's one I've always like as a kid. I'd just walk around singing the fucking songs from this movie, even though they're like silly and corny or whatever. But David Bowie was always playing around on stereo in my youth. One of the funny trivia facts about this that I was reading is, when he has the crystal ball in his hand and he's moving it around all the time, it actually wasn't his hand. It was the choreographer Michael Machine, who's an accomplished juggler. So he's actually crouching behind him in those scenes and portraying his hand throughout those scenes.
Huh.
And also in the title sequence, the owl is computer generated. I could probably tell, but it's like the first attempt at a photorealistic CGI animal character in a feature film.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. Michael Jackson, Prince, and Mick Jagger were considered to play the Goblin King.
Oh, shit.
But Jim Henson preferred Sting until his kids convinced him that David Bowie would be the best suited for it. Bowie wanted to make a children's movie, liked the concept, and found the script funnier and more amusing than many other contemporary special effects movies. And this one's pretty funny. You know the guy Hoggle in the movie?
Oh yeah.
He's kind of a scumbag towards the end of it, but
the little puppet guy.
Yeah, the little puppet with the big nose.
Right.
A Hoggle puppet got lost in an airplane and remained undiscovered. When it turned up at an unclaimed baggage center, a worker opened the crate and got scared by the sight of the puppet, and now it's displayed at the museum. Thought that was kind of funny.
That's awesome.
And one of the goofs was in the I think it's called the Bog of Eternal Stench.
Oh, yeah. I remember that shit.
Yeah, whenever it's all smelling. Whenever they get to that scene, you can clearly see a boom mic in that scene. Even on the 4K, you can see it. So. So I always thought that was funny. I like this guy on top of the dog. He always made me laugh.
Right.
And then you got
the little weasel looking thing. Yeah.
I forget his fucking name, but yeah, and then Ludo, the big ass motherfucker.
Right.
But this is an awesome release. I don't know if you guys have seen this one. It's
I haven't seen that. No.
I don't know, but now I've got to have that one.
It's like a fucking. It's almost like a Lionsgate slipcover on top of a digibook, and the digibook is like.
Oh hell yeah!
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's like a fucking leather-bound digibook. It smells like leather and everything. Like, they don't really make many digibooks, especially 4K ones.
Yeah.
So, this one came out last year, so.
Wow.
Yeah, that's badass right there.
Yeah, it's a great one.
I've been hanging around with Alan too much.
Yeah.
I gotta have that.
That's my number 4 is
I'm
leather.
ordering it right now. Great pick, Brian, man. I can't tell you, so I'm old enough that I grew up getting ready for school in the morning, watching the Muppets on TV. That's how goddamn old I am. But when they put out Labyrinth and The Dark Crystal, I mean, being a huge Jim Henson fan, I was like, oh hell yeah, that's those two movies.
Oh yeah,
I remember that shit.
Have you seen
Great writing.
the Dark
Rock
series?
Oh that shit.
The Dark Crystal series.
It's not awesome series.
Oh yeah, fantastic. Gelfings.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I've never seen Labyrinth. I've never seen it.
I have not seen any of those movies you just described.
You never seen Fraggle Rock?
Any of that shit.
I know the show Fraggle Rock, and I remember it coming up. Me turning to HBO to see what was on and turn it off. I never gave it a shot, so I can't give an opinion on it.
We got
it's kid shit though. I was a kid when I seen that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you watch Labyrinth now, if you'd like it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great
David
question.
Bowie's luring kids in. Sure, I'm gonna like it. No.
He's wearing these tight ass fucking spandex, so you can see his bulge the whole movie.
It's
I've seen
got
people
puppets and
review
a
it.
guy
I've
that
seen-
lures in kids. Sign me up.
I just never gave it a shot, but never really struck my attention. But I might give it a shot. That's a great looking release.
It's got Jennifer Connelly, so you know I'm all about it.
Yeah, it's got a Jennifer. Yeah, cut my teeth on that Jennifer Connelly.
All right, I'll do my number 4 here, guys. I feel kind of like a shit for doing another big budget movie here, but I couldn't leave this one out. I just couldn't. It's one of my favorite action movies of all times, and that's going to be Lethal Weapon Part 1.
Okay.
This pretty much started the buddy cop shit. Whatever. We had a gazillion buddy cop movies after this. This is the epitome of that. This is the best. You got Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. They play well off each other. You know, it came with a slew of sequels. Every sequel's fun. You know, the last one's not that great, but they're all enjoyable to watch. Unfortunately, you don't have Leo Getz in this. Leo Getz is one of my favorite characters, but minus that, this is my favorite Lethal Weapon movie. I'm talking about Part 1. And this ridiculous Blu-ray, it's all torn. Look at that shit. I need to get a 4K set of this. Why do we not have a 4K set of this? Or the fucking Die Hard box? Anyway, that's for another stream. This movie came out in 1987. It was directed by Richard Donner. And this was the first R-rated movie that Richard Donner had done since 1976 whenever he filmed The Omen, which I didn't realize that. If you guys don't know, the rumor is there's going to be a Die Hard Part 5 that Mel Gibson's going to direct because, Richard Donner passed away. He was like 90-something. But he passed away, I think, in the last year or so. But Mel Gibson's supposedly going to direct Part 5. And Danny Glover's coming back as well. I don't have any idea what it's about, if it's really going to happen, but that's the rumor.
Huh.
But it stars Mel Gibson, Danny Glover, Gary Busey. And this movie, Gary Busey's great in this. I'm a big Gary Busey fan. Even now, he's batshit crazy. Yeah. I love Gary Busey. I follow him on TikTok and shit like that. He's a blast. But this movie was really brought his career back, whatever. His career was pretty much gone. And when he got this role, whatever, he just really went into it a lot, whatever. And this movie pretty much saved his career. After this, shortly after, I want to say it was after, he did Predator 2. And he was great in Predator 2 as well. So this was a big thing for Gary Busey, whatever. And that fight scene at the end, the character he plays in this, Joshua, is just a great creepy character. And Gary Busey just did a great job with it. A couple facts about the movie. It came out March 6, 1987, had a $15 million budget. It made $65 million. Now, this is back in that money. So you adjust for inflation. That's pretty good. $65 million in the States, $120 million worldwide. A couple facts. Mel Gibson turned down starring roles in The Fly. I can't imagine Mel Gibson in The Fly.
No shit.
He turned down starring roles in The Fly and The Untouchables in order to do this movie. And I just copy and pasted this. Yeah, I kind of do too. I kind of just copied and pasted this because it's kind of a lot, so I'm just going to read it. It says Mel Gibson and Bruce Willis were considered for each other's roles in Lethal Weapon and Die Hard, and both movies were produced by Joel Silver. Willis was offered the role of Martin Riggs, but turned it down, and a year later, he did Die Hard. Gibson was considered to play John McClane. Coincidentally, the script for Die Hard with a Vengeance was briefly considered to be filmed as a Lethal Weapon sequel. So you can imagine Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, whatever, doing the Simon Says around New York City. That'd have been interesting. Or wherever. The prop Beretta 92F, and Brad, I know you and Dirk are big gun guys, but the prop Beretta 92F Mel Gibson uses in the film is the same prop gun that will be used by Bruce Willis in Die Hard. The gun has since been retired. Throughout filming, technical advisors from the LAPD and Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department worked closely with Richard Donner and the actors to ensure authenticity. And John Saxton was the first choice for the role of Joshua. That would have been interesting. But he was busy shooting in Nightmare on Elm Street 3 Dream Warriors, my favorite nightmare. The only Lethal Weapon movie not released in the summer. Also, the only one, this is the first movie now. Think about this. It's the only one that did not make $100 million domestically, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, guys, that's all the notes I took on it. I can't say enough about it. It's a great buddy cop movie. I'm sure everybody's seen this movie. I was already a fan of Mel Gibson pretty much from the Mad Max. So I didn't really know Danny Glover from anything else at the time. Maybe A Color Purple. I don't remember when that came out. But this made me a Danny Glover fan. I was a Danny Glover fan in Predator Part 2. I thought he did great in both of those. I was a little worried about him stepping in as the main character for Predator 2, but I thought he did a fantastic job. This is just a fun movie, guys. It's a fun cast. These two guys play off each other so well.
Yeah, they really
the sequels are to me maybe even better. Part 2 with Leo Getz in it, there's just a lot of great action scenes, a lot of great music in Part 2. You got Knocking on Heaven's Door there whenever Riggs gets shot at the end of the movie. It's just it's a great franchise. I really hope we get a better release because this is okay, but we need a 4K of this. Can't believe it ain't already happened.
Yeah,
this ain't Die Hard.
Yeah, that's a major oversight.
That's the Mel Gibson. Hollywood has shunned him, and
And I want to go and say this. I know that my first two picks were mainstream, big mainstream, whatever. But you have to realize, back in the day when these movies came out, I've seen these in theaters. These were experiences. These are experiences I don't get anymore for the most part. These were movies when they came out. They were a big deal. They were talked about way before the fucking internet. Right. Everybody went and seen these movies. Everybody talked about these movies. They were a huge fucking deal. And when I think about movies, my love of movies, these are the ones that got me into that shit for the most part. Star Wars and all that shit. But these are the movies that were just like memorable. And and I had to
Right.
factor all that in. And I couldn't take them off the list.
I don't
Yeah,
care if the
man.
budget. I don't care
There's
if the budget's $1 billion. You know,
Right.
Yeah.
If it's a
Good
good
movie.
movie, fuck all
Right.
that bullshit where everybody
And
just
dude, that movie's
you
what
know.
30 something years old, whatever it is, and it's just as goddamn enjoyable to be now.
Oh yeah,
It really holds up.
It holds up start to finish
You know?
too.
Yeah, for sure.
Fucking Mel Gibson's shoulder, man.
Pesci in the first one.
Mel Gibson and that shook
Pesci's not in
shoulder.
the first one.
Do what, Dirk?
I can't remember. Is Pesci in the first one?
No, you don't come into part two.
No, part
He's
two
in
is
part
when he
two.
starts.
He's not in part 2 that much either. He's mostly prevalent in part 3 and 4.
Part
Okay.
4, man, he's really in it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, I think after part 2, whatever, everybody realized that they realized how much everybody loves him, and so that's why they wrote him in for bigger roles, bigger parts.
Joe Pesci has had an odd career, man. In the
Yeah, man.
90s, he was doing late 80s, early 90s. He was doing fucking comedies.
Yeah.
You know, he
Yeah.
was a hairdresser before he got into acting, a professional hairdresser, and apparently
Was he
was
really?
a great one.
oh yeah, he was renowned to be like the one that you went to.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
what the
right
fuck?
in New York. The dude has had a interesting life.
Yeah, no shit. Damn. He was in Home Alone.
Retired for
right.
many years. They just brought his ass back for The Irishman. He came out of retirement to do that, and
Yeah, man, that was a big deal.
yeah, getting him back. And I mean, just imagine the roles he got offered. You know, mafia roles, and
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
he's like, oh, fuck, I'm not doing this shit no
I
more.
wonder if that was a coincidence, torching his fucking hair off in Home Alone, you know?
Take that, Pesci.
Oh, and Ryan, I don't know if you've seen this in a while, but I think it's part 2 that has Hank from Breaking Bad as one of the buddy cops, like one of their other cops, whatever.
No shit. Oh yeah, you know
Yeah.
what? Yeah, you're right.
He's very young and very skinny, compared to how he is now. But
Compared to being Hank.
yeah. All right, guys, we caught up with the chat. And we're going to start with Gizmo here. Satan is good. Satan is your friend. From
Damn.
that's
Also,
from the Burbs.
also
ain't it?
ad-libbed by Rick Dukeman. Yep.
What's the line from the Burbs I love so much? Fucking they're over at the house. You know, they're eating the sardines and shit, and
Sardines.
one the guy fuck, the older guy. What's his name? The big actor, Bruce Stern.
Yeah,
He,
Bruce Stern.
He asks the guy. He says, "What is that, Slavic?" And the guy just goes, "No." That's like a 9 on the tension scale. That Rube.
Scale there, Rube.
It's like I don't know. It's a simple line, but that always makes me laugh. A 9 on the tension scale. Anthony's Horror and More. The Burbs is great, man. Cool steelbook too. That is a cool steelbook. I didn't know you had that,
Yeah.
Ryan.
That's the Arrow Video one, I think, right?
Yeah.
No. All notes says sardine. Or the sardine and pretzels. Is that what it was?
Yeah. He goes, I'm trying to cut back.
Trying to cut back, yeah.
Andy says that shit was nasty, Holland. Especially the squishy sound effects. Yeah.
Right.
All right, Sydney says my number 4 movie is Angel Heart. I like Angel Heart. 87, Mickey Rourke, Robert De Niro, and Lisa Bonet, directed by Alan Parker. Searching for the truth. The truth is somewhere. Wild Wrangler said Bruce Dern and Wendy Shell are great. City Bank says Predator, great movie. All right, Gizmo said there's something out there waiting for us, and it ain't no tits.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper. All right.
To the chopper.
All right, great pick. I love their.
You're supposed to be playing an American
Wow.
hero.
Right.
You're supposed to be playing an American hero of Special Forces, and he fucking. I mean, clearly he's from Germany or wherever, Austria.
Right.
Austria.
Nobody cares.
Couldn't do your
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
dirty work.
fucking on it. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Great pick. I love that noir mystery vibe. All right, you already know. Oh shit, I can't drive. And it says the CIA has got you pushing too many pencils, Dylan. You son of a bitch.
Oh yeah.
All right, Scholar says get to the crap.
Yeah.
I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger having the shits is funnier than anybody else having the shits. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. I love that they were trying to out pump each other. You know, they're in the fucking middle of Mexico. There's nothing to do, and they're just doing like secret workouts and shit.
3 in the morning, right?
But
Get
there was
fucking
something
bigger.
between Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jesse Ventura that they were trying to beat each other, like see who works out harder or whatever. And they were basically saying they were going to get to the gym and they end up getting to the gym like 4 a.m. trying to beat the other guy
Right.
there every day.
Dude,
So-
Jesse Ventura would like pour water on himself to make it look like he'd been there for 3
Yes.
hours.
Yeah.
All right, good one. Said Predator is the best slasher ever, just so perfectly crafted, and you got Arnold nipples. What's the matter? The CA got you pushing too many tits? Stage fright, great pick, says Wild Wrangler.
the great what were they with the Gatling gun scene?
Right.
You know, the minigun, Old
Painless.
Painless. That is the greatest work
Old
of
Painless.
fiction in the history of film. Like,
Uh-huh.
what did he get? That car run? That thing runs off 2 12-volt batteries.
Right.
You know, like, would you carry? You carried 2 fucking batteries and
Yeah,
fucking 20,000 rounds and the gun on your back and other guns.
I
And
was
you went up
listening.
there. Dude's a stud.
Yeah, I was listening to that director talk about that. He said it's like 100 pounds worth of batteries.
Yep.
Fucking operate that fucking gun.
He walked 100 miles through the fucking jungle with all that shit on him.
Yeah.
It don't fucking matter, man. It looks
But it's
badass.
still badass.
Yeah.
And like the Lethal Weapon thing that Beretta 92, that was like the pistol of the fucking 90s. Everybody had that gun.
Yeah.
Everybody had a Beretta.
Yeah.
Now it's all 6 hours.
Yep.
All right,
Glock.
Gizmo says Michael, y'all help me out here. Or Michelle Sovi.
Mikhail Suave.
All right, was great until he went serious and started directing only drama TV shit. Della Morta is my favorite, but I love stage fright.
Commercials. That Della Morta is Dirk, what is it? The
It's,
Cemetery Man.
Cemetery Man. I found it. It's on Orbit. It's the Shameless.
Yeah. Which I hear is terrible. I haven't seen it, but I hear like at the beginning it says, we tried and it didn't fucking work or whatever.
Yeah,
I'll
Shameless.
let you-
They do a lot of that shit. But I mean,
Yeah.
I've still got some Shameless titles. I mean,
It may be the only way to get it. Like Brian was talking about a German release. I look into
Ray,
that.
what's that one
Yeah, I
shameless
was
title
looking, I was
that I
looking
got?
for the German release.
The Church?
No, it's got the fucking bird on the front of it.
No, it was Stage
Fucking-
Fright. It was Stage
It
Fright.
wasn't stage fright, was it?
I think it was Stage Fright. It probably had the Italian name on it.
No, it was the sect.
Oh, it's the sect.
SECT.
Yeah,
Sect.
that's
Yeah.
also a Suave movie.
Yeah.
I
That
don't
movie
mention
starts
it
off like
because-
it's going to be great, and then it goes
Yeah.
a totally different direction, and it goes downhill. I wasn't a fan.
I don't
And it looked
mention
like
it
ass
'cause I
garbage.
don't really.
I mean, it was a
care.
terrible looking release.
Yeah.
Which one?
All right. Anthony says, my number 4 is Predator 2. Danny Glover, Bill Paxton, Gary Busey fucking kill it. Yeah. The Predator looks great and uses a lot of badass weapons. I also like the concrete jungle setting. Yeah, it was cool, man. That's a favorite.
Really
yeah, they
underrated.
broke some ground with some of the shit they were doing. And, that was that director's.
And did y'all notice how many guys in these 80s movies, action movies, have the pistols with the laser sighting?
Yeah, yeah. That was the
Everybody's
hot
got the
thing,
laser
man.
sighting.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
that was the cool technique. And they're always
Even in
huge.
fucking Dirk's
Like,
pick, Friday
bigger than the
6.
fucking gun.
Yeah.
Friday 6, where even the cops got the laser sighting.
Right.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Bang.
Right.
You know, fucking-
And they were like $1,000, and they're just pieces
Yeah.
of shit. Need 12
Yeah,
batteries.
they're complete shit.
Yeah.
They suck.
So smash that like button. Yeah, guys, I appreciate it. All right. Wild Wrangler says, David Bowie scared me in that movie. All right. Holiday says, number 4, Misery. Pops, I'm your number 1 fan. There's nothing to worry about. Yeah, bring it on. I bet you I can out-creep you.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is
Caveman
just
says,
smile
"Hey,
at him.
everyone."
Okay, man.
What do they call that
Okay,
shit
man.
where she does to him? The hobble?
Hobbling.
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 Yeah.
Yep.
Man. Yeah.
City Bank says, Labyrinth, good movie. Dance, Magic Dance.
Yep.
Yeah. That's from Labyrinth. Yeah.
All right, Gizmo said he made 4 horror movies. Church, Sect, I've seen Sect. How do you say that, Brad?
Delamore.
Okay, and Stage
Yeah,
Fright. I
yeah.
have all of them on Blu-ray from Germany. Shameless as shit, always censored.
Yeah, that chick in that movie, Cemetery Man, shit. She is hot. She is hot as shit.
She takes her clothes off. So,
The cover's hot as hell.
But they're having sex and shit on a grave and all
yeah,
kinds
oh, yeah. Spoiler alert.
of- yeah.
Say it isn't so.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
How's hey the cave?
I didn't spoil it,
How you doing,
The,
buddy?
the movie's called Cemetery Man. So
Right.
All right. Gizmo says, I have not seen Labyrinth since I was a child. Is it good or Willow kind of good? I don't remember it that well.
I think it's good.
Neither of them.
I think
I think Willow is good too.
Yeah, and those are kind of apples and orange comparison too.
Yeah,
It's just
But you always got the good. Like what do you think's good?
Yeah.
It's all subjective as hell.
it's perspective.
Arcade Man's asking how old Holland is. All right, I have the Dark Crystal 4K Steelbook.
Cool.
Nice.
Put that on my list.
Wild Randall says, I have 2-pack of Dark Crystal and Labyrinth Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Fraggle Rock Muppets on acid.
Not far off.
Gizmo said, David Bowie's balls. That is something Pops didn't think he was going to say when he woke up this morning. You would be correct. You would be correct.
Yeah.
I want to meet the person that did wake up thinking that.
Yeah.
Damn.
I might say David Bowie's balls today.
Maybe Mick
Let's
Jagger.
just see how this plays out. Maybe Mick Jagger. Yep.
He says, Lethal Weapon, great movie. The first one is awesome. Wild Rangers has toilet scene. Let's be talking about Danny Glover. And that was part 2, wasn't it?
Y'all know that story with Mick Jagger and Bowie, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Grace Jones. Yeah, that's a twisted story, boy.
There was some crazy shit going on back then.
Yeah.
All right. I love Lethal Weapon 1 and 2. The only good thing in the third is Joe Pesci and the opening, and the fourth has a great fight scene with Jet Li. See, I like all the Jet Li shit, man. The final scene with Jet Li is awesome, I think.
And part 4, man, is a good one. That's the darkest of the series.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wild Rangers with Richard Donner Superman. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Dirk got that Superman box set, man. It's got the Donner cut in it, man. It's a good nice box set.
Yeah.
Hall Note says all my picks mainstream.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty much.
All right. Caveman says I agree about Lethal Weapon. Can't wait for part 5. I think Lethal Weapon 2 has a better looking damsel in distress. Yeah, she's pretty hot. Pretty hot. Favorite line from Lethal Weapon 2 is they have badges and guns and they hate us. I like when Mel Gibson in part 2 walks in the room and he just kind of looks around and goes, "Oh, look, the master race." What are you looking at? I'm just making sure I'm not standing on plastic. Scholar 22 says I need a director's cut version of Lethal Weapon films on Blu-ray or 4K. Still have DVDs. Free South Africa, you dumb son of a bitch. Oh, I'm in my head now. Says Lady Caveman.
Take another pill, Alan.
Caveman said, "Hey there, Anthony's Horror More. How are you doing?" All I know, it says Jesse Ventura rolls up to the gym and sees Arnold in full sweat, thinking, "What the fuck?" Little does he know, Arnold took a fat shit from the food poisoning. Wild Regular says my number 4 is RoboCop. Caveman says I picked up the ET Steelbook at Target. App says they had none in stores. Found 5 copies in the first Target.
Yeah. They're not on the top of their shit, I guess.
They're good about that.
Yeah, I forgot I even pre-ordered this bitch. That's how fucking bad I got it. This bitch came in the mail the other day. And I was like, damn, I forgot I even fucking ordered that. Pre-ordered like fucking a month ago.
If you're like me, you'll get 3 more in about a week.
Bob says I need to grab that ET Steelbook before it's gone. Yep. All right, guys. Moving right along. We are already our number 3.
Yeah,
Take it away, Dr. Ordinary.
All right, here we go. This is the first one of the night, but I have a feeling with the top 2, there's going to be a lot more of these. But here's our first duplicate.
Oh, yeah.
Predator.
Yeah.
There's not
Damn,
much
what
I
is
can
that
say.
release?
The
Yeah.
Steelbook?
I haven't seen that shit. What the hell?
Oh, yeah.
Damn it.
Is that a Mondo?
No.
No.
Fuck.
Yeah, that's badass.
You all right over there?
I forgot to clean that up too. That scorpion died.
I think that was a Best Buy
Right.
book.
Yeah, it was a Best Buy Steelbook. I think it's out of print now.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is sexy as hell.
Hell yeah.
I haven't seen that one.
Not much else I can add that Dirk didn't say already about this movie, other than it's fantastic. It's quotable, start to finish. The other thing I wanted to throw in is, of course, Predator special effects are Stan Winston. I'm a huge special effects
I
nerd.
bring that up. Yeah.
And it's crazy to me that Stan Winston had his hand in this movie. James Cameron apparently led some input on what the Predator should look like to Stan as well, about like the mandibles and stuff. What's really kind of crazy, one other little just trivia tidbit, is that when it came time for the Academy Award to make nominations, obviously this movie came up to be nominated for an Academy Award for special effects or visual effects, but it actually used a combination of both, and they couldn't figure out where to put it, in what category to put it. Ironically, Rick Baker ended up winning the Oscar for special effects for Harry and the Hendersons. Even more ironic was it was Kevin Peter Hall who played Harry in Harry and the Hendersons and both the Predator.
He was also the pilot, or he was in the helicopter
at the end of the not much else. There was one character in this, Poncho, if you've ever seen it. Richard Chavez actually served in Vietnam, which I thought was pretty cool. So he actually had some. Jesse Ventura, if you go look at his stuff, talks about being a Navy SEAL. Jesse Ventura was not a Navy SEAL. He was a frogman. This was before the SEALs were formed. There's a lot of it's maybe semantic debate about it, but I think that's just Jesse Ventura being Jesse Ventura.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was actually, it's called the UDT, the Underwater Demolition Team, or they call them frogmen. They're not SEALs.
Right.
This is from personal experience. But he likes to tell everybody he was a Navy SEAL. He was not a Navy SEAL. But just a great movie. Not much else I can add that Dirk hasn't already said, but if you haven't seen this movie, just quit, get off, go, leave.
But hit that like button before you go.
No, stay.
Fuck you, get out.
Yep, I had a stutter there for a second.
Yeah, man. What can be said about that fucking movie, man? It's just fucking great.
Yeah, and there's a lot of unsung Bill Duke in it. Come on,
yeah,
man.
Bill Duke.
Oh right man, I love Bill Duke, man. That in Commando, he was great in Commando too.
Yeah, says I used to call. He's thinking, well, like he's staring off at himself. I'm just thinking, in his mind, he's got to be saying, I always be shaving. I'm always shaving.
Right? Why am I always shaving him?
Why did you bring a fucking razor into the jungle?
Yeah,
speaking of that razor that he was using, it wasn't a real razor, obviously, but they had to scramble around to figure out a way to make a razor that would basically squirt out blood. So when he sat there and he breaks the razor, you can see blood on his face.
He improvised that scene, and they had to come up with a special effect. You know what's crazy about this movie, though, talking about special effects? If you go back and watch this movie, now a lot of 80s movies for special effects, they don't hold up, and they shouldn't hold up. There's no way they can. But Predator really does. Like the cloaking effects, it doesn't detract from the movie at all. I mean, it's pretty impressive for what they pulled off.
Yeah, and the thermal, like the heat.
Yeah, for what they had to work with at the time, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was groundbreaking, man. I know back when I first seen it, I ain't never seen no shit like that before.
Right.
You know, some of the way they did the Predator and the thermal stuff, that was really unique. All right, Dirk, what you got, man?
All right, man. Well, this son of a bitch is a badass movie, man. And that's The Hitcher.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. Been waiting for that.
Yeah. This is a killer release, too, man. It's all in German. I can't read the shit, but pretty damn cool.
Well, that's cool, man. I got a German media book, too, but it's different than that one. That's cool.
Right. Well, yeah, it's man, this thing covers all kinds of different genres. You can look at it like a slasher. At some parts, it's got like action. Other parts, like heavy action. But to me, that's Rutger Hauer's best role, and C. Thomas Howell too. I think his career pretty much dropped off after Soul Man. I don't think he did much after that. But
Soul Man.
But, yeah, this this movie was inspired from Riders on the Storm by the Doors. That song.
Yeah.
And just like rewatching it. I guess I hadn't seen it in so long, and rewatching it, I was like, son of a bitch, I did not realize, because like John Ryder you know, he's at every place at the right time or at the wrong time, however you look at it. And he's just always getting out of shit. You know, he's fucking shooting helicopters down with a fucking pistol. You know, like just off the wall shit. Like there's a line where Jim he says they'll catch you, and he's like, yeah, sure. So what? Like he just don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
He's like constantly trying to train Jim. It seems like, you know, I think Siskel and Ebert said it was some kind of homosexual shit going on, but I don't see it that way at all. But anyway, fucking great movie. I didn't never think about it before though. I kind of got off topic a little bit. How do y'all feel about it? I think he's like a fucking ghost, man. I don't think he's a real man at all. I think because there's another part where he's in the diner scene is fucking awesome. And he's like, why are you doing this to me? And he's like, you're a smart kid. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Like it never tells you why he's doing this shit. He's fucking just putting him through fucking hell, framing him and shit, puts a bloody knife in his fucking pocket and shit. I mean, I could go on about this movie. It's fucking great.
Puts severed fingers in his fries.
Yeah, he's eating his fries, and it's realistic too, because like there's a part where Jennifer Jason Leigh, she's like trying to shoot at the cops or whatever, because the cops are trying to track him down, and she drops the fucking gun. You know, like you think she's gonna be doing some shit, but nah, she ain't doing no shit. And then they're not falling in fucking love. You know, like they care about each other because they're having to go through this shit together, but they don't have sex or nothing. It's like just I guess their bond was surviving all this shit, you know.
Yeah.
But that seemed pretty realistic because there's so many movies where motherfuckers go through this shit and then they just instantly are in the sack together. They're in love and shit, kind of like Terminator, you know.
Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
Right. Immediately.
But yeah, man, it's I didn't know that shit that it was inspired from The Doors, though. Riders on the Storm. But Rutger Hauer, man, he says, so there's one thing he said. He said, John Ryder, he said, that's a rental company. That's not his name. He said, forget about it. He doesn't exist. He's just a ghost that comes out of the desert sand and starts haunting people. So I was like, damn, okay. Never fucking realized that shit. Yeah, man, that's my number 3 pick, The Hitcher.
Check it out, pick, man.
Damn good pick. Hell yeah.
So deliberately ambiguous. You never find out who he is or what he's doing.
Right, yeah, and it's completely intentional. Yeah.
Yeah, he has no motive. You know, he's just.
I've heard all kinds of things. He's trying to drive C. Thomas Howell crazy so he can continue on. Even after he's gone, he'll do the same shit.
Right.
You know, and
I remember back in the day, people were analyzing the movie thing, thinking that C. Thomas Howell was really his long lost son, and he was.
I remember hearing that.
Strange dad fucking with him, that kind of thing. But I don't see that. But
in the whole truck scene, you know, people swore that they seen that shit happen. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody who hadn't seen it, but you know, the truck scene with Jennifer Jason Leigh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it never shows nothing. It's just sound design, great sound design, and just kind of like shows you, you know, a couple things, but never happened. Kind of like Texas Chainsaw.
I've heard he's the devil on like a Weekend Pass kind of thing, and he possessed a body, and he's just having a good fucking time. I've heard all kinds of things. It's just fun to enjoy. Who gives a shit?
But you know what you're in for with the opening scene, man, with the switchblade right by the eyeball. I got a thing with eyeball shit, and that's just that's intention, man. You know,
yeah. He's telling him, you know what does he say? An eyeball sounds like, or I can't remember what he fucking did. But the fucking teardrop or something like that. Oh yeah, the teardrop rolls down the fucking blade.
And when C. Thomas Howell got that role, he had just got through making The Outsiders. And you know, he said this was the first movie where he knew he had to act. He actually had to come out of his comfort zone and act. Yeah, because he had the starring role, whatever. So he said it was a big change going from The Outsiders to this. And he said Rutger Hauer was really good as far as helping him along and stuff like that, as far as the behind the scenes shit.
He was intimidated about that. He was intimidated.
I watched that German release of my digibook I got, or media book, whatever it is. And I watched the special features, and there's a good interview with C. Thomas Howell in there.
Right. He was too intense. Howard, Rutger Howard. He really genuinely intimidated fucking C. Thomas Howell. Like in that scene, he said that's a real fucking tear. And he's like, man, he had that fucking knife to his eye. He's like, man, don't stab me in my fucking eye, man. He's like,
think too at the
and
time.
Rutger Hauer might.
Rutger Hauer was a big star at the time.
Oh yeah.
And Thomas Howell's done one movie or a couple movies, before that.
A Mickey Mouse movie at that, yeah.
No star.
What'd y'all think about the remake with Sean Bean playing the Rutger Hauer
I really
character?
liked it.
I liked it.
I thought it was good.
People hated on it. I liked it. I thought it was damn good.
It's okay, but comparing it to the original,
you can't compare it to the original. I
think they're kind of two separate movies, though. I mean, I know it's
similar story, but they're pretty different.
Yeah, they definitely have a different undertone to it. There's a lot of different themes between them. I mean, it's the same story, but they're not the same movie. I don't know. I wouldn't put them in the same category. I thought it was well done. I liked it.
They flipped a couple things, which is fine, And
I thought Michael Biehn brings a much different flavor to it too.
Yeah.
You don't want to do a Rutger Hauer impersonation.
Right.
No.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. That's right.
That's my personal favorite role of his too.
Yeah, mine too. I like Blind Fury also. Blind Fury is a fun movie.
Another
big fan of Surviving the
Blade
Game.
Runner is awesome.
Split second, yeah.
All right, man. We're up here, bro.
Shotgun.
Hobo the Shotgun.
I just got that from Umbrella. I need to rewatch that again.
Yeah, it's
been a long time.
Great.
Well, my number 3. I didn't feel like the disc was in there. 1990. Talked about this a million times, but one more fine. Martin Scorsese, Goodfellas.
Yep.
This probably will come up more than once, I would think, but this movie's an icon. I don't know what better way to describe it. I've never met a male person that has ever had a bad word to say about this movie. It's a guy's movie. It's great. It's your classic rise and fall story. The movie follows Henry Hill through his career in organized crime, leading up to the Lufthansa heist, which was a real crime that he was not involved in, but he got paid from somehow. Like the story, the dude wrote his own biography, so I kind of like a little leery of it. But the story did come out great anyway. So whether it's all true or not, who knows? But it's the typical, really fast-paced Scorsese style. I mean, this is a long movie, and it just goes and goes and goes. It's relentless. Doesn't feel like a long movie. So, I mean, to me, that's a very, that's high praise. All the interactions between the mobsters, they're all great. Just the things they say, the details, this is Jimmy 2 times. Who got that name because he says everything twice. I'm going to go get the papers.
Get the papers.
It's just Freddie No Nose. The guy's got a gigantic nose. I mean, it's all the banter is awesome. They're robbing, murdering all over the place together, and they're constantly busting each other's balls, giving each other shit, and they're having a blast doing it. I mean, Joe Pesci, they're hijacking a truck. He's firing the gun out the window like they're cowboys. He's saying like, we'll split up the loot back at the hideout, you sidewinder. Saying shit like from the old movies. Just I love the energy that they brought to this. My favorite scene. Well, it's a series of scenes, but it's my favorite part of the movie, I guess I'd say. And it's iconic. It's the 3 characters: Ray Liotta, Joe Pesci, and De Niro. They brutally murder a mobster from the Gambino family, which they're not. None of them are made. That's a big no-no. Okay, murder, it's not okay for certain people. Whatever. Yeah. At the restaurant, at Ray Liotta's restaurant, and Pesci is covered in fucking blood. Brutally murders this fucking guy. Shoots him. I mean, in the face. They're stomping this dude out. Yeah. It is brutal. But Pesci, covered in blood, turns to Liotta and smiles and says, "I didn't want to get blood on your floor." kind of like laughs a little bit. It's literally pouring off his fucking face. But yeah, I'm worried about the floor. On their way to bury the guy, they stop by Pesci's mother's house, which is actually played by Scorsese's mother. She's in a lot of his movies.
Right.
And she's the perfect little old Italian lady mom. And of course they stop by to get shovels and stuff. And of course they wake her up, and she ends up making them dinner. Right after they fucking murder this guy. I mean, they're stuffing their fucking face. They're drinking wine. They're having a great time. They're laughing, telling jokes. Ray Liotta's character is not eating anything, not saying a fucking word, because he was the only one that was, that's the first time he saw anything like that. And, he's just like, what are you doing? He's looking at them like they're fucking crazy. And they are. They're telling jokes. She painted a painting, and the guy kind of looks similar to the guy they just killed. And they make reference to it right there at the table.
Right, they're laughing about it.
Pesci is covered in fucking blood. And they make up some half-ass story about them hitting a deer in New Jersey.
And I gotta cut off the hoof.
I need to borrow this knife. No, I'll bring it back. I gotta cut the paw off the thing. And Robert and Pesci goes, what's it called? And Robert De Niro goes, the hoof. The hoof. Yeah. It's like everything about it. And the guy, like, there's a shot you can see right through the window, the trunk. And you can kind of hear something like rustling around there. I'm like, you guys just fucking really? You just murdered the shit out of this dude. And it even continues from there when they actually go to bury him. They're burying him. They actually have to dig him up later because they're going to develop the area. So they have to dig him up, and it's been like 6 months or something like that, 6 weeks. So they're digging him up, and the Henry Hill character, Ray Liotta, is like vomiting and throwing up. It's like, it's disgusting. He can't even look at it. And Joe Pesci says, I forget what they say here. I have it here. Joe Pesci's mocking him. He goes, it's like digging for, I forget what he says, but he says, here's a leg. And then he goes, here's a wing. What do you like, Henry? You like the leg or the wing? And then he goes, or do you go for the old hearts and lungs? And he just starts throwing up again. It's like they're constantly breaking each other's balls. It doesn't matter if they murdered somebody or they just stole 500 grand. It's just they seem to be having a blast. Like I said, it's a guy's guy movie. It's timeless. It's once in a generation type thing. It's the quintessential mafia movie, and I doubt anybody hasn't seen it. I'm sure other people might mention it on the stream, but that's my number 3.
They used to have the record for the word fuck, right?
Yeah, used to, and then he broke his own record.
Yeah, with Wolf of Wall Street, yeah.
When it comes to Gangster flicks, man, that's number 1, no doubt.
Yeah.
Go back home and get
fucking
your
shine box.
Yeah. Robert De Niro is good. Everybody knows Robert De Niro, whatever. He's not my favorite. Joe Pesci, again, is
absolutely
icy cold at one point and hilarious at another point. When he's sitting there after the whole spider incident, damn well everybody else is laughing, having a good time. Joe Pesci is not about it at all.
And that whole scene where he's Ray Liotta tells him that you're a funny guy, all that shit. That actually was something happened to Joe Pesci when he was working at a restaurant back in the day. He had told some mobster guy that, and the same kind of thing happened to him. So he kind of used that, and most of that was improvised. And I don't know the whole story, but maybe I don't think Ray Liotta really knew exactly how he was going to play it, whatever. But that whole scene was improvised by Joe Pesci pretty much, and it was based on something that really happened to him. That's my favorite scene in the movie. I love Ray Liotta's laugh is like the best laugh in Hollywood, and that whole scene is it's gold. I fucking love that movie, man.
Having a blast, I love a lot of. There's you can talk a million scenes, but Robert De Niro towards the end, Ray Liotta's fucking falling apart on drugs, and he brings these suppressors over to Robert De Niro's character to try to sell them to Jimmy. And Jimmy opens the door. He's in this fucking baby blue robe. He's got a cigarette in his mouth and these old glasses on. And he's just like, he can't, the cigarette's just hanging out of his mouth. And just the way he's talking to him, he's like, you're not going to pay for this shit? Stop with those fucking drugs. They're turning your mind into mush. And just slams the door in his face. I don't know, man. That every time I lose it watching that. But there's a lot of, it's endless, man.
Yeah, I agree, man. It's awesome. Great pick.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Brian.
Number 4, or number 3? Yeah, number 3 for me is Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah.
Oh, good pick.
Michael Keaton classic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, the Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis, they died and whatever, and their bodies are like left in this house as spirits, and the new family runs in, and they're really annoying, and so they conjure up Beetlejuice to take care of them, to get them kick them out of the house. Basically, it doesn't really work too well, but it's pretty funny. Michael Keaton's great role in this, one of his best roles ever, even though he's only in the movie for 14 and a half minutes. But 90% of his stuff in this movie is ad-lib, which is fun to see in the trivia facts here. Pretty much everybody in the movie plays great. Baldwin, Gina Davis, Jeffrey Jones, Winona Ryder, again. Catherine O'Hara is great in here too, as the mom, and I don't know, just everybody plays well with each other, and always love this movie. There's a funny the scene where Beetlejuice eats the fly is a tribute to the horror film The Fly from '58, because Gina Davis starred in The Fly '86. Michael Keaton himself was offered the role in The Fly remake, and he turned it down. When Beetlejuice pulls the fly underground, you can hear the fly screaming, help me," from the infamous
Right.
'58 movie. Whenever she's wearing the red dress or whatever, that's supposed to be a bad thing to do whenever you're going to a wedding. And what the fuck? My fucking shit's all crazy.
It's like a whore, right?
Yeah, it's Married and Better Off Dead. That's the that's what it, and then it also it's one of the PG movies in the PG-13 era, once PG-13 came out, that actually says fuck in it. Other ones being Spaceballs, Big, and Caddyshack 2. The visual effects budget was just $1 million, a major factor in Tim Burton deciding to make the effects look as tacky and B-movie as possible. Whenever they made the snake sequence, it was a different looking snake, and whenever they cast Michael Keaton to be the role, and then went back and made the snake look more like Beetlejuice. But yeah, this movie's just always great. Towards the end of the movie, whenever Beetlejuice is he's in the waiting room and he's rubbing those the pair of legs on the waiting room.
Yeah.
That was Tim Burton's girlfriend back then. So he's rubbing Tim Burton's girlfriend's leg. But yeah,
Oh, the guy with the shrunken head. Shrunken head's funny to me.
Yeah, the voodoo doll guy who makes his head shrink too.
Yeah.
But yeah, infamous, quotable movie. Nice fucking model.
Right. Nice fucking model.
Yeah. I don't know. Beetlejuice is just like a fucking scumbag host the most. He's a lovable guy, but you love to hate him too. I love Jeffrey Jones in here too. That guy gets a lot of hate nowadays, but I always liked him back in the day. Whenever they're singing Deo at the daylight coming on the dinner table, it's always a great scene. The guy who plays Otho is pretty fucking funny too.
Yeah, he's a great like third character in that.
Yeah.
We put him in the leisure suit.
He's also in Heather's too, in a small role.
Yeah, he's got a very small role. Yeah.
But yeah, Beetlejuice.
Catherine O'Hara in that movie I thought was hilarious. She's all whacked out on Valium all the time. They're trying to like scare her, and she's trying to turn them off like they're the TV.
I love the model that they have of the town upstairs in the attic and everything. That's really cool, and just the whole layout of their house and everything. I think in the beginning of the movie, I think it is a model before they show the actual house. So yeah, Beetlejuice.
Oh yeah, man.
Great movie.
Yeah. Great pick, man. All right. Well, my number 3 is going to be one of my favorite Stephen King films that come to film. That's Misery.
Oh yeah.
And hell yeah.
You got the Scream Factory. Got the Scream Factory one here with back when they actually did fucking reversible slips.
Those bastards.
Reverse work. So
Hey, don't be
this-
talking
this,
shit about Scream Factory.
Yeah. Yeah, no Scream Factory hate.
oh, you know I ain't gonna do that. But that artwork is just great, man. It's one of my favorite
I love that
collection
artwork.
editions
Oh, yeah.
they put out, man. Just great.
Oh,
This 4K is, if you ain't seen the 4K yet, man, it's badass. But this movie came out in 1990, directed by Rob Reiner. I'm a big Rob Reiner fan. He had previously done Stand By Me, and so this is the second Stephen King work, whatever that he had directed. Movie stars James Caan, one of my favorites, rest in peace, Kathy Bates, and Richard Farnsworth. Richard Farnsworth plays the old guy, whatever. He's great in this. There's a lot of notes on this. I kind of just picked out the ones I thought were the most interesting. James Caan once showed. This shows what a great guy he is. James Caan once showed up on the set hungover, and all the scenes he shot that day were unusable. So Rob Reiner, not wanting to upset James Caan, being such a legend, he told James Caan he had to do the scenes again because there was a problem in the lab with the film. When James Caan learned it had nothing to do with the labs, it was because he was hungover. He offered to cover the money the studio lost because of him fucking up, which I thought was kind of cool. One of Stephen King's first typewriters had a malfunctioning N key. If you know in the movie, the typewriter that Paul Sheldon uses has a missing N key.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that.
Just like the one Paul in the movie, the novel, the typewriter also is a T and E keys. The typewriter also drops its T and E keys. Those two letters are second and first most commonly used in the English language, respectfully making Paul's job even tougher. Stephen King was initially reluctant to sell the film rights to Misery because he was skeptical that a Hollywood studio would make a movie faithful to his vision. However, King was impressed with the adaptation of his works whenever he did Stand By Me, and agreed to sell Misery under the provision that Rob Reiner would either produce or direct the film. James Caan and Kathy Bates clashed over their acting methods. Caan believed as little rehearsal as possible. Bates, with her theater background, was used to practicing a lot. When she commented to Rob Reiner that James Caan was not attempting to relate or listen to her, Reiner told her to use that frustration towards her character. In 1991, Kathy Bates became the first woman to win an Oscar for Best Actress in a horror or thriller film. The first performer to win an Oscar for a horror film was Frederick March for his performance of the title character in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in 1931. Mm-hmm. The only other winners for acting in a horror film were Ruth Gordon for her performances of Mia Farrow's new neighbor with a hidden agenda in Rosemary's Baby, won Best Actress in a supporting role. Anthony Hopkins and Jodie Foster for Best Actor and Best Actress in Silence of the Lambs, and Natalie Portman for Best Actress in Black Swan. Annie Wilkes was ranked the 17th most iconic villain in the American Film Institute's list of 100 heroes and villains. And consider this was her breakout role. That's pretty fucking impressive. Right. And here's something that's interesting here. Bill Murray was originally considered to play Paul Sheldon. I actually would love to see that, by the way. Bill Murray, could you imagine?
Bill Murray would have drove her fucking crazy. They had to reverse it.
From what we've heard about Bill Murray in the last 5 years, he would have been right up his alley.
Yeah. But this movie was a really hard movie for James Caan to shoot. He had to spend, I don't know, it was 15, I can't remember, it was 15 weeks, I think it was. He had to pretty much lay in that bed. And he just had a real hard time shooting the film. But this movie is just fucking great. I mean, Annie Wilkes is just such a great character. She's just crazier than hell. And James Caan, the way he plays this guy, he just plays this character to a fucking T. You couldn't make this movie. This movie would not be as good with any other actors. I couldn't imagine anybody else playing these two roles. It's just such a fucking good movie, and it's kind of funny. The first time I seen this movie, I always make this joke. Whatever. Me and my first wife, our first date was a double date. We went and seen this with some friends of ours, and it's just funny that my first movie we went and seen was Misery. We were married for 7 years, got divorced. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny.
We call that foreshadowing.
Foreshadowing, yeah.
But no, I mean, me and her get along fine. Nothing against her. I just think it's funny that our first movie was Misery. But anyway, it's always been a favorite of mine. It's such a rewatchable fucking movie. You care about the characters. The old couple, love them to death. I mean, they're not in it a whole lot, whatever. But anytime they're on the screen, I love all their back and forth. It's just a rewatchable movie. Rob Reiner is one of my favorite directors. I wish he did more stuff now. But anything he's ever done, I've always been a fan of. And I can't say enough about it, guys. That's Misery. One of my favorites of his adaptations to put the film.
I got a big problem with that fucking movie.
What's up? I figured you probably did. What you got?
Yeah.
That movie
I'll be right back, yeah.
Allegedly, now James Caan allegedly was Michael Mann's first choice for Macaulay in Heat, and he got De Niro because James Caan was busy with Misery. I would have
Well,
loved
that
to
would have
see.
been interesting.
I would have loved to see James Caan as
Oh,
Macaulay.
yeah.
in Heat.
Yeah, that would have been good.
That
already
might
played
that
similar
might have
role in
actually make me like Heat.
Yeah. Well, William Peterson as Al Pacino's character from Manhunter,
Right.
and then James Caan as
James
Macaulay.
Caan. Yep.
Yeah.
As
That
great as
would've
that
been
would have been, I wouldn't want that. If I had to remove him from Misery, I wouldn't replace him. I
Couldn't do
wouldn't,
both.
because I mean, I don't know. I love his character in fucking Misery, man. It's just great.
Yeah.
Just like in the opening sequence, that one scene where she smashes the fucking chair over the bed. Just his reaction, man. It's such
Yeah,
good
he
fucking
looks
acting.
like he's legitimately thinks she's gonna fucking hit her.
Right.
She's gonna hit him with it.
And you see how fucked up like his legs are in the
wing
bed
up.
when they first expose his legs and see how fucked up they are. And when he falls out of the bed, I mean, the way you could feel his fucking pain, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's really good acting. Really good
It's
acting.
cock-a-doodle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You never got out of the cock-a-doodle car. Yeah, she was crazy as fucking sprayed roach, dude. But
she shows up at his door at the middle of the night, just got a gun in her hand.
Right.
Oh, I just kind of woke up with it.
you know, after she breaks his fucking legs and she waves at him outside the window, all happy, he just shoots her a fucking bird. First time I seen that, man, it killed me. It was so funny. And,
Oh shit.
yeah, man. All right, guys, we'll get caught up on the chat here, man. I love that movie so fucking much. I might go watch it again.
That's a
maybe
great
tomorrow.
pick, man. That really is a great pick.
All right. Sorry, guys, trying to find where we left off here.
I think Tommy was telling me that's his all-time favorite movie, or one of his all-time. Like, he's big on that movie. It's great. I mean, I've watched it 1,000 times.
If you like that, that'd be my top 50 for sure.
Yeah.
I thought everybody's looking at me.
No. Pressure.
Right.
Pressure. All right, I think that's where we left off at. All right,
Play
4K
the
media
intro.
guys.
Play the intro again. Play the intro again. What do you find?
Yeah, I have plenty of time. I'll play that bitch again. Right? All right, 4K saying hey to Brian, and he says, "Say what's up, Brian, and fuck the rest of y'all." What's up, 4K media?
4K media others.
Cindy says my number 3 movie is Beverly Hills Cop Part 2. Yeah, that's a good one. Eddie Murphy, Judge Reinhold, and John Ashton, directed by Tony Scott. R.I.P. Axel Foley is back where he doesn't belong. Yeah, Part 2 is a lot of fun, man. That's I even like kind of like, I ain't gonna say I like Part 3. Part 3 drops off a lot. But it's got some parts that are funny in it, but first 2 were fucking great. They were great.
Judge Reinhold, Billy, we got to talk. Everything he fucking does, everybody's like, what the hell are you doing?
All right, Caveman, let's see everyone's shirts.
I should have said,
Mine's
let's
nothing
see
special, just a basic Halloween shirt. Nothing special.
Oh, you gonna read that?
Andyville bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are awesome. Brian says, fuck y'all.
I ain't showing you shit.
Brian, I think you probably got the coolest shirt, man. What you got?
Oh yeah,
Brian always has the coolest damn
the
shirt.
fucking demons shirt.
Hell yeah.
Oh hell yeah!
Oh,
Fucking badass.
I thought Brad's problem with Misery was because Kathy Bates didn't show her tits.
yeah. You see those in About Schmidt, man, which is underrated comedy.
That's true.
Yeah, About Schmidt is great.
I love that first 30
That's
minutes.
actually-
That
that's
first
a
30
great
minutes
damn
of
movie.
About Schmidt is some of the funniest stuff you will ever see in your life.
It really is. And
Becoming a fucking older guy about Schmidt's a depressing fucking movie, man.
Yeah, hell
Just
yeah,
like-
it is.
oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of people miss that movie, and that's actually a great damn movie.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Ryan came over today and we watched the movie. Ryan, that shirt that you wore today, when I first seen it, I was like, fuck, what's that shirt from? And it took me a minute. Tell them about your shirt you had on today when you came over. It was from,
I'll show it here in a minute. We'll see
Okay.
if everybody else picks up on it.
There you go. It took me a minute to pick up on what it was. You guys will probably get it right away. Gizmo said, even the opening with Earth and the spaceship looks amazing. All right, Jay, what's up, guys? Glad I didn't miss this. Appreciate you being here, JS.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Gizmo said the Hitcher has so many cool poster arts. I had so high hopes for that remake with Sean Bean, but I thought it was bad compared with the original.
Yeah, comparing it to the original,
I wouldn't compare it to the original, but I like it for what it is. You know, I
mean, it's fun, you know, but no comparison for sure.
No comparison at all. Gizmo says, I've been looking for the Black Christmas 2006 release on Blu-ray. Do you know who has it, and if it is still possible to get for a decent price?
No,
that's probably going to be not available.
There's some kind of German release, isn't there? Blu-ray for 2006 Black Christmas.
Yeah, there's a media book, I believe.
A media book, yeah. I've seen it somewhere. I think Tony has it in Basement Blues.
Yeah,
but
I'll look it up.
Yeah, but there's no U.S. Well, he's from fucking Norway, so.
Norway.
I have the Canada.
I'm not sure if there's a Norwegian release. All right, JS says, Hitcher, fuck yeah. Caveman said, at Brian, remember, I think the first mechanical owl I remember seeing was in the Clash of the Titans.
I was thinking that shit too.
Yeah.
Titans. I don't know though. What year did Clash of the Titans come out? Probably
that would have been late 70s, early 80s, I think, right?
Yeah.
But that was
I was thinking that shit, but I wasn't for sure.
That was a mechanical looking owl. This is supposed to be a real one.
That was practical, right?
Yeah.
That was practical.
That was practical.
Yeah.
All right, scholars, I can't wait for the second site release to come out.
The Predator.
The Hitcher.
The Hitcher. We've all been waiting for fucking 2 years for that second site Hitcher.
All right, Jay said the opening score and shot the Hitcher really sets the stage. I love the score.
Yeah, the score is fucking amazing.
Jay says, also when Howard gets up after he gets tossed out of the car for the first time, the camera zooms in and pans up. Classic stuff. Yeah, that's a great shot.
Yeah, it is.
I love Howard and Blind Fury. Yep.
That was done on a dolly, like sandbags on a dolly, and dude was fucking good. That was bad.
If you guys happen to get that German media book, check out the special features, man. They do have a lot of good stuff on that.
There's a lot of shit. Yeah.
All right, Caveman said I love Blind Fury. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, man. I like that one too. Gizmo says there's no nudity or sex in the Hitcher, but she does get ripped in half by 2 semi-trucks.
Well, there's
spoiler alert.
There you go, buddy.
He doesn't have time to fuck.
Other movies would have done it though.
Shit.
That scene in the diner. That scene in the diner when he's eating the fries and he of course picks up the finger.
Yeah.
For the longest time, anytime you go to a steakhouse, you get them big steak fries, and it's always in my head.
Yeah.
So it's got to be a memorable scene that sticks there.
Yeah.
But all right, seen that one. Caterpillar Dog, what's going on? Wolf, happy Halloween, y'all.
Yeah.
Same to you, buddy. All right, City said Goodfellas, great movie. Gizmo said Goodfellas is amazing. The 4K was incredible, one of the best so far. I know people were shitting on it, but I love the colors.
Never seen the 4K.
I've seen the 4K. I have no problem.
Oh, that was the 4K. Yeah.
So I thought the 4K was fine.
No, it's a Blu-ray.
I watched 4K 2 or 3 times, and it don't bother me.
It's just a black case. Okay.
Yeah. Muhammad said, "Is Goodfellas all your guys' favorite Scorsese movie?"
No, Cape Fear is my favorite Scorsese.
It's going to be a toss-up between that one or the fucking Leonardo DiCaprio.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Wolf of Wall Street. One of those two. I'm a big Wolf of Wall Street fan. But Goodfellas probably, at the end of the day, is probably going to be Goodfellas.
Goodfellas is a better movie for me than Cape Fear. I just like Cape Fear more. But the better movie is Goodfellas.
That's kind of about the same way with me, Wolf of Wall Street. I'm about the same way. This Goodfellas.
I know I'm in the minority.
The Departed too. Fuck. I don't know, man. There's some good ones.
I'm in the minority. Mine's probably going to be Taxi Driver.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of people that would say that's his best.
Yeah, right. I think a lot of people would say,
If you guys want to see us talk about Scorsese, we got a Scorsese stream out there where we talk about his top 5.
Yeah.
So it's back on my channel. Some might be on Brian's channel too. I don't remember.
I didn't do that one.
No. All right. Well, let's see. Anthony says my number 3 is RoboCop. Paul Verhoeven is the master of directing these sci-fi action films. The social commentary is done so well every time they cut to the new anchors. The action is bloody as all hell. Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's always an element of propaganda in his movies. You got to go back to to the story, or he's just very undersung director.
One thing I remember about RoboCop is I had just back in the day I had just got a fucking Ford Probe. Ford Probes had just fucking come out, and I think they only made them for like 5 years. But I had got one, and I thought it was badass. I was high on it, and I remember seeing that movie, and they used the Ford Probe and kind of made it more futuristic as a futuristic car. I just remember seeing that. I had just got one, and I'm like, oh shit, that's badass. But it was the biggest piece of shit I ever owned. So, my first wife ended up totaling the car. Nobody was hurt, but thank God. I put like 5 alternators on that bitch, and nobody could figure out why. Kept blowing alternators. But biggest piece of fucking garbage ever made.
All right, Alan, calm down.
They're over. They don't make them anymore. Relax.
Done.
You'll never drive one again.
35 years ago, you're still bitching about it.
Right?
It was an 89 Ford Probe. Caveman Movies and More says, who here thinks that we would have seen Joe Pesci would have died before Ray Liotta, rest in peace. He was in a great TV series, only lasted 3 seasons with Jennifer Lopez, called Shades of Blue. Yeah, I never watched that. We'll have to go back and watch it now, though.
I've never heard.
I just watched the movie called Black Crow, I think it's called, or it's a show. It's an Apple TV original. This guy, it's the last thing I think Ray Liotta did, and I didn't realize how old he had gotten. Man, he looks real bad in that because he's playing the guy that just had a stroke.
He looked rough in that.
Yeah,
he looks looking like hell in the Sopranos movie.
Yeah,
I remember the first shit I've seen him, Ray Liotta.
I still haven't seen the Sopranos movie either.
I hadn't.
No Escape.
Yeah,
was the first
I got that coming in. It might already be here. I got a shitload of boxes I got to do an update video on. It might be one of these fucking boxes. Ryan seen my boxes. They came in and went, God damn. And Ryan, by the way, Chris my wife walked in here this afternoon about an hour before I started the stream. And I'm trying to like lean back so she won't see the fucking boxes. And she's like, what in the hell?
It literally looks like an Amazon distribution warehouse and
I got
like at his feet.
I got 22 boxes sitting there.
Replacement issue.
22 boxes is what I got sitting beside me right now.
There's a disc replacement issue on No Escape.
God,
is it really?
But luckily, it's only the DVD, so fuck it. Who gives a shit, right?
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck about the DVD. They can throw that bitch out the window. I can care less. All right. Wild Wrangler said it's showtime. Gizmo said production designer on Beetlejuice, Bo Welch, has done so many amazing movies. I think Burton gets all the credit, but he is really the person who made Burton. Hollow says number 3 is They Live. 5-minute fight scene. They seemed like 15 minutes when I first watched it. Man, that's huge fan of that. I'll put that movie just to watch that fight scene.
Yeah.
Caveman says Shades of Blue can be watched on Freevee streaming. Gizmo said, in my opinion, that is. Misery is a pretty good movie. All right, Muhammad said that foot-breaking scene in Misery is brutal. Yeah, it really is.
It's hard to watch.
Yeah.
Andy says, I would.
In the book that she cuts him off.
Yeah. And originally shot, they showed both in the original. They cut it out of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Some bitches. And like on film anyway. They cut it out of the movie though.
Yeah, I remember seeing that in theaters the first time, man. Getting the theater reaction the first time they showed that, it was that was fucked up.
Yeah.
It still is, but that was a fucked up first time watch.
Everybody cringed at that shit.
Same. Yeah. Yes, it fucked me up too. First time I seen it.
All right, Andy said, I would have never guessed that Beetlejuice has such a small budget. Yeah, I didn't know that either. It looks amazing, very impressive makeup and practical effects.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
My favorite scene of that movie is when he fucking honks his junk twice with a sound effect.
Right. Nice fucking model.
Gizmo said, I believe Andy Wilkes is based on my ex.
We have the same ex? That's crazy.
Andy says, I love it when James Caan is shoving the paper in the bait's mouth and telling her to eat it, you bitch.
Oh, yeah.
You choke on it. Gizmo said, there is no tits in Misery. Thank God for that. There was. They just didn't pan down enough. They were hanging down.
Can you imagine, man? She's on top of him, riding him and shit. You know?
You're going to shoot from the floor.
Like he wakes up. He's like, oh, shit. Man.
All right, Dirk. We just got a really dark inside of Dirk's mind there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hey,
why
Brad
no love for
warned you,
Heat?
man. Brad
Hey.
got to have it, you know.
We just hit the wall.
Absolutely, man. Okay, so why no love for Heat? De Niro and Pacino version, not the Sandra Bullock, is trash though.
I have a very love-hate
I don't
thing
know.
with Heat. Just leave it at that.
I have not rewatched it since I got the 4K in. It's probably been 5 years since I've seen it, so I'm going to leave my opinion out of it until I rewatch it.
Probably
But I
'cause
remember
the storyline
liking it.
makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Al Pacino's character is all over the damn place.
No, man, detectives act like that. What are you talking about?
Get a great ass!
Right.
Oh, I don't know.
You got your head all the way up it.
Ugh.
JNS says Khan and Heat would be interesting. He at least looks like a more believable Macaulay. I love De Niro in that though.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
listen, De
Kilmer-
Niro does what De Niro does. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just I think it should have been more serious, and it should have been less family dynamics, and it should have been more about the crime. And it's a crime movie after all. But
It's a crime movie. The whole fucking thing was about the crime. Like, why do we even
why do we
care
need
about
Natalie
that?
Portman in it at all? She's just shaking
Yeah.
her head as she's delivering the lines and all that. Like, what does that add to it at all? I
That's
don't know.
just to get the families in there. I guess. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
Michael Mann, right?
Michael
Yeah.
Mann, studio pressure. I guarantee it was studio pressure. They're right behind him. It's a very expensive movie. Think of everybody that's in it.
Oh yeah, look. I mean, right.
They shoot a full-blown shootout in downtown Los Angeles that takes fucking 20 minutes. You know, I mean, you imagine days and days and days. I mean, it was very expensive.
Yeah,
so a lot
cutting
of
blocks
people-
off and streets and shit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just John Voight has like a cameo in it, basically. And at the time, John Voight was, John Voight. I mean, it's
It's
just
huge, right?
big money movie and a big money pressure, I guess.
I still think Kilmer's the best in that movie,
Val Kilmer's really good in it. Oh yeah,
in my opinion.
Wild Wranglers and James Caan's foot like a swinging door.
yeah. When she climbed.
JS says De Niro would have been hilarious in Misery.
Yeah, swap them out.
I don't give a fuck if you break my leg or not.
Right? You gonna break my foot? My foot? You gonna break my foot?
Break my foot.
JS says Black Christmas is getting a German Blu-ray mid-November from Euro Video.
I think there's something out already. I think that's it's got really cool art on it. Check Tony's channel, Basement Blues. Or
Okay.
I know he's got it.
Okay, let's say Clash of the Titans was released in 1981. The remake was 2010. Didn't the remake have Liam Neeson in it? I never seen it.
Yeah,
The remake was terrible.
Yeah,
That's what I heard.
I wasn't happy.
I keep mixing that up with that movie Immortals with Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
Are they related? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
No, well, not really.
All right. Caveman said, did you know that the Probe was supposed to replace the Mustang? Yeah, how'd that work out? Yeah, what a fucking piece of shit car that was.
I mean, who calls a car a Probe?
Alien.
All right, he said, I need to leave you for Heat. Have a great stream on Titties, guys. Best from Norway.
Ryan's a fucking doctor. He doesn't even like the Probe.
Right? Did you pull your probe into the garage? Oh, I probed the garage, all right.
It says, Pops, are you going for all the VHS slips now? Wild guess.
VHS slips for.
I'm guessing you're talking about like the throwback slips that they're
Well,
making.
I got all those one from fucking Mill Creek.
Yeah, Mill Creek.
Yeah. So I got most of those except for the Walmart ones they put out that I never knew about. Caveman says, but current owners of the Mustang started a major Roy test, so they kept the Mustang and relabeled it.
Protest, probably.
Protest.
Yeah,
My Blu-ray says, I have seen Misery many times, and I still have to close my eyes with a sledgehammer. Yeah.
Oh,
It definitely makes you cringe.
Mm-hmm.
Jay says, I just look at its character development. That makes me like it more when shit goes down. Talking about Heat.
I don't think it's the characters. I think it's the writing for the characters.
The writing, their choices.
It just
Bobby De Niro's character is always preaching. You have to be disciplined. You got to be able to walk out on anything. When the heat comes down, you got to go. Except for when he gets the heat on him,
Right.
He's got
Yeah,
a whole
I mean,
fucking
it
list
just
of shit to do before he leaves town. You
Yeah,
know, he's got to go get his
very
bid.
much.
He's got to go murder 3 people. You know, he's got to, you know, and then
there's
these
all
two
this extemporaneous shit in it that has nothing to do with the character development. I just
fucking, you got Pacino and his wife arguing about him being late for fucking dinner, and Pacino looks like an elderly lesbian in it. It's
Yeah,
just like everything about it makes no fucking sense. He dresses like he's 22.
and his character is all over the place. His character doesn't match his writing. It's oh.
No, he's just like, and
He
he's like,
annoys
we're gonna
the
get him.
shit out of me.
He's relentless. 3 marriages, he won't stop, and then and then he just goes, all right, go home. I'm done. He's gone. Go home.
Right.
Like,
Well, that's it. That's it.
5 minutes ago, you were like, Mister, your marriage just falls apart. You don't care. I don't know. It's a goddamn inconsistent mess.
All right. Cayman said proctologist wanted all of the probes.
Yeah.
JS says the Mill Creek and the Lionsgate VHS slips. Yeah, I got majority of the Mill Creek ones, whatever. The Lionsgate VHS slips. Brian, help me out on that one.
Those are
Do I have those?
Those are the Walmart ones.
Okay, yeah, I don't have those.
They're Lionsgate.
He's got to go to his inventory, man. Brian?
Yeah, Brian knows what I got more than I do, I think. He's my backup. So if I'm curious if I want something or not. JS says, yeah, he gets a chick and throws them off course. That's the difference.
Yeah.
Well, he starts dating a 22-year-old cashier at a fucking bookstore. You know what I mean? Like this is an ultra serious criminal. You know, takes no risk. Like, oh, young girl. She won't call the FBI.
Yeah, it doesn't fit his character. It's that for somebody that cautious.
Fucks her the first fucking night. Leaves her at his fucking house to go plan a heist. The guy just rummage through all my shit, honey. Don't look at these plans for this bank job we're planning over here. Just let yourself out. Here's a good glass of water. Like, I don't. Fall 11, 2 seconds are going to run away to New Zealand together. And she goes, sure, I'll go with you to New Zealand and leave everything behind and never come back.
Yeah.
Did you meet Friday?
She ain't got to worry about nothing.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to go on to our second pick here.
Here we go.
Our number 2 pick.
So before we get to that, this is the shirt I had on earlier.
Oh, fuck yeah. American
Psycho. Gallon a minute. It's one of my favorite all-time shirts.
I got it.
Garcia.
Nobody goes there anymore.
Garcia.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to get in. You have to have reservations.
Yeah. Get a reservation.
You stupid bastard.
Stupid fucking bastard.
Yeah.
Goodfellas. Not much I can say about it that Brad didn't say. You know what's funny about this movie? This might be my favorite Scorsese movie, and what the reason I think is this: Henry Hill. If you really look at what Henry Hill was, he really wasn't a major character in the mob scene. He was minuscule, but his personality, his egocentricity, really wanted him to build himself up to more than what he was. And if you really take Scorsese's sort of the way he directs Ray Liotta, that all of that comes out in the wash, and it's like that whole scene where like Henry Hill is taking Lorraine Bracco into the Copacabana and really kind of playing himself up more than he's actually achieved at that point. This is still early in his mob career, and that really just kind of shows you how much he thinks of himself, but he's not the player that he thinks he is. And I think that was the real Henry Hill. You know, and it's just, for example, one of the trivia things I found is that there was a guy that played an actual U.S. district attorney. He played himself in the movie. And he said one of the things that was left out of the movie was the real Henry Hill is sitting in front of him with his wife, wanting to go into witness protection. And right outside the door of his office was 2 of Henry Hill's mistresses that he wanted to bring into witness protection with him. I mean, that tells you everything you need to know about that guy. And so it just if you kind of watch the progression of the movie and you really kind of like how Ray Liotta's character, how Henry Hill plays out against like Paul Sorvino and those other guys, and how overblown it is. It's a very subtle Scorsese way to kind of show you, to capture what his like that true like sociopathic, I'm this big badass guy in the mafia world. when he really wasn't. But he was surrounded by these guys who were huge characters. And that's where you get your Joe Pesci and your Paul Sorvino and your Robert De Niro. And so that's just my take on Goodfellas. And that's why it's a close match with Taxi Driver. It's probably Goodfellas is probably still my all-time favorite Scorsese movie for a number of reasons. It's a great movie. It's my number 2.
Yeah,
man.
Can't argue with that.
Nope,
He's really
not a bit.
the narrator more than anything. I mean, the story is happening around him.
Right.
And he's not involved in any of the heists.
He really isn't.
How long was that damn movie? I remember the VHS, man. It was 2 tapes, and I mean it's like 3 hours, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it flies by. I mean,
it's 2 hours and 25 minutes. Is the runtime.
Okay, I remember 2 VHS tapes. I remember that shit though, because you had to, and it was just flies by though, man.
Yeah.
But that's a good point though, Brad, because that narration really is like a huge part of this movie. And that really kind of shows you how circumferential he is to all the action that's actually going on.
Yeah. And like I said, he doesn't want to murder people. He's appalled by murder
character. Yeah.
And there's a reason that Jimmy Conway didn't kill him, because he was nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
The other guys, the gangsters, he killed the gangsters instead of paying them. Henry Hill, he didn't even worry about him.
Well, I read somewhere that in an interview just before Henry Hill died, somebody said, how did you live this long? And he said, I don't know how I lived this long, because that's the number one rule, that you don't rat people out. Apparently, in the mafia world, they all think the reason he lived this long is because he really wasn't anybody.
Yeah.
He wrote a biography to make himself bigger than he really was. And so he really wasn't a threat to anybody.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, there's a lot of questions whether, reality. All I know is the book that came out, the screenplay, made for a great story. To me, it's a work of fiction. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, I look at it that way too. There was what was the second? I know Nicholas Pileggi's wife wrote there was another movie about Henry Hill and witness protection that he didn't like. My Blue Heaven or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think that I've never seen it, but I have a feeling that was probably a lot more revealing to what the real Henry Hill was like.
He was a drugged out freak and all that stuff. We got kicked out of witness protection for doing crimes and shit in Omaha, Nebraska, and then he moved to it's on the edge of Nebraska. I've been to the fucking town. It's a shithole. I don't know. It's a nowhere. I can't remember. It's a nowhere fucking town. And he had a little Italian restaurant there, and that was it.
Yeah. I know Henry Hill said the movie was, 90 to 95%, accurate. He said the one big thing that was different was Joe Pesci's character. The guy he played was actually a really big, like hulking guy or whatever, not a small guy like Joe
huge,
Pesci.
Yeah.
But
I don't know. So it's classic Scorsese dialogue. He basically let the actors write their own dialogue. I mean, it's.
Oh yeah.
Tons, and everybody's eating constantly.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
There's always food.
Yeah, Italian guy making an Italian movie.
If I have to go to prison, I want to go to prison with them. These motherfuckers are eating good.
I heard
the razor blade.
The razor blade on the garlic, and
right.
Don't put too many onions in it. But the prison situation, I guess, was better than they showed on screen. They had to make it shittier. So
that's not surprising for some reason.
Can't do that anymore. There's cameras now, so
right.
Yeah. All right, Dirk, you're up, buddy.
All right, my number 2 is gonna be Full Metal Jacket, man.
Yeah.
Thing I love about Kubrick, man, he doesn't tell the audience how they should feel, And in this movie, man, R. Lee Ermey is the fucking standout. He should have won the fucking Academy Award for this fucking role.
I love he's got a jelly donut on the back there.
Yeah, a jelly donut. I fucking love that shit. But man. The way I look at this movie, though, it's just my interpretation. It's probably a lot of people's, but it's all about the duality of man and like transformations and shit that happen. Because in the first half of the movie, you see them going through boot camp, and it's like it's all about the dehumanization part of it. Like they have no identity. They're stripped. Like the Corps molds them to be fucking killers, soldiers. You know. I don't know, Ryan. I don't know your take on it, but that's just how I see it. And then when they get to the field of battle, it's like you've seen Joker go through boot camp and stripped of his identity and everything, but he's still holding on to some shit because he's got "Born to Kill" on his fucking helmet, and he's got the peace sign pin, you know, and he's getting shit about it. He like comes into his own, I guess, when they're in Vietnam. He's getting shit from a colonel or whatever, or a sergeant or whatever.
Yeah, he was a colonel.
He was a colonel. Yeah, he's getting shit from him about the, you know, that's supposed to be some kind of something cute or some shit. I can't remember exactly what he says, but and he even says it's like the duality of man. But just great fucking movie. The Vincent D'Onofrio, is that how you say his name?
D'Onofrio.
D'Onofrio. He basically said this movie made his whole fucking career, you know. And he was like a bouncer, I think, at a nightclub. Just that fucking head scene, like the whole time he's just like some kind of fuck up, you know, goofball. Nobody fucking likes him. And the transformation fucking happens. He's done had enough, you know, in the head scene or whatever. But Private Joker's shirt when they get to Paris Island reveals his real name, J.T. Davis. It's a deliberate reference to James T. Davis, the first official recognized U.S. casualty in Vietnam. He was killed in 1961. I didn't know that shit, but probably, yeah. I mean, I think Arlie Ermy has the best quotes, best lines in the whole fucking movie. He was a real drill instructor. He was hired for technical advisor, but he took the role, basically. He basically took the fucking role because and he wrote it. He's like the only actor too that wrote his own dialogue in a Kubrick film. Kubrick just liked so much of the shit he said. He's like, what the fuck does that mean? Like the whole, you know, Kubrick even stopped and like yelled at him. He's like, hey, what the hell is that? When he's saying, you're the type of guy that fuck another guy in the ass and not give him a proper reach around or whatever. And he's like, he had to explain that shit to Kubrick, what the fuck that meant. But
you climb obstacles like old people fuck.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much shit from Arlie Ermy, man. But that one scene where like they're in the head when Private Joker's like, are those live rounds? He's like 7.62 millimeter full metal jacket. That's just fuck, man. The transformation. I keep going back to that, but that fucking scene, man. That's
a powerful scene.
He turns into a goddamn monster right then, you know. But great fucking movie, man. My number 2. If you haven't seen Full Metal Jacket, check that shit out for Arlie Ermy, man.
Yeah.
Alone.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, many times I've popped that movie back in just to watch the first 15, 20 minutes of it. You know, just to watch that. If I just want to pop it in for a minute or whatever, it's
How tall are you?
Movie's great.
And I
didn't know
that shit that high.
Yeah, right. And I forgot to add this at the end of the movie. It fucked me up the first time. I was like, what the fuck are they doing this? All the soldiers are singing the fucking Mickey Mouse song.
Mickey Mouse Club, yeah.
Right. So this rewatch and listening to everything and researching shit like I did, it was basically them trying to go back to their boys, to their childhood because of all the shit they witnessed. You know, it's kind of helped them deal with everything that they witnessed over in Vietnam. But it's a powerful fucking movie, man. A lot of people consider it the most accurate depiction of Vietnam. But
I like when Arlie Army hears that Joker's going into journalism. He's, who the fuck you think you are, Mickey Spillane? Everything he does, that movie's gold now.
Right.
Who's the cocksucker who just signed his own death warrant?
Kubrick and his, I wrote this down. Kubrick allowed actors to act in a realistic tone, but in a heightened reality. I like that shit, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is ambiguous though at the end what the fuck that really means. I mean, the Mickey Mouse shit.
Now the reveal of the sniper, man, that.
Yeah.
It's great stuff.
Yeah. But
great pick, Dirt.
I appreciate it.
Buddy.
Well, my number 2. Well, 1987, directed by legendary Dutch coke freak pervert Paul Verhoeven. RoboCop.
I'd buy that for $1.
Buy that for $1, goddamn.
Buy that for $1.
This movie is, if I can hear you out of this fucking box. This movie is not only a childhood favorite, I can watch it at any time. It's a big time favorite of mine. I've been watching it forever. It's I got some stuff written here. So the movie is about a dystopic, crime-ridden Detroit. A terminally wounded cop, Murphy, played by Peter Weller, returns to the force as a powerful cyborg, haunted by submerged memories about his human past. Little by little, as humanity comes back, he uncovers the conspiracy within the corporation that made him, and of course, he brings everybody to justice. This movie should have never been made. How the fuck do you pitch this movie? You know, first of all, it's supposed to be Arnold in the suit. So we're going to put Arnold in a suit. He's going to be a robotic cop. It's definitely got to be rated R, not for kids. Blood, guts, drugs everywhere, rapes, heinously brutal violence. It's not even brutal. It's fucking ridiculous violence. I don't know how they got the money for this. I'm glad they did, but Paul Verhoeven was one of the top directors in the 90s. But you know, this was not like he wasn't the big name he became even at this point. So besides the obvious issues in Detroit at the time, I mean, Detroit still looks like this. Going on, there's a gigantic corporation, Omni Consumer Products, OCP, privatizing all the local community services, including law enforcement. And they come up with this gigantic enforcement droid, Model 209, Ed 209, to patrol the streets instead of human police officers. But after the initial unveiling has a minor glitch, OCP is forced to go with their contingency plan instead of the droid to go with a human-based cyborg, RoboCop. The glitch, one of my favorite parts of the whole fucking movie, being Ed 209 malfunctions and brutally murders a senior executive in front of the entire board, right there in the fucking office building. Just blows them apart.
It's fucking brutal.
It's crazy. Right. All practical effects. I mean, your typical 80s fare, but still very well done. All the characters are memorable in their own ways. A couple of my favorites: Bob Morton, Miguel Ferreira, the overly enthusiastic corporate ladder climbing yuppie coke freak. Just everything he says. All his lines are great. That right after that glitch happens with Ed 209, I can't remember the black guy's name. There's this mousy black guy in there. He says, "Too bad for Kenny, huh?" The guy got blown apart, and Bob Morton goes, "That's life in the big city." 2 seconds after it fucking happened, riding the elevator back down after the mini. That's life in the big city. That's what happened.
Yeah, what'd you expect? God damn it!
Clarence Bodiger, Kurt Smith is fucking awesome in this. I don't know where that character came from, but man, he is great as the villain in this. The bloodthirsty, savage gang leader that is just maniacal and awesome. You know, in Verhoeven movies, it's a common thing. Life is cheap. You know, in Total Recall, Arnold uses people as human shields that aren't even involved. They just get obliterated with bullets, and that just happens. That's just a common theme in it, and it's no different with this one. Huge body count, absolutely zero consideration for human life. Also typical with Verhoeven movies, you get the satirical elements. He's obviously satirizing 80s corporate greed and the perceived extreme violence in America, which really that comes through with the, again, propaganda. It cuts to stories and news broadcasts of just heinous things happening throughout the movie. And then it's like it cuts right back. Now sports, the Lions win by 31. You know, it just the consumerism is also in there. I mean, there's
it's not realistic.
It's got that Starship Troopers feel to it, where it's just like this is so commonplace. Like,
just like in the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. And again, you could call this movie woke. You could call any of his movies woke. The difference is it's not so heavy-handed. It's skillfully done. He has
artful and subtle.
Yeah, he has things he wants to say, and he says them without being heavy-handed and annoying. Really, you know, it's not like you're being nagged with. He loves showing the media commercials filled with, you know, again, propaganda, car commercials, and then it cuts to the story of a satellite laser misfiring, killing hundreds of people. Then back to the local news for the sports scores. You know, so I could talk all day about this. There's a million quotable lines. Alan just said it. I'd buy that for $1. You know, a little tidbit, like you see RoboCop getting into the car. He actually couldn't ride in a car because his waist wouldn't bend. So if he's ever driving a car, he's basically wearing nothing from the waist down. You know, it's just the upper body. But like I said, they wanted Arnold for this. He couldn't fit in the suit. Peter Weller says it was brutal wearing the suit. Somehow the suit works. 1987, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
But still holds up.
Yeah, so I could go on and on about this. Everybody's seen it. Like I said, rated R. They made toys for kids for this, which if anybody's seen the movie, like
that's fucked up.
That used to crack my ass up. I'm like, this is not a kid's movie. Like, what the fuck?
Child should ever watch this movie. I mean, the hero cop that's twirling his gun and everybody's favorite, spoiler alert, gets brutally murdered. Maniacal laughter by a gang of criminals. They're laughing their ass off as they're blowing him apart with shotguns. He's pleading for his life, exploding. I mean, it's just like I said, it's fucking RoboCop, man. It's
awesome.
Fucking classic forever. Check it out.
Great pick, man.
That's a really awesome pick.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Any Paul Verhoeven movie, man, you can get me.
Going on the whole different side of the spectrum here.
That's Brian.
And now a romantic comedy.
Do it, baby. Do it.
That's why we love you, Brian.
Not a romantic
exactly.
comedy. I mean, it could be a romantic comedy. I don't know. That would be Howard the Duck.
Oh,
yes.
That's why I love Brian.
I no longer want to be on the screen.
Okay. Hey, I grew up with this damn movie, damn it.
Yeah.
You and me both.
Yeah, this movie's just about a duck that gets sucked into Earth, basically, from his own home planet. I don't know. There's all sorts of crazy shit going on in this movie. There's fucking duck titties in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Hell yeah.
Duck titties. Woo.
Duck titties.
Yeah. He's a sarcastic, foul-mouthed little fucker. Leah, he's like wandering the fucking streets, and he goes and walks into this club or whatever, and Leah Thompson's band's playing, and she finds him or whatever, and they become like kind of friends and stuff like that, and you know, some weird kind of like almost incestual type of stuff goes on between her and the duck too. Yeah, that's pretty nuts for a PG movie, actually. But in the movie, though, I do like that Leah Thompson does all her own like musician work, like her guitar works and her vocals are all her. That's all her doing the music stuff. And the guy who played Howard the Duck was also the guy, same little short guy who played Station from Bogus Journey, Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey.
Really?
He did a bunch of other stuff too.
I somehow missed that. Now.
Yeah. The Evil Overlord is based on the Marvel villain who originally brought Howard to Earth. His full title in the comics is Thog the Nether Spawn, Overmaster of Salmonus. So if you see Jeffrey Jones's character in the movie, that's who he's trying to portray in the Marvel comic universe of the movie of Howard the Duck. It was nominated for 7 Golden Raspberry Awards in '86, which is like the Razzies basically.
The worst you can get.
Worst director, worst original song, and worst supporting actor, with Tim Robbins as the worst supporting actor. He's pretty bad in this movie. He's pretty funny though. It won 4 Razzies, one for worst new star, worst visual effects, worst screenplay, and worst picture.
Damn.
Yeah. The movie
knocked it out of the park.
Since its first release has garnered a huge cult following. John Cusack and Martin Short auditioned for the voice of Howard the Duck. John Landis was originally slated to direct the film, but after reading the script, he turned down the opportunity due to the police car crashes in the finale. He said that it was felt too similar to the Blues Brothers, which I don't really see. I mean, I don't
see that either.
Yeah, I don't see that either.
But that would have been interesting to have John Landis direct that.
Right. Due to the movie's disastrous box office performance domestically, the title was changed to Howard, a New Breed of Hero for the release outside of the U.S.
I just thought this is Brian's number 2. What the hell's number 1?
You'll like my number 1. Phoebe Cates auditioned for the role of Beverly too, so she got turned down for that. I don't know if you've ever seen 21 Jump Street, but Holly Robinson Pete is one of the bandmates as well in here. She was in Hanging with Mr. Cooper, one of the TGIF TV shows back in the day. But I always loved again, Jeffrey Jones in this movie is great. Whenever he becomes like the overlord villain and stuff in the diner and stuff, it's pretty awesome. When he starts turning, he's all sweaty and gross, and he's like moving tables and shit, and he looks fucking nuts. That's probably my favorite part of the movie, is like when he's turning nuts, and you see that big kind of monster or whatever. Kind of reminds me of like Men in Black or something. But this is one I always grew up with. Another childhood favorite of mine that just always stuck with me, and my parents would play this on repeat, even though there's like basically duck incest in this movie. So, but yeah, you see like even when little Howard pulls out his fucking wallet, he has a little duck condom in there.
Right.
And when she rolls back his feathered hair, and he like fucking almost has an orgasm from it. So, but yeah, Howard the Duck, my number 2.
Nice. And y'all don't hate, man. I just got that in yesterday. I got the 101. This thing's got a really cool book on the inside of it.
Hell yeah.
Show you what the book looks like.
Oh, hell yeah.
And really cool images on the inside. So I haven't seen this since I was a kid.
That's a different release than Bronze.
Yeah, this is one of the 101 101 Black Label, whatever. Number 8.
Yeah, I have the Blu-ray Steelbook, and I also have the 4K of it. But I think Howard the Duck is going to make a resurgence sometime, because he was in like the Suicide Squad movies and a couple like small roles.
Right. Yeah.
So, Guardians of the
You
Galaxy.
never know what could get popular.
Guardians of the Galaxy. That's what I meant.
You never know what could get popular again. Like, Killer Clowns was like a cult movie forever. Now it's huge.
Yeah.
Halloween 3 was hated forever. Now it's a big thing. So you never know.
I saw that movie in the theater, and I think I was like the only. I think it's because I was 12. I was the only one that liked it.
I've always liked that shit. I think I was like 4 or 5 years old when I watched it first time.
But I feel like Howard the Duck is the whole reason that like Seth MacFarlane can make like Ted.
Yeah. I remember watching on HBO. They would show it on HBO, I think, every day. there for a while. And that's where I've always watched it up.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm gonna do my number 2 here. And this is one of my favorite franchises of all times. I'm not just a damn freak about this franchise. I'm a fucking super freak. Fucking absolutely love this fucking movie. And that's the 1986 James Cameron classic Aliens.
Fuck yeah.
Aliens with this. And this fucking release, man, I wish it was a 4K release. This is a fucking great set. You guys haven't seen this one.
Yeah,
but it's these hard pages.
Yeah.
You know,
that is
you got
so
great
awesome.
artwork. I mean, it's just a great looking fucking. There's Aliens.
Yeah, that blows my shit away.
It's just a great looking set, man.
Yeah, I got that.
But there's a debate from everybody. Are you an Alien or an Aliens fan? They're two different kind of movies. You have a horror movie and an action movie. This is obviously more of an action movie.
Different directors, Ridley Scott and James Cameron.
And James Cameron, exactly. Right.
So, like y'all said, directed by James Cameron, has a great fucking cast starring Sigourney Weaver, Michael Biehn, Bill Paxton. I love Bill Paxton in this. I'm a huge Lance Henriksen fan, mainly because of this movie here. This is why I became a fan. And of course, Paul Reiser plays the slimy asshole in this. Came out July 18th, 1986. Made had $18 million budget. It made $85 million in the States and $131 million worldwide. So it was a real big success. Takes place 57 years after the first movie. You know, Ripley gets stuck in some kind of black hole or something or whatever, and they end up finding her, years later. Make sure if you've never seen the extended version of this, make sure you watch the extended version. It goes into a little more, backstory about, Sigourney Weaver had a daughter. Of course, the daughter is much older now, so she actually heard the daughter had just passed away. So it's really crazy. If you've never seen the extended version, make sure you watch that. We'll just ruin it for
Interstellar.
you. Yeah. Bill Paxton, he ad-libbed most of his lines in this movie. He's the kind of the comic relief. He's the one that freaks out, whatever. Some of my favorite things he says. Bill Paxton was continuously apologizing to Carrie Henn. Carrie Henn played Newt, the little girl, throughout filming every time. Hudson had to swear in front of her. Carrie later admitted that she didn't mind, mainly because she didn't really know what any of the words meant. Lance Henriksen had privately pledged to quit acting if this part didn't work out for him. After years of having journeyman roles, it proved to be one of the most successful films he's ever been in. Sigourney Weaver's best Academy Award nomination for this movie was the first time ever for an actress in a role in an action and sci-fi movie. Pretty big achievement. James Cameron faced a big problem trying to win the confidence and respect of the British crew. They filmed this over in Britain, obviously. Many of whom had worked on Alien in 1979 and were fiercely loyal to Ridley Scott. In order to try and convince them he had the talent and skills for the job, he arranged a screening of the Terminator. I'll talk about a resume for the crew on the set to demonstrate his abilities. However, most of the crew ignored the invite and didn't bother to turn up.
Damn.
And I don't think I wrote it down here, but one of I thought that James Cameron had a great quote when he got done filming and he left. And I don't remember the name of the place. I want to say it was Force, whatever the name of the studio was. He said something basically. It was like, "Fuck y'all. When I leave here, I never have to come back. You sons of bitches got to stay here." It was something along those lines. It was a great quote. I wish I'd wrote it down. According to Bill Paxton, he improvised many of his lines, including "Game over, man, game over." His famous line, "Where we're on express elevator to hell, going down," was probably improvised as well, as it doesn't appear in the shooting script. This is interesting. Al Matthews, this actually ties into Full Metal Jacket there. Al Matthews, who plays Marine Sergeant in the film, was in real life the first Black Marine to be promoted to the rank of sergeant. To be promoted to the rank of sergeant in the field during service in Vietnam. I got something else about that here in a minute. I thought I didn't write it down, but basically, they were saying that this movie and Arlie Ermey, they were comparing them two together. The Alien Nest set was kept intact after filming. It was later used as the Axis Chemical set for Batman 1989. When the Batman crew first entered the set, they found most of the Alien Nest still intact. Imagine how fucked up that was.
How weird is that?
One of the alien eggs used in the film is now exhibited in the Smithsonian Institute in Washington, D.C. Although it was probably her most memorable line in the film, Carrie Henn, who played Newt, has said that she hates the line, "They mostly come at night," mostly. Her friends still occasionally tease her about the line. Sigourney Weaver was paid $1 million. Y'all listen to this. Sigourney Weaver was paid $1 million to reprise her role as Ripley, a 30-fold increase in salary over Alien in 1979. She also received a percentage of the film's gross. Imagine what that was. Her salary would increase with every subsequent Alien movie. $5.5 million for Alien 3, and finally $11 million for Alien Resurrection. So that's crazy. But yeah, but I love this fucking movie, man. I love the style of the movie. I love the way the Marines and something else. He also had every one of the every one of the Marines. He had them kind of design or write stuff on their armor, whatever they wanted, basically. Kind of like the guys used to do back in Vietnam. You were saying about the peace sign and shit like that. Yeah. But if you notice, everybody's got different sayings on their helmets and whatever else. So I thought that was kind of cool. But just the way this movie's shot, the special effects, and something else. If you've never seen the extended version, there's a whole big scene, maybe a 15-minute scene where it actually you get to meet the people on the planet that in the original version when they show up they're just missing. But you actually get a whole shot of the live vibrant community. You get to meet Newt's parents and brother. It's really great to watch the extended version of this movie. That's the only version I ever watch when I watch it. But it's just such a great fucking movie, man. I love it. I've watched it so many times, seen it in theaters. And honestly, I seen this movie before I seen the original Alien. And after I seen this movie, I went back and watched Alien. And me and my oldest son debate all the time. This was like always my favorite Aliens. Alien was his favorite. As time has went on, and I've watched Alien numerous more times, whatever. I love both for different reasons. I can't really say which one I like better. They're two different things. I love both for what they are. But if I'm 9 times out of 10, if I put an Alien movie in, if I'm in the mood for some aliens, it's usually going to be this one right here. But I'm real high on this franchise. Even the bad ones, I can find a reason to like them.
Yeah,
absolutely.
What is it? I can't remember which one it is. There's a part 4. I think that's got Ron Perlman in it. That's the fun one as well. I think it's Resurrection. I think.
Yep, Resurrection.
People hate on that movie, but there's things in that movie that I love, and I've watched it.
I love all of them. People.
Yeah. So it's just a great fucking franchise, man.
I don't really care for 3 a whole lot. I remember seeing that in the theater.
Yeah, it's a David Fincher movie, the third
I
one.
didn't mind 3. I kind of like 3, and I know I get why people.
When I saw it in the theater, though,
I'm with Dirk. When I first seen it in theaters, I wasn't a big fan. I was let down. Yeah. But I have seen it a dozen times since then, whatever. And watching it now that I know what I'm going in for, I still enjoy it for different reasons. I mean, like I said, I have a reason to like every one of them.
I might need to go back and watch 1, 2, and 3.
If you go back and watch it, if you do that, Dirk, it actually kind of it makes a little bit.
Yeah, I just love the universe. I mean, I just love the universe. I love the look of the movies. I'm a huge fucking Sigourney Weaver fan in this. I mean, I love them, man. They're some of my favorites.
But they went back in 3. They went back to the formula of 1. Where it's isolation horror. Like first movie's a sci-fi isolation horror movie. Second movie is a hardcore sci-fi action movie. It just. But
I think I couldn't get past her bald-headed ass. When she bald-headed in that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know.
The colony.
I've seen them when I was a kid.
And it's like a religious prison colony.
Yeah, right. it's a right.
Yeah, I have to go back and check it out. But
it's worth a rewatch.
I think it ages pretty well, personally.
It does. It really does.
Yeah. In no shape or form is it my favorite, but it's definitely one that I have watched many times and I still enjoy.
But the more I think
when I first watched it,
I think 1 and 2 are apples and oranges again. They're two totally different movies.
Yeah. I like the first one the best out of all of them, but I agree. Aliens is awesome too. I mean,
you quote that on South Park. Cartman goes, "They only come out at night. They mostly come out at night. Mostly, whatever he said."
It's a very like Halloween 1, Halloween 2 kind of dynamic.
Yeah.
The first one is a lot slower, a lot more stalking. The second one is like, balls out, let's go.
Right.
Yeah, it's more.
Sometimes you just gotta pull your tits out and say "fuck it" or whatever the fuck the line. What's the line?
There's a lot more action in part 2.
But that damn chest burst, man. When that first happened, people were fucking freaking out.
All right, guys, we'll get caught up here on the chat. We ain't got too much to read here. JS says, he gets a chick and throws him off course. That's the difference.
He's talking about heat.
Yeah.
Heat.
Okay. JS, didn't he leave her at the house? Sydney says, my number 2 movie is Fatal Attraction, 1987. Michael Douglas, Glenn Close, and Ann Archer, directed by Adrian Lynn. Love bites, love bleeds. Yeah, that movie there should be shown in high school to like every dude. It would damn sure.
That's Def Leppard.
That's probably one of the main reasons why I've never cheated on anybody. But I got that kind of fucking luck. Sydney says Full Metal Jacket is a good crazy ass movie. Yeah, it's classic. Yeah. Muhammad said Full Metal Jacket is a great movie. My second favorite war film of the 80s. The first half is better than the second half, though. Yeah, it's 2 different movies, that's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. Okay, I like the first half better.
Yeah. Caveman says Vincent, I can't even say his name. D'Onofrio, thank you. Should have gotten the Oscar for Full Metal Jacket. He will be renewing his role as Kingpin with Disney/Marvel as Marvel, and will be releasing Daredevil in a few years. Yeah, he was great in that show. Hollow Note says number 2 now. I have a machine gun. Ho ho ho. Be the Wild Wrangler, dead or alive, you're coming with me.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yep.
All right. I had the toys as a kid for RoboCop.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Wild Wrangler, Mr. Kenny. I love Ronnie Cox and RoboCop. Whatever, he gets shot out the window, whatever, and you see his long ass arms.
Yeah, the worst shot ever.
Right.
But in that scene, that mousy black guy, as Dick Jones is about to get shot, he is getting just like, if you just watch that back, watch that mousy black guy in the boardroom. He just can't wait to see Dick Jones get fucking blown out that window. It's awesome.
All right, Sydney says RoboCop a good insane movie. I do agree. All right, unrated scene. Edition 209, longer shooting Mr. Kenny.
Yeah, shooting Mr. Kenny. Yeah, in the boardroom.
All right. Wild Wrangler says dinosaur car model. Howard the Duck, awesome. Got a Howard the Duck fan, Wild Wrangler. Duck breast.
Right,
I prefer duck titties. Duck titties is just more fun to say.
He's a breast man. Leave him alone.
Yeah,
Wrangler says Leah Thompson's hot.
He was looking good in that movie.
Yep. All right. And he says my number 2 is the Night of the Living Dead remake. Hell yeah. I prefer this film to the original. Tony Todd brings so much passion to his role, and Barbara is a badass in this movie as opposed to the original. Yep.
She develops.
I agree with all that.
Kind of a badass.
Yeah. She turned.
I can totally see what Tom Savini's saying. I rewatched it recently. You can tell where they cut a bunch of his gore out. Like the scene is just too short. They just cut it right before the gore goes. And of course, as an effects guy, he wanted every gag to be in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Wild Wranglers was born in 1984. Anthony says Tom Savini directed the film, but he was basically fucked during the entire production. So a lot of his ideas and gore were removed, but it's still a classic to me.
If he had gotten his way, it'd been a lot better.
It would have been a much different movie.
Cisco and Ebert shit all over it. They said that adding color to it made it less, intimidating or whatever.
Yeah,
less of a horror movie, I guess.
I think his choices were all right. All the choices he made, like the opening scene.
I
agree. Gonna get you Barbara. That's what's his fucking name?
Bill Moseley.
Bill Moseley. Yeah. Awesome. They got Bill Moseley to do it. Yeah. But the guy in the distance, that's the original zombie. It's just some drunk skinny guy, and then the zombie comes out of the left field, and I just love the choices that he made to make it different, put his own spin on it.
Right. But even Romero, man, was still like with him on that shit. So
yeah, he talked to him. He said, "Listen, I'm going to do this. So you go with it. You got his blessing."
Yeah, he didn't do it in a vacuum from Romero.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Well, I ran into RoboCop Melting Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty. His lip all fucked up and hanging down. It's fucked up.
Right.
Yeah. His own friend. Just get away from me, man.
Yeah.
And then he got hit by the car and just a big splatter of shit.
Yeah, he just turns in the road.
All right, Caveman said Howard the Duck was in the credit/extra scenes of the end of one of the Avengers. The scene was more about the Collector, Benicio del Toro. He is the Marvel. Yep.
Yeah.
Wild Wrangler, Aliens, it's war. All right, City says Aliens, very good movie. It's over,
man.
Yeah, Bill Paxton, man. I sure hated to lose him, man.
I know.
He's so fucking great, man.
Yeah.
Paul Reiser plays the biggest piece of shit ever.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, no doubt, man. Ben Graham says, game over, man. And it says, Paul Reiser as Burke in Aliens is such an underrated role. He plays such a good asshole. Yeah, and Vasquez. Vasquez and I'm drawing a fucking blank here. Her buddy, whatever, in the movie. Anyway, there's something that's either in the script or something. There was a backstory between those two where they were raised together in some real shitty, hardcore neighborhood, whatever. So they got raised up really hardcore and joined the service together. And so there's something somewhere out there. There's a backstory. I don't know if it's I don't know where it is. I read something about that.
It's gonna be a prequel.
They grew up together as friends.
It's like the Vega brothers story.
Yeah, right. JS says, unreal that Disney is still sitting on Aliens. What a clown show that company is.
Yeah, they're sitting on Predator too. Well, no, they got Prey, I guess.
Wow.
They did.
PM money's chiclets to that's cheap. That's cheap shit to Disney.
To Disney, right?
And I guess y'all heard that Gladiator, they weren't going to do a release of it, but supposedly it is coming. I think the director of the movie said they've already done a commentary, like for the DVD or Blu-ray release, whatever. He said DVD in the article. But so yes, I feel like a physical copy for that is coming.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They make millions of dollars a day at fucking theme parks. So.
The theme park, the streaming.
Yeah, this is just chicken shit
streaming
for them.
service, right? Yeah.
They don't give a shit.
This is their petty cash.
Right. Yep. Wild Wrangler said, my parents took me to theaters to see Batman 89 and Ghostbusters 2, 1989. I remember Ghostbusters 2, man. That was it. Bobby Brown did the song for that one. I think he had a cameo in the movie too.
Yeah.
Piece of garbage. Hollow Note says, Aliens 3, I want my fucking money back.
Yeah, that's how I was.
Hollow Note says, I'd rather watch any Alien versus Predator than Alien 3.
It's a really odd choice to put David Fincher into that.
Yeah,
it's not
I agree.
Movie. It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But early, I guess early in his career, it was like you go make what you're told to make. I don't know why
you got car payments.
Yeah.
All right. Wild Wrangler said John Landis had Haunted House in Space, Alien 1979. All right, JS says Pops, her house, not his house. Anyways, moving on.
We're talking about Heat. Talking about Heat.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Hollow says, I just watched Night of the Living Dead 1968 this afternoon. I love that shit.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I'll probably end up grabbing
Such a
that
classic.
4K. I got the Blu-ray of the Criterion. I ain't been no rush to get that 4K, but I'll probably grab it at some point.
I'll say one thing about that Night of the Living Dead remake. For sure is better. Tony Todd, dude. Tony Todd is the man, dude. I like his performance better than the other guy, whatever his name was.
68 going to be the one for me all the way.
Ben Graham says Barbarian release.
Yeah, Barbarian's actually getting a physical release after they said otherwise.
Yeah, I heard it wasn't, so I don't know.
Didn't you say the Gladiator? Not Barbarian.
Did I say Gladiator? I meant
Gladiator.
You said Gladiator.
I said Gladiator. I meant fucking
That's why
Barbarian.
I was confused. I was like,
Yeah, I didn't know.
Y'all know when it gets to be fucking 2 o'clock in the morning, I start saying stupid shit.
Right.
But yeah, I meant
But I was
Barbarian.
gonna go with
Barbarian, Gladiator, same fucking movie.
same goddamn thing. Don't even.
Yeah, y'all just fill in the fucking blanks. Y'all fucking know me by now. Y'all just fill in the blanks.
Apparently, everybody in the chat got it. We're over here going.
Right. Yeah, we're good.
Getting a new Gladiator?
Yeah, I just let it go. I didn't know.
Okay.
Turns like I don't even correct him no more. I let him say his shit. I don't even fucking remember. Senility. It's a real thing.
Real too many plates.
All right, Brian.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Yeah. What you got for your number one, buddy? I like.
All right, number one. Oh hell yeah! Number one for a million reasons. Of course, it's another repeat already.
Oh,
Metal Jacket.
Yep.
Hell yeah, man! You got a badass release.
Yep.
Hell
Just
yeah,
a great
Animal Mother.
I was wondering why you give me the stink eye.
Million reasons why I love this. First of all, Stanley Kubrick. Can you go wrong with anything this guy touches? He takes forever to do his productions. There's a lot of trivia. I'm not going to go into it, but it's classic Stanley Kubrick. Arlie Ermey, of course, which we've already talked about. It's sort of quoted that he ad-libbed all the scenes. He didn't ad-lib them per se. What he did is he pushed Stanley Kubrick to put him in the movie because he could do it better.
Right.
And then when Kubrick actually saw him, he let him write his own dialogue. Kubrick just doesn't let you ad-lib in his movies.
Right.
Of course, he was an actual former Marine drill instructor. We share that 27 years ago. It's hard to believe. Actually, my feet landed on the yellow footprints at Parris Island. Arlie Ermey's first duty station was in Okinawa, Japan, at an air station, which is very small. It's Marine Corps Air Station Futenma, which was also my very first duty station. In fact, I still have the challenge coin for it to this day.
Damn.
So
yeah.
we both share that. Actually, the guy that was supposed to play drill instructor Hartman was the gunner. If you remember, there's a scene where they're being flown out in the opening sequences of the Vietnam scene. And he plays this gunner that's just mowing. That's Tim Colcieri. Tim Colcieri actually spent 14 months in Da Nang in Vietnam as a Marine. And like most Marines, he rehearsed for this role for months on end. And then Stanley Kubrick decided to replace him. And Kubrick, he was actually quite livid about it, reasonably so. And Kubrick decided to throw him a bone by letting him have a role as the Marine gunner on that UH-1.
Yeah,
just because he thought...
he's talking shit about, what did he say? A good, good Viet Cong, good VCs. I can't remember. He said,
and then they asked him, he said, Joker says, well, you've shot women and children? And he said, some. He said, well, how can you shoot women and children? He said, you just don't lead them as much.
Right. Yes. It's fucked up, man.
But he said, anybody who runs is a VC. Anybody who stands still is a well-disciplined VC.
That's right. That's what it was.
But so this movie, obviously there's a lot of things that from a personal perspective that I really connect with in this movie. The scenes from Parris Island where Arlie Ermey had a huge part of that to make sure that they were recreated. Although all of this was shot in England, that looks about as identical as you can get to a Parris Island squad bay. Yeah. A lot of the lines are actual lines you hear in boot camp. Nobody gets hit, I guess I should say, openly in boot camp. That was fabricated. And what's really overlooked is a lot of people talk about Arlie Ermey's performance as a drill instructor. And what he was trying to get across is that this is based on a book. And if you haven't read the book, it's an excellent book. It's called Short Timers. It's written by a guy that served in Vietnam. And that actually comes in 3 acts, whereas the movie's in 2 acts. But what Arlie Ermey's trying to get across is he's not a good drill instructor. He's totally missing the fact that this guy is having a mental breakdown, which any good drill instructor would pick up on. The whole idea is to break down your individuality and to break down your sense of self so that you can build it together as a cohesive unit. And what you look for is those situations where you've got somebody who's splintering off, whether it's due to mental illness or any other reason. And so the gunnery sergeants completely missed that. And that's what Arlie Ermey was trying to get across. And that's what comes across in the book, is that's the idea. That's where the duality of man is coming from across. And of course, as I mentioned before, the nerdy part of me, the one that's got the multiple degrees comes out. This is my copy of Carl Jung. He talks a lot about duality man. That scene with the colonel, that actor, actually, his family members are well-known philosophers who have written extensively about the duality of man. So that was kind of a little bit of a tongue-in-cheek joke that they wrote into the movie that Kubrick did. But if you watch this movie, you talk about Arlie Ermey, who I will not take away from at all as a fellow Marine. But the animal mother, Adam Baldwin, I think is phenomenal in this movie. That role was supposed to go to Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he turned it down to do The Running Man. And I think if Arnold Schwarzenegger had taken that role, you would not be talking about this movie today like you do now. I think Adam Baldwin, the whole idea is they talk about the 1,000-yard stare. If you pay close attention, Adam Baldwin already has the 1,000-yard stare, which is what makes his character what he is. That's his separation from his humanity already. And that's what Joker gets at the very end. And so that's what Kubrick's trying to get across, which is why they filmed the Vietnam scenes before they filmed the Parris Island scenes. All the Vietnam scenes were filmed first. And so there's just a lot of little Kubrickisms in here that I won't go into. It took so long to film this movie. Matthew Modine, who actually, it's really interesting. He kept a diary during the whole thing, and he made it an app about 10 years ago. But he met his wife, got married, had a child, and that child turned 1 all during filming of this movie.
Yeah, it was like 17 months, right?
Yeah, that's how long it took. So just I don't know who hasn't seen Full Metal Jacket, but if you haven't, there's a lot in there, more than it just being a war movie.
Oh yeah.
Check it out. Watch it several times, because it's one of those movies that every single time you will learn a little bit more about life and man and humanity in it.
Yeah, man. And Animal Mother, he's kind of like another version of D'Onofrio.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's he's D'Onofrio's alter ego, kind of.
Right. Alan,
Alan, you're muted.
You guys remember that?
He might have
seen from Scanners when that head's dude exploded.
I just said all kind of shit. I ain't gonna repeat myself. Goddamn, you ain't paying attention.
I thought you hit the head, man.
It was all shit. That movie's terrible. I fucking hate that movie.
Fuck that movie. Fuck Kubrick.
Fuck Stanley.
I guess
Kubrick,
if God would have
you know,
wanted to jump up here, he'd have miracled your ass up here by now. It's like 150 pounds of chewed bubble gum.
One of the funniest things, they talk about this. So a lot of the things that Hartman repeats are said in boot camp, and sometimes it was. Well, I shouldn't say it wasn't hard to keep a straight face, because you were just terrified and trying not to piss yourself. But when he's bouncing back and forth and he runs up to Vincent D'Onofrio, and the first thing he says is, "Did your mother have any children that lived?"
Right. Best part of you ran down the crack of your mother's ass. Brown stain on the sheet or whatever.
Right.
What's brown stain on the mattress? All right, Dirk, what you got for your number 1, man?
Oh man. Well, this is gonna be. It's got to be, man. Out of these movies, I knew what it was gonna be before I even looked, but it's got to be The Exorcist, man.
Oh yeah.
Exorcist.
Oh yeah.
And it's just a intellectual horror, man. William Peter Blatty. He directed this one. It's a true sequel to the original, and but they still fucked up, his vision or whatever. Because there's like an exorcist scene at the end he didn't want, that wasn't in the movie. I mean, in the book that he wrote. It's got the best jump scare in horror history, in my opinion. There's like this great friendship between like a non-believer. I don't know if he's a fully non-believer, but it's the detective Kinderman.
George C. Scott.
Yeah, George C. Scott Kinderman, and there's like a good. Like he's not a man of faith, but his best friend is the Father Dyer, and anyway, you can see their friendship, man, and he just starts seeing some strange shit going on with these killings, and I mean it's
the carp story.
The carp story.
You don't remember the story where he tells the father about his mother-in-law is over, and she brings a carp.
Oh yeah, the fish in the fucking tub.
Just out of nowhere, he just starts going into this story. He hasn't bathed in a fucking week.
Yeah, he hadn't bathed in a week. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of shit going on, man. It's Brad, in my opinion, Brad Dourif's. It's his best performance.
No, he's awesome.
The Gemini Killer is his best role. Chucky ain't shit to the Gemini Killer, man. And but let's see. Yeah, this was Jeffrey Dahmer's favorite movie, which probably most people know by now.
Yeah, but it's been all over, yeah.
Yeah, because it's all over a Netflix series, yeah.
Right. But he said he related to the external evil that controlled him to do his murders. So he said that too, like what he was controlled by demons or whatever.
Well, the Gemini killer never leaves his cell. So,
Right.
Yeah.
But and that came up too. He asked the Gemini killer, he's like, how do you get out of your cell? And Brad Dourif kind of like this, Chucky was made, Child's Play was made before this. So there's a part where he says it's Child's Play. And then the scene cuts to a fucking redheaded child, that's in the hospital. I mean, it's in that same area, right? The same mental facility or whatever. So that was kind of like a good nod to that shit. But the Gemini killer was inspired by the Zodiac killer, and the whole vibe of this film is just dread, creepy as fuck, man. It's unapologetic. There's a fucking scene with a fucking old lady crawling around on the ceiling. That's just fucking bad shit, insane, man. I got a couple quotes here. One from Kinderman. It says, he's asking if he believes. I guess the Gemini is asking if he believes. He says, "This I believe. I believe in death. I believe in disease. I believe in injustice, in inhumanity. I believe in torture and anger and hate. I believe in murder. I believe in pain. I believe in cruelty and infidelity. I believe in slime and stink and everything, every crawling, putrid thing, every possible ugliness and corruption. You son of a bitch, I believe in you." And George C. Scott just brings that shit, when he's
Those are my wedding bells.
Being badass, do what he does.
And then,
it is not in the file.
Right. He's fucking over the top in this one, man.
He's over the top of most of the things when he got old. He was
Yeah,
fucking like blind drunk all the time.
He's so fucking great though, man, and everything, man.
Yeah.
So I got a quote from the Gemini killer. He's like, "I like plays, the good ones. Shakespeare. I like Titus Andronicus the best. It's sweet. Incidentally, did you know that you are talking to an artist? I sometimes do special things to my victims, things that are creative. Of course, it takes knowledge, pride in your work. For example, a decapitated head can continue to see for approximately 20 seconds. So when I have one that's gawking, I always hold it up so that it can see its body. It's a little extra I throw in for no added charge. I must admit, it makes me chuckle every time. Life is fun. It's a wonderful life, in fact, for some."
And he had no way of knowing that George C. Scott and his best friend go to see It's a Wonderful Life every year.
Right.
And he's got his blood on the fucking wall. It's a Wonderful Life,
Yeah.
Like, that's just like, George C. Scott's like, what the fuck, man? Like, at that moment. But yeah, man, Exorcist 3, man. Check it out. Highly recommend.
Great pick.
Yeah, Dirk, I don't know if you noticed or not, but I had that jump scare you're talking about in the intro of this stream.
I didn't notice that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, man. Shit. Yeah, that's my favorite jump scare. The setup on that, I didn't even touch on that. The setup on that, it's so fucking takes so long. It feels so safe. You see people walking back and forth and shit. You see a police officer sitting there, and you're like, okay, everything's good. And then there's like a pre-scare when she goes into the fucking patient. And he like jumps at her or something. He's like, "What are you fucking doing?" or something. Yeah, man.
Anytime you see a top 10 list best jump scares, that was always in there.
Right.
It's kind of like Insidious. You have the red-faced demon that jumps out while they're at the dinner table. You don't expect it.
When there's no music,
Right. And it's just, the camera's just stationary too. It's not moving. It's fucking awesome.
Ryan, did they show you those decapitation cheers at medical school?
Yeah.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah, you got a set on here.
Yeah. That'll be up too. Yeah.
It's standard. I have 2 sets here. Yeah.
I'll never forget though that when I don't want to ruin the fucking movie, but there's a part where you think the motherfucker's finna get her head cut off.
Yeah.
And it's just so crazy how that shit's done.
Just misses it. George C. Scott's great, and he's great in everything, but he's
Yeah.
like arguing, like he goes to visit the priest in the hospital, and he's like kind of yelling at him about, he's like smoking habits, and a nurse is like, "Is everything okay in here?" George C. Scott looks at her and goes, "We're fine."
Yeah, right. And
I feel like that was
scene in
George C.
heaven.
Scott not acting.
Yeah.
That scene in heaven too, man, is so fucking weird. That he has that dream. I think Fabio's in heaven and
Yeah,
shit.
it's weird, really weird. Fabio's it's strange. It's like at a bus station or a train
Right.
terminal or something. It's not
Yeah.
heaven, it's purgatory he's
Purgatory.
dreaming about.
Is it? I thought I seen the angel wings and shit. I didn't know. It was fucking
They're
weird.
waiting.
Okay.
Got to be purgatory if you're waiting for a fucking train.
Right? You're just not sure where that train is going.
It's
Yeah.
a tripped out movie though.
Yep, good choice, man.
Hell yeah.
All right, Brad.
Well, my number one, it's a lot more, like those movies, Full Metal Jacket and Exorcist 3, real like surface level. Like this is a lot more. It's got a lot more depth to it. 1990, while you nerds were watching Weird Science and jerking off, I was watching this.
Yeah.
This movie, I have probably watched too many times. I wore out the tape at my local video store. I don't know. I'm not big on comedy. I'm not big on comedy horror. This is both. This movie is hysterical to me and insane. It's so much fun. I could watch it every year. It's written and directed by Frank Henenlotter. He's like, infamous is the word I would use. He's very good at doing a lot with very little. This budget cost $1.5 million. That's the second biggest budget he was ever given, behind Basket Case 2, $2.5 million. But he's made movies. He's notorious for, like I said, doing a lot with little. He's made movies as cheap as $40,000 that were successful movies. So the movie follows Jeffrey, a former medical student and current power plant repairman, who lives with his mother in New Jersey. His fiance has a fatal lawnmower accident at her dad's birthday party in front of the whole family. I just never thought I'd say that in a sentence. So he's mourning his dead fiance. His mother comes into his room and she's worried about him, of course. And he tells her that I seem to be disassociating from reality. I'm antisocial. I'm becoming dangerously amoral. I've lost the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Totally serious, all of it. I feel like I'm plunging headfirst into a black void of madness. And she replies, "You want a sandwich?" Then maybe you eat something, you'll feel better.
Yeah.
Jeffrey becomes obsessed with bringing his fiance back to life. And to accomplish this, he decides he needs to attach her severed head to another body. He realizes, not really as quickly as you'd think, that for her to live, others are going to have to die. At least one person is going to have to die. It's all fucking hilarious the way he comes to this decision, and he's drawing parts. And of course, his family members are his mother is oblivious to what he's doing for some reason. Even though he's got these gigantic sketches, he's got just weird shit. He's always doing something fucking weird. To speed up the process, like he's trying to come up with the solution. This has never made sense to me. I've seen this movie for 100 times. He decides to drill a hole in his own brain with just a regular Black & Decker, power drill, and which apparently helps him come to the solution for his problem. He decides he has to go over the bridge to New York City, pick the hooker with the best part, and attach this girl's head to her body. I mean, it's called Frankenhooker. I mean, come on, you see what's happening here. But along the way, he turns crack into super crack. Drills more holes in his head. He has this insane, big, exploding hooker party. And eventually it all works out. He gets his girlfriend back. And that's pretty much all I can say about Frankenhooker, man. It's awesome. And if anybody hasn't seen this one, man, it's underrated. It's timeless, and I don't know. It's awesome, man.
Does that release got reversible artwork?
Yeah, it does. I'll pull the reverse on.
Can we see that?
Yeah, that's the one I got.
Nice.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
There's also a Synapse release that's an older release. But this is actually a pretty loaded release from Arrow Video. I don't think it ever got the big, box treatment and all that, but it's a winner, man. And the scan looks great. If you haven't seen this one, definitely pick this one up. Blind buy the shit out of it.
Yeah. That's an awesome pick.
It's funny. I was going through these movies, and as soon as I came across Frankenhooker, I was like, "Oh, this is a Brad pick right here."
Yeah,
Yeah, it did come on my list, man. But
it was.
Man, I'm telling you, I literally remember people going, "Oh man, Weird Science, 16 Candles, like this guy." It's that kind of thing. Weird Science is great. You got to check it out. I'm like, Weird Science is some gay shit compared to this. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, this is that movie. There's no nudity all in that either, Dirk. Everything about it. The pimp, the pimp Zorro the pimp. He goes up. What are my bitches doing? These hoses playing me. He runs up the stairs, busts the door down. He gets hit with a severed head, knocked unconscious. I mean, it's right on the money. I got a little bit of trivia with this movie. Bill Murray, who's come up multiple times in this stream, is a monster fan of Frankenhooker. And he even gave them a quote. He even gave them a quote to put on the poster. And, it helped sold the movie. So he's on the cover of most of it. It'll say Bill Murray's quote. I believe it says, if you see one movie this year, you have to see Frankenhooker.
He was there, right? I think he was there when they were making the movie.
Something else in when they were editing. He was watching the dailies every day. And he stayed after to wait for them to come in so he could watch the dailies because he was so fascinated by it.
He loved that shit. Yeah.
The family garage at Jeffrey's house, it's obviously a small one-car garage. He turns it into a laboratory to put his girl back together. It's intentionally it's cavernous. It's intentionally way bigger than it should be in there to kind of spoof the 80s trope of the interiors being way bigger than they should be.
Right.
And this was interesting, I thought. Hennerlotter didn't write a script for this. He went to pitch another movie about bugs that he was trying to get financing for. And the guy he was pitching to, he's like, I hate that idea. It's terrible. It'll never work. What else you got? And he had nothing else. So he said, well, what about, this prostitute and, this thing? He just started making it up on the spot. And he loved it. Greenlit it immediately, gave him $1.5 million to do that movie and $2.5 million to do Basket Case 2 off that one meeting. So I just thought that was interesting. He just pulled that right out.
The lines from what's her name, man, is fucking hilarious.
Oh yeah, got some money? Want a date? Got any money? It's just
want a date?
Fucks that guy to death and blows his head off. Yeah. And he's like, that was great.
Yeah, Brad, when me and you and Johnny and maybe it was Brian also, maybe Dirk, we all watched that through Discord or whatever. That's the first time I'd ever seen it. And it's I was an instant fan, man. I dug it.
Yeah, when the hookers start to explode. I mean, come on, when the hookers start to explode, who didn't love that?
Yeah, right? No shit, man. Super crack.
Yeah, that's a classic, man.
Super crack.
All right, Brian. Sorry, you gotta go behind Frankenhooker, man.
Stop that, bitch.
Right. I was just gonna say the same thing. All right, Frankenhooker.
Speaking of top that, we saw Teen Witch Robin Lively today. So, my number one is Total Recall.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Oh, hell yeah.
Get your ass to
that
Maz.
Was so high up in my list. Yep.
Yeah. I was surprised it wasn't on Brad's top 5, really. Paul Bear's
Who directed that?
The Three City Prostitute, man.
Yeah. So yeah, this is Arnold Schwarzenegger classic here. Forget his name. Fuck. What's his name? No. fucking
Michael Ironside.
Quaid. Yeah, Quaid. Yeah, he finds this place, Recall, wherever he's wanted to get the implant to make it seem like he's really in Mars. He goes there, and then the Recall thing, and
now that is one remake I will shit on.
Yeah, it's a shitty fucking remake.
Yeah, fuck that remake.
Everybody calm down.
Let Brian do his thing. Do you want supple or voluptuous?
Yeah. Well, he finds out that on Mars he's like a secret agent or whatever, and everybody's after him and shit. Ronnie Cox is after him too in this one. But his wife turns against him, Sharon Stone. She's not really his wife. Like all this shit goes down with him and everything, and it's just an off the walls, batshit crazy movie. When he's on Mars and everything, when they fly out into the Mars landscape and their eyes are bulging out their skull, it's fucking crazy looking.
It's great.
You're in a Johnny Cab.
Yeah, right? The Johnny Cab guy. He uses that one guy as a human shield and fucking just gets him shot to hell.
Get ready for a surprise.
The woman, get ready for a surprise. Yeah. Then you see you see that little fucking alien Quado or whatever.
Yeah. Open your mind.
Your mind to me.
Michael Ironside's a badass villain in this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He's the shit.
The fucking
I got 5 mouths to feed.
Yeah, the black cab driver or whatever. He's got like the fucking crazy hands and his arm. I don't know. He's like half alien and shit. This movie's nuts. But yeah, I saw this movie when I was like 5 years old. my mom was showing it. My mom just let my friends come over and shit, and we were watching this shit. A funny trivia was about the 3-breasted hooker or whatever.
He looks at Coco.
Yeah. I
saw that, Brian.
He hasn't been here the last 2 hours. She was originally supposed to have 4 breasts, but the producers thought it looked too much like a cow's breast. The actress said
4 kids, that would be stupid.
Yeah,
that'd be utterly terrible.
Right? Right, fuck! Just end the stream right now. Somebody press the button.
Speaking of utterly or whatever, the actress said that she found the experience of playing Mary quite humiliating, or should we say utterly humiliating.
Stole your thunder. Sorry about that.
Hey, did you see what he did there?
She said that the smile on screen was only on the surface. She was near tears during the shoot. She found the whole thing so degrading that she refused to do any publicity for the movie, and even turning down the night show starring Johnny Carson back in 1990. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Paul Verhoeven wanted to work with Arnold Schwarzenegger so bad that since the whole RoboCop thing didn't work out, that he signed on for Total Recall with him. There's just so many funny fucking parts in this movie. Trying to think of one, like there's one part whenever he's getting chased towards the beginning of the movie. I forget what he says. It's fucking no, well, with the Benny or whatever, it says, "Made me wish I had 3 hands." That's always a funny fucking.
Yeah, right.
And get your ass to Maz.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't really have much else, but yeah, Total Recall.
So I like when Arnold starts freaking out and shit.
Yeah, when he starts freaking out.
Yeah, losing his fucking mind, fucking that face, his eyes are all wide.
Ronnie Cox is the bastard in that, man. When he's turning off the air to Venusville and they say something, he just says "fuck them." Just the way he says "fuck them," it's always been funny to me.
He doesn't give a shit.
And by the way, Hank from Breaking Bad's in that also. Hank's the guy in Venusville with a flick the back of his head.
Yep. Oh yeah. Doesn't he have the weird like eye thing?
He's got like a split, like his skull.
It's up.
He's got that pussy forehead.
Yeah.
A lot of shit going on.
It's like that Brian said that he saw that when he was like 4, and I remember blind. That was my first laser disc that I bought.
Damn.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. I never had any laser discs. I wish I would have. But
Benny, when
Never got into
he's like, you're a fucking mutant.
Yeah, right.
And I like the little person with a machine gun. That's always a funny scene.
Oh yeah,
Jumps
yeah.
up on the bar.
I like when there's the oxygen's getting flown out or whatever, and she's like fucking holding on for dear life.
Yeah. Sharon Stone gets one right between the eyes.
Right.
Yeah, consider that a divorce. Yeah, she's badass at that too. By the way, she's got some old gravy on the taters too.
Yeah.
Martial arts and that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we will do my number one here, guys, and this isn't going to be super exciting because it's already been mentioned. But
Good.
y'all should be able to guess what this is. Y'all know me. It's Predator.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They got the same release Dirk does, man. That's a pretty cool set. But man, what can I say about the movie that had already been said? I'll run through some of my notes here. The movie's a fucking classic. I mean, you throw it on now, it's like day one for me. It holds up like no other movie. I fucking love it. Directed by John McTiernan, who also did Die Hard. He did Last Action Hero, Die Hard with a Vengeance, Hunt for Red October. You know, he's got pretty good filmography. My earbud's dying. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Stars Arnold Schwarzenegger, Carl Weathers, Jesse the Body Ventura, Sonny Landham, Bill Duke, and Shane Black. Just a fucking all-star dream fucking cast for a movie like this. Movie had a $15 million budget, made $59 million in the States, $98 million worldwide. And like I said, most of you guys have said all the cool shit about this. I'm gonna go through some of my notes that may be a little different. But Arnold Schwarzenegger's line, "Get to the chopper," is Arnold Schwarzenegger's personal favorite catchphrase of all time that he's ever done. Dirk said the thing about the Predator's blood, whatever, was made on set with a mixture of liquid inside a glow stick and KY jelly. The Predator costume weighed over 200 pounds, and even 7'2" Kevin Peter Hall was a large and powerful man. He had to be connected to a bungee rig to enable him to move more believably. Kevin Peter Hall, that played the Predator, you can also see him flying the helicopter that rescues them at the end. And you already mentioned the bitch Jean-Claude Van Damme was originally cast to play the Predator, but the suit was too cumbersome for him to move and be as agile as he wanted. He also complained about the suit being too hot and it was passing out. He was not happy that he would not be seen on camera at all as himself. The crew also said he was too short, 5'9". Arnold and most of the team were bodybuilders in between 6'2" and 6'5". Kevin Peter Hall brought in was 7'2". And the Sonny Landham thing, the insurance company wouldn't agree to insure the production unless somebody had a bodyguard for Sonny Landham. The Predator was only had screen time for 8 minutes through the whole movie, which is kind of crazy.
Which is nuts, yeah.
Jesse Ventura said that firing the minigun, in his quote, was like shooting a chainsaw. That's how he described it.
Yeah.
Shane Black came up with all the coarse jokes in the film himself, whatever. This film had the second biggest opening weekend of 1987, right behind Beverly Hills Cop 2, which has the number one spot. Stan Winston, this is kind of cool. Stan Winston was in the planning stages of creating the look of the Predator. He was inspired by a painting of a Rastafarian warrior he's seen in the producer's office. Aliens had just come out, and Winston was flying to a symposium about the movie and sitting next to James Cameron as he was working on drawing the design of the Predator. So it's kind of cool. I kind of nerd out on shit like that. So just think you got fucking Stan Winston sitting beside James Cameron on the fucking plane drawing up the fucking Predator design.
Right.
Yeah,
kind of cool.
A lot of history with Arnold too.
But rewatchability, this movie's 100% for me. I could throw it in, and within 15 minutes, I don't even realize I'm glued to the fucking screen.
Yep.
Yeah. As many times as I've seen this movie, I put it in the same category as the fucking Jaws. Jaws is the same way for me. I can sit there and turn it on, and I don't even realize that I'm just fucking zoned out. And that is number one criteria for a good movie for me, and this holds up with any of them. So that's my number one. When I looked at what came out during this year, I made that my number one. It never moved, never faltered. So that's it, guys.
Yeah.
That's what I got.
If it's not rewatchable, why are you buying it? That's
right. Exactly.
All right. We'll catch up on the chat here real fast, guys, and then we will jump into the honorable mentions.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right, hold on. Well, we still got 24 people in here, guys. So,
Oh, good, man.
considering it's fucking 2:29 in the morning Eastern time. It's not bad.
2:30 in the morning.
Well,
Yeah.
what you're saying is 24 people fell asleep with their computers on.
Yeah.
Shit, we're almost there. Hold on. Everybody's looking at me again.
Can you find it? Can you find it?
All right, thanks for where we left off at. Okay, man said Big Love 5 seasons. Bob says I think Barbarian is getting a Blu-ray on December 12th. Yep.
Gladiator.
Jay says Justin Long needs to get cast in the Gladiator remake.
Why?
Bob says I want that steelbook of Full Metal Jacket so badly, missed out on it. Yeah, I got that steelbook back there, man. It's fantastic looking.
Oh yeah.
Wild Wrangler says Winnie the Pooh is public domain. Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
That's real.
Anybody seen that? I think I've seen the trailer for it, but
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I've heard of it.
Ryan, I think you might be muted, buddy. I can't hear you.
I can hear him.
No,
I can't hear nobody.
Did you put your earpiece back in?
Good.
I
Can you
guess my
guys hear
fucking
me?
earbud died. Are y'all getting echo from me now?
No.
I'm sitting here saying fucking Ryan's music. I'm like, damn, I can't hear nobody. All y'all motherfuckers.
Ryan, it's your computer.
Right? What the fuck? What I do?
Here, but I think it's fucking dead on these fucking expensive ass fucking piece of shit AirPods. Every time I put it in, whatever, it's never charged. I don't know. I can hear y'all now. If I ain't echoing, I'll listen through my speakers.
Apple wants you to upgrade to the new model.
Right?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, whatever.
It's called built-in obsolescence. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
All right. Wild Wrangler said, my father had a high school friend, went to Vietnam. He was there for a week and got killed. That sucks. My father took me to the wall to get his name. Man.
I did that just recently when I was in DC. Yeah.
Yeah, it was rough stuff. Muhammad said, Barbarian was crap. Justin Long was the best part of the movie. CGI creature is not for me. Andy said, my number one is Child's Play. Brad Dourif truly brings Chucky to life with his amazing voice acting. Alex Vincent gives a solid performance as Andy. The practical effects and puppeteering is all top notch. Yeah, it's
hard to argue with that.
Child's Play was actually in my top 5 for most of these 2 weeks, whatever, when I was doing this. It was right there on the cusp. So it was close. JS says to Muhammad, he says he was great. I hated what they did with his character in the end. I still thought it was a decent though, mostly for his role. Gavin said Barbarian, now owned by Disney, already announced will be getting a digital release, no physical release. But yeah, I think they've come back now and said there's going to be a physical, I think. And it says Tom Holland also did a great job at reworking Don Mancini's overly ambitious ideas and created a classic horror film. I also love that they take their time before the big reveal of Chucky being alive.
Oh, yeah. When she fucking throws him in the fire pit. I love that part.
Yeah.
You stupid bitch.
The whole part where she knows there's no batteries with her. That's just the batteries fall out of the box. That's awesome.
Right.
Indy Phantom says, I am back and you guys are still going. That's super impressive. Yeah, man. That's how we do it here.
We know how to push it.
Kevin said 25 watching, only 18 likes. So smack that bell and subscribe.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate it, Kevin, yeah. All right, Indy Phantom. Oh man, Extras 3 is such a classic. I watch it more than the original. That's a good one. JS says Extras 3 is a great one. It caught me off guard the first time I watched it.
Yeah,
Who just dropped shit during Dirk's reading? Jump scare.
Well, bet on Alan. That was Alan.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was wondering who it was too. It wasn't me. Not this time. Indy Phantom says George C. Scott is a top 3 actor for me. If you guys haven't seen Hardcore, that's the one that Brad's always telling me about. You need to check it out. Amazing performance.
Yeah, huge fan of George C. Scott, man.
Yeah.
Huge fan of Hardcore.
I haven't seen it. I need to check it out.
Oh, you really? Yeah, you need to watch it.
Yeah, I need to watch that one too. Indy Phantom says, wish I saw it in cinema for that epic jump scare.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, but it was
same. Unfortunately, I didn't catch it until DVD. Yeah, me either. First saw it on VHS. I was around 20 when it came out, but somehow missed the theatrical. Indy Phantom says Fabio is still in purgatory, I'm guessing. Indy Phantom says Frankenhooker is so damn funny. I have the Blue and always loved it.
Hell yeah.
Boss says, Ben, I still need to see Frankenhooker. I have the Synapse film Blu-ray, but Brad, that's awesome badass artwork.
Yeah, that's a very old Synapse Blu-ray. The newer release is the Arrow.
Yours was the Arrow one, Brad?
Yeah.
They're both old as shit now, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now, but that Synapse is like that's a super old Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's like when they first hit Blue.
Yeah.
I need to get
Or
the,
several
I
release
need to get
Robo
the
War,
Arrow.
1980
Arrow.
Deadly Predator.
Ryan, if you're getting to get the Arrow release, it has more features.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got that on my list.
The Arrow UK sale is still going on, I think.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got quite a few things of that. So I actually ended up getting all three of those Forgotten Jolly sets. And finally pushed the button on those, whatever. And I got some other stuff coming. I don't remember, like 8 or 9 other titles. Robert Anderson, Bob says Air Video had so many great UK releases. Sydney says my number one is Die Hard. Yep. Frankenhooker, Want a Date, Zorro the Pimp.
Yeah, Zorro when he knocks your fucking head off. I mean, come on.
Right.
Yeah. Fucking electricity flying everywhere.
Oh yeah, it's awesome.
Yep. India says Frankenhooker makes a good double bill with Microwave Massacre. I'm a fan of Microwave Massacre. More dead meat hookers and even cheesier comedy. Great stuff. Yeah, that's a fun movie. Kevin says you can stream Frankenhooker on AMC Plus.
Yeah.
Wild Wrangler Microwave Massacre main character voiced Frosty the Snowman in 1969. Jackie Vernon.
Yep. You can tell that his voice did.
Yeah. All notes. Number one is Predator. Perfect film for me. Love Bill Duke in this. Yeah, I like Bill Duke a lot in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Wild Wrangler Frank Helen Lauder movie color themes.
Yeah, they all have their own color theme. The color theme for Frankenhooker is purple.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
her
I'm looking at it
nipples are even purple
Yep.
in Frankenhooker.
Well, she is dead. I mean,
He's dead.
Her color was old boy's nipples at the end.
Yeah. That's an ambiguous ending. Dirk, come on, man. You gotta love that.
Muhammad said my honorable mentions are Predator, Aliens, End Country, 1989, Jackknife, and Lean on Me. Yeah, Lean on Me is a fun one too, man.
That's a good movie too.
Yeah. Wild Randall says Basket Case, red, Brain Damage blue, Frankenhooker purple.
Yep.
All right. Paul for boobs. Paul for boobs. Stupid.
I just imagine Paul Verbs just go, that's Paul Verhoeven. That's ridiculous. Let's just do 3. Let's do 3 instead. Let's not get crazy. We don't get a reputation going.
Right?
Okay, but said Total Recall, they are selling dreams, the vacations to your brain. They also would clone animals. Any fan? I saw Predator Full Metal Jacket the same weekend in 1987 in Times Square, New York City. Those were the days, boys.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah. All right. Bob says, Brad, if it's not rewatchable, why do I buy it? Because I have fucking problems and I'm a completionist.
Alan.
People in glass houses, Bob.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man. I have no.
I was just gonna say.
People have that problem.
I've got a
say
copy
Alan?
of Showgirls sealed. I've had it for like I don't even know 2-3 years now or 2 years now. Never seen it. But that is going to change Thursday at 8 p.m.
Yes.
Eastern.
Oh, really?
There's going to be a watch along with me, Alan, Anthony's Horror More, and Johnny's Boutique podcast for Showgirls.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Anybody else has got a copy and they want to watch it? Believe me, I know those freaks have a copy.
Yeah, anybody that wants to join us on that, whatever, has a copy of that, you know.
I got a copy, and if I wasn't going to be driving in the car, I got my umbrella copy right here.
Yeah, I got the same umbrella release.
If I have off that night, I'll join you.
Yeah, Brian, if you're free, man, jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. Like I said, the acting sucks, whatever, but you know,
Yeah.
Elizabeth Berkley, that's her name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's definitely not Saved by the Bell in this one here. She's a long way from Saved by the Bell. But
those
she's
taters, are they dry or?
No, they're gravy.
Taters are all
They're
dried
gravy,
out.
pretty heavy.
Her taters got no gravy.
Oh, let's see. Scolder says 9:30 a.m. here. Where are you at, Scolder? Where's he at?
Mordor.
Yeah, Middle Earth.
He's in Estonia.
Oh, no, it says still awake. Caitlin says
Everything's in
Paxton
Latvia.
was in Big Love stream on HBO Max. I used to like Big Love, man. I watched the first 2 seasons of that.
That's crazy shit, man. We had like 5 wives or some shit.
A good show.
Yeah, that sounds tiring as hell.
Yeah, 3 wives.
Indie fans, Heathers, I forgot earlier, should be in my top 5. I was so in love with Winona Ryder and Shannon Doherty at the time.
Yep.
Boss says Chucky said Aunt Maggie's a real bitch and got what she deserved.
Yeah.
Boss says I can't trust synapse transfers. It still looks good, hopefully. Ben Garrett says Full Moon having a sale right now too.
Yeah.
I don't think I own any Full Moon titles. I don't know. Is that Basket Case trilogy? That's not Full Moon, is it?
No,
that's Second Sight.
Yeah, I
You
don't think I
don't
have
own any Full Moon titles. They're fucking.
Full Moon's like, Dream Maniac and fucking
Puppet Masters and Toxic Avengers and all that shit. I kind of like to get Toxic Avengers, but
Toxic Avengers. That's a Troma movie.
Troma or 88 Films put out too.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in Narnia. Wild Wrangler says, heard a song called Back to the 80s, Back to Rocky and Cherry Coke. Bob says, Alan Full Moon numbers their spines. Don't tell me that, Bob.
Oh,
No, that's it.
Don't get started on that.
Full Moon doesn't. They don't do slips.
You'll have a big old pile of shit, Alan. You don't want it to go down that road.
Yeah, I'm not. I've looked at their site a few times. I've never seen anything too much. The Transfer's getting a 4K. I may get that. I ain't seen that movie in a long time. But
their first 4K, Full Moon's first 4K is Puppet Master 4 or something like that.
Oh, I thought Transfers was the first 4K. I thought, but
didn't I hear that right, Brian? That they're doing a Puppet Master sequel is their first 4K.
Transfers is already out.
Was it already out?
Well,
yeah.
Well, they're doing a Puppet Master sequel as their 4K.
They are doing a Puppet Master sequel.
It's one of the sequels is going to be a 4K.
Yeah.
I don't know who's doing it, but I know they're doing a Puppet Master sequel. Yeah.
It'd have to be Full Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like their staple. All right, Bob says Castle Freak is an excellent release by Full Moon. Love that one.
It's a really good movie. It's a shitty release.
Yeah.
There's no special features, hardly any special features. There's no subtitles.
That's what I hear about all their releases is just shit.
They kind of suck. Yeah.
I watched Bob unbox that. What's it called? That big Puppet Master set, whatever.
I
was working his ass out trying to get those movies in and out. It kind of turned me off on wanting to get that set. But plus, I don't really have anywhere to put it in here right now.
It's a big box.
Yeah, looks cool though. Bob says Transfers was their first 4K. Puppet Master 3 is getting a 4K. All right. Anthony says, my first honorable mention is Creepshow 2, a great horror anthology series featuring a wooden Indian coming to life to exact revenge, a killer tarp that kills people in a lake, and a zombie hitchhiker. Thanks for the ride, lady. Transfers 4K just came out. It's slipped up.
Oh, doing slips now.
Yeah, meaning it has a slipcover.
So they will get Alan's money.
Yeah, I have a slipcover on Prius Stereo from Full Moon, okay?
All right.
Bob says, my bad, great movie. All right, guys. Let's see. Shit release. And I've never been a big Puppet Master guy. Yeah, I hadn't either. That's why I just thought that box set was cool and I was going to get into them. I've only seen the first one. So I can't really say much about them, but
they're not terrible.
No. The
second
second one
if you want a doll movie, there's just so many better options if you want a killer doll movie.
Now the last one they made, the Littlest Reich or whatever, I had fun with that shit.
That was exactly. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Boss, I think a lot of these labels are releasing they need to add slips. Full Moon have a lot of H.P. Lovecraft films, and realizing slips help sell. Yep.
Somebody needs to do a Castle Freak, a proper release of it.
Which one? There's 2.
I've only seen the original. I've never seen. There's been a couple remakes, right?
Severin would be a good company for it. Or Vinegar Syndrome.
Vinegar Syndrome, I was going to say, that would be another one.
Either one. Severin needs to do something though.
Severin needs to put out some titles that are not trash. I mean, The Changeling is their best title this year, and it's a re-release
for $50.
Yeah, get it on Orbit for $40, I think, right now.
Fucking insane.
It's still ridiculous. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, RLJ already did the remake.
Yeah, which it's not unwatchable. It's not terrible. They tried an interesting thing with that remake. It just, to me, it didn't really work that well.
I watched the Changeling Blu-ray not long ago, and it didn't fucking wow me. A lot of people said that Blu-ray was fucking amazing. What do y'all think?
I didn't think it was particularly anything to write home about. It was okay.
It's
It
probably
wasn't
better than you had seen it before. So that's
Right.
why
it wasn't like a Synapse Blu-ray where
no.
it's
dude,
like 4K, you know. I mean,
Dude, Aero 4Ks. Most of the Aero 4Ks I watch, I'm like, God damn, that looks good.
yeah,
You know, Frankenhooker looks way better than it should. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah. Eating Alive, that 4K or that Blu-ray, that looks like any 4K I would see.
yeah, it was disappointing not seeing that Changeling Blu-ray. I was like, well, shit. Now I got to get the fucking 4K, probably.
Also, RLJ has slept on. They're killing it. Some great titles.
Oh, they do have some really good titles.
Most of these companies would make a killing releasing with slips. Kino shot up since they started amping up their slip production. You know, you think if these people have PR people, whatever, they should know. You look here, we throw a slip on this, we're going to sell double
Right.
the amount.
Yeah, if they know how the boutique world works.
Yeah.
And we're the motherfuckers keeping physical media in business, you know.
Yeah, pretty much the only ones.
Well, Alan, you know, by himself.
Yeah, Alan. There's Alan.
Have 40 boxes over here.
Then there's
I
Alan.
don't know what most of them are.
Right.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here.
Some of these.
Don't look over here.
Honey, for the sake of our marriage, don't come in here.
Yeah. So be looking for a collection update video for me probably tomorrow. So I'm gonna unbox all this tomorrow. I gotta get
So you
some
can
shit
hide
out.
all
It's
that
starting to
shit.
look like a problem.
Oh no, I've always had this.
It's kind of like, you know, I'm looking at my issues in person here and it's hurting my feelings. I need to get it out of the way so out of sight, out of mind. All right, we're gonna go through some honorable mentions, guys, and Dr. Ordinary, you are up, buddy.
All right, honorable mentions. First one right up bat. It's an easy one. Die Hard.
Oh, yeah.
Not much to say about this movie that hasn't already been said. It was hard not to have this in my top 5. It is entirely rewatchable, although I would rewatch it maybe only once a year. The only thing I really have to add to this movie is that I think what really makes this movie an amazing action movie is that this was one of the first time in the 80s that you've got an action star who's actually vulnerable. If you really look at it, you know, you've got Predator, you've got all these other huge early 80s action movies where, you know, everybody can get shot 800 times. They're always the tough guy that, you know, they never break down. And if you really look at John McClane's character, he's pretty vulnerable through the whole thing. He's just trying to like unfuck his relationship with his wife, try to figure his life out. He gets shot, he gets hurt. He's just he's a regular guy trying to do the right thing. And I think, you know, it's just picking Bruce Willis to play this role overall was fantastic. And my number 2 honorable mention, it's got to be, and again, I don't know how this isn't in my top 10, but it's not. And that's Top Gun.
Yeah, I expect that to be like number 1 or 2 for you. Well,
it really should have been. You know, I went back and watched it several times. It will always be in my top 10, and it's always going to be very near the top. I think it's just. I think honestly, what happened is that Maverick trumped it so much. I get a lot of the cheesiness. You know, this from somebody who's a pilot himself, and who served in the military and who served on aircraft carriers. Again, it's not what it's about. It's about the story. It's about the people. You know, this movie was basically a recruiting film for the U.S. Navy. There's a lot of trivia I'm not going to go into here because it's getting late. About the amount of money that the U.S. Navy and the Pentagon actually paid to the studio to make this movie. I don't know. It's all around great movie. Nobody has not seen Top Gun. If you haven't, fuck you. Get out of my life. Get away from me.
I've seen it was on Laserdisc. Yeah.
Ryan, I took down the little corner advertisement to show you a Maverick on the wall up there. And that Maverick poster on the wall, by the way, what's it called, Ryan? From Displace, it's like metal.
Display. Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing looks badass in person, by the way. That Maverick
It
thing.
looks badass right here.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much I can't say about Top Gun. I mean, I get the whole homoerotic undertones to it that a lot of people talk about. You know, directed by Tony Scott, who's deceased, unfortunately, Ridley Scott's brother. $15 million budget. This movie basically created the VHS home market industry. So before now, VHS tapes were really only sold at a price to go to video stores. Top Gun was the first movie that was priced so that people could own it individually. And that really, honestly, is what started the whole home physical media marketplace. Top Gun is responsible for that. Val Kilmer was obligated to do the movie. He really didn't want to do it. There's that whole lore to it, but really, Tony Scott convinced him that the script would get better. Now considers it one of the greatest things that he ever did. Anthony Edwards, Val Kilmer, Kelly McGillis, Meg Ryan, Tom Skerritt, Michael Ironside. Just a classic '80s movie all around. I'm not gonna beat a dead horse, but it should be my number one. But for a lot of other reasons, it's not. But it'll always be one of my favorite movies of all time.
Kelly McGillis, zero gravy, no gravy on her taters.
Yeah. Her taters are instant.
Yeah. She has dry Hungry Man frozen dinner potatoes.
She's got Hungry Man taters.
Come on, guys. These are human beings.
Yeah.
Actually, she's got a terrible, very, very sad story that I'm not going to go into about why she kind of disappeared from acting for a while after this came out. And so, yeah, I hate to make fun of her taters, but her taters didn't have any gravy on them.
So you won't be looking at the shitter on that critter.
Still got to check out Top Gun and the Maverick. I got to see those one of these days.
You haven't seen that?
I have not seen either of them.
Did you hear what he said?
I heard.
All right, Dirk, what you got, bud?
All right, man. Sometimes dead is better. Pet Cemetery.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
Dead is better.
Dead is better.
Dead is better.
Sometimes dead is better. I can't do that fucking accent, but
Nobody can do a main accent.
Yeah, it's a great fucking movie, man. I think I start to shit out the same way every fucking time, but it's about family tragedy. It's the ultimate what comes around goes around story. That's the way I interpret it. How our dead loved ones influence our decisions. Definition of insanity. Some things shouldn't be played with, King said this novel is the only one he wrote that really scared him. It's based on a true story. King got the idea when his daughter's cat Smucky was killed on the highway and is on one of the tombstones in the pet cemetery. The Zelda scenes are creepy as hell. He was also heavily influenced by the Monkey's Paw. This is a great Thanksgiving movie, by the way.
Right on.
Shit on, Thanksgiving time. And
about doing whatever it takes to keep the family together.
Yeah.
Oh, Dirk, I'm so gonna sell that one this Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I mean, they go off to Thanksgiving dinner,
Right? Charlie Brown Pumpkin Patch? Fuck you. I got a movie for you.
And then my second honorable is gonna be They Live.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So this is
There's only two things I'm good at.
yeah. Yeah.
Chewing bubble gum.
Yeah. I have come here
Kicking
to
ass.
chew bubble gum and kick ass. And I'm all out of bubble gum. And that other quote, man, I like life's a bitch and she's back in heat. But basically, man, it's just the way I see this movie is
Well, shit.
Did
I think Louisiana just got bombed.
Hurricane.
they just shut him off? Did a gator get him?
Come on, man. Click back in.
You got this, Dirk. Come on.
There you
Oh,
go.
there he is.
Oh, there he is.
All right. Yeah, the elites heard me fucking talking, I guess. But anyway, we're controlled through the media at the deeper level of this movie. You know, aliens have taken over. Population is blind, or I guess you'd say asleep.
Blinded.
Yeah,
There you
they live, we sleep. Heavily inspired from Orson Welles, I feel like. Consume, obey, and procreate. Like constantly being watched, like surveillance. This fucking movie speaks loud for today, more so for today. I feel like I'm not big into politics and shit, so that shit don't matter to me. I know what the fuck Carpenter was trying to do, but you know he can fuck himself too, you know. But the fight scene between and the dude Nada, man, he you know his name's never fucking mentioned.
Yeah.
George Nada.
John Nada.
Yeah.
George Nada, ain't it?
No, it's John.
It's John?
Yep.
I got fucking George right here. What the fuck? Well,
It doesn't
anyway.
matter. Nobody
yeah,
says
his name's
name.
never fucking mentioned. That's why I was like, what the fuck? But yeah, it was like a 5-minute fight scene. I think Brian mentioned that earlier. Somebody mentioned it earlier. Yeah, real homeless people were fed and paid for this movie. Yeah, man, great fucking movie, man. They Live. Pet Sematary. Check them out.
I love both of those, man.
I love that artwork on They Live, as They Live Blu-ray.
Yeah, this is the Studio Canal release.
Yeah.
But
Another, another woke film. Like I said, it's done right. There's little things you notice more as you watch. Like watching it again, I just watched it a couple days ago, whatever it was.
yeah,
There's not one black cop in the whole movie. Like it just, little things,
Right.
all the homeless are like minority mixed in, like all different. But no, it's just he was saying a lot.
yeah. I just interpreted it like shit, man. You know, like I said, the politics don't have no grip on me either way. So
Yeah, it was definitely a piece of satire on capitalism and
Yeah.
right. I know that he was saying that or conveying that or whatever the fuck, but I just look at it like motherfuckers looking at one fucking some type of screen. Everybody in the fucking world is looking at one of these or a goddamn or something, man, and being controlled. You know, that's just how I interpret the shit.
We're selling movies here.
Yeah.
That's our fucking.
Yeah, we're watching TV screens.
Buy them Blu-rays of Frankenhooker.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. What you got for your honorable mentions, Brett?
Number one, 1989, written by Scott Spiegel. He's done a lot of stuff with Sam Raimi. Ryan, I think, heard of him. Both the Raimi brothers are in this one.
Yep.
And Trigger.
Uh-oh.
That's a great movie.
Yeah, I watched it
movie.
last year.
Very nearly made my top 5. The practical effects in this, all but let's just say 1 or maybe 2 little kills are stellar. The fucking bandsaw kill in this movie is it looks like they're sawing a fucking real head in.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so good. And that's what this severed head is, the top half of the head. That kind of thing. He fights with them all, gets locked out, and then he keeps sneaking back in the store. Then the staff members start getting knocked off, the night shift crew. They start getting killed off, and the entire movie takes place in the grocery store. It's just a awesome flick. Like I said, great practical effects. If you haven't seen this one's really like under the radar for some reason. This is a great one. And my other one, 1990 again. The miniseries.
Oh yeah.
Love that still book, man.
That is a badass.
Absolutely.
Yeah, my notes were Tim Curry. That's what I wrote on this. Y'all know the story of it. I sound like Quint. Y'all know me. Everybody knows the story of it. Tim Curry as it is the reason to see this.
Yeah.
He is so great. Every time he's on screen, he's awesome. This fucking thing is like 3 hours long.
Yep.
The ending is fucking bonkers. Whatever. I know, I understand that. I get that, but that's not what you're in it for. You're in it for Tim Curry as Pennywise, the dancing clown. He's the eater of worlds and children, ripping little kids' arms off and shit.
Yeah.
When Georgie tells him, he asks him if the balloons float down there. That whole fucking scene with the storm sewer is creepy as hell. But when Georgie asks him if the balloons float, and just Tim Curry's reaction, oh yes, they float. Like he just he loves telling people that things float down there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. This movie is awesome. Been watching since I was a little kid. If you got a problem with clowns, motherfucker, this movie will haunt your fucking dreams the rest of your life. This is a pretty cool steelbook. It's an FYE steelbook. Got some bad as shit going on there.
Yeah.
But
Tim Curry's performance in that. I mean, listen, I love the new It movies, but there's something about Tim Curry,
Right.
that knows how to capture that role.
Yeah, man, it's fantastic.
They don't have Tim Curry. That's all I got to say.
They
man.
don't. I mean, it's a great argument.
Some of the actors in this, they're not that great. They don't do that great a job. It was a TV movie, miniseries. I don't think they're trying that hard. Tim Curry is, though.
Yeah, he
Tim
is.
Curry's fucking doing his job, and he's fucking great in it. That's all I keep saying. Tim Curry, man, that's just awesome. This movie, like, the book is insane. They left a lot of stuff out of the book, which is good in my opinion. But there's some hardcore stuff in this, man. Like, there's the N word, and it's just like, this is not the movie I think a lot of people will remember. So I mean, get a chance to rewatch this thing, man, because I'm telling you, it holds up.
Now, I just pre-ordered, if I remember correctly, the it's the documentary, it's the story of it, something like that. Got that pre-ordered, I believe.
Yeah.
And Halloween Ends had no business trying to, do Michael that way. Have him go down there like fucking Pennywise.
Yeah, he wanted to. They should have been a tie-in. It should have been There should have been clown paraphernalia down there.
Right. Scott Spiegel, man, like this. So I'm gonna geek out a little bit. Sam Raimi being from Michigan, so Scott Spiegel, really close to Sam Raimi. They actually, I saw it on one of the documentaries. So Scott Spiegel, Sam Raimi, and the Coen brothers all shared a house when they first got to LA. When they were all really, really young in their careers. Also, Frances McDormand came through there, Kathy Bates, and a lot of people. They all shared this same house that they all rented in LA. So Scott Spiegel apparently is the one that's responsible for introducing Quentin Tarantino to the people that would allow him to produce Reservoir Dogs.
Yeah,
he's huge in this, like, in Hollywood, in this genre, and like Intruder, nobody knows about it, and it's such a great fucking movie.
Yeah, it says from the producer of Inglourious Bastards and Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean it's and nobody knows his name.
Yeah, it's like I said, man, it's a badass flick.
It's a great movie.
Like Stage Fright and that are a great double feature.
Absolutely. Yep. If there's anybody that hasn't seen Intruder, you will not be disappointed.
The fucking bandsaw scene alone. How the fuck did they do that? It looks like human flesh.
Listen, from an anatomy perspective, it's very fucking realistic, like crazy realistic.
I love the killer. I mean, it's just.
I'm just wondering.
It's like well written. It does have a lot of like Raimi-esque sort of features to it, but
it doesn't have the rainy, like Sam Raimi zaniness.
Right. It doesn't. It's not the campiness. Yeah. It's not. It's not the Evil Dead Bruce Campbell campiness, but it has a lot of that. I don't know, the cinematography to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are good ones out there, bro. All right, Brian, you're up, buddy.
All right, man. First one up here is a story about Brian. It's brain damage.
Name damage.
Brian damage.
But the main character here, his name is Brian. He has this. He wakes up one morning. He has this this parasite attached to his head, named Elmer.
Yeah.
Elmer.
And he's feeding him.
Elmer with an A.
Yeah, Elmer.
Yeah.
But on the back of here it says Elmer with an E. So I don't know.
Ylmer, but
So
they say Elmer, even though it's Almer.
Yeah.
Elmer. Look at that Midwestern.
Yeah.
But he's all about giving Brian this the juice or whatever. He has this like hallucinogenic drug that he coats his brain with through the back of his neck. And it's kind of just like heroin, basically. It just he becomes addicted to it and everything. So, but the Elmer thing, whatever
that's what it is too. It's an Elmer. That's what the creature is.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know anything about
that. I don't know.
Brad.
He craves human brains. So every night or so, he has to go out into the wild and kill somebody to eat on their human brains, whatever, so that Brian can get more of the juice or whatever that he's craving from this creature. It's really fucking crazy.
Hell yeah.
Movie's bad shit, crazy. Fucking Frank Henlotter, of course, Basket Case and Frankenhooker directed this. There's a funny that whole during the fellatio scene or whatever in this movie, the crew walked out of production refusing to work on the scene. On the subway, Brian sees the man carrying the big basket with a lock on it. The character is the Basket Case Dwayne Bradley.
Yeah, the Henlotter universe.
Yeah, the Henlotter universe. Yeah, he does that whole color aesthetic that Brad was talking about. This is a total blue film. Just an all-around fun ass movie. If you haven't seen Brain Damage, what are you doing?
It's like a satire on addiction. You know?
I like that. I like that tagline on the cover. It's a headache from hell.
A Headache from Hell, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, see the original right there.
That's killer, man.
I love that slip too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck you, Brian.
Yeah.
I got it from Diabolic. It came with an enamel pin too. I have a pin of the Elmer too. Came with it.
Elmer.
Number 2 is Harry and the Hendersons.
Oh shit.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
You were just talking about this one, Ryan.
Yeah.
But yeah, another childhood favorite. I've watched this and Howard the Duck back to back all the time. That and Muppets Take Manhattan was also a childhood favorite of mine.
I was just gonna say.
I remember watching that as a kid, I always wanted Harry to fuck some shit up, man.
Yeah, Harry can tear the fucking house down, that's for sure. It's what happens when a family hits Bigfoot and picks him up off the side of the road and fucking takes him home as one of their own.
John Lithgow.
Yeah,
it's a great John Lithgow movie.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite John Lithgow performances, actually. Just the whole movie's just great. I don't know. It won an Oscar winner for best makeup, so yeah, those are my picks.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, Brad, I got a slip on mine.
Fuck both y'all.
Well, this will be my last appearance on the Top 5 stream. Appreciate everybody for showing up, but I won't be back.
Bastards. Let me write that one down.
It's got a nice feel to it too, the slip.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Until you watch fucking Top Gun, Brian don't want you back.
I'm not back. Yeah.
Right. You redeemed yourself with Brain Damage.
All right, guys. My first one here, I'm not going to say a lot about. People's already talked to death. Goodfellas. What can I say about it? It's fantastic. Ray Liotta's mom passed away from cancer, I think, right before or during the filming. So he used a lot of his feelings about that for his emotional parts of the movie. I already mentioned the part, my favorite scene in the movie is the, you're a funny guy. Oh, that's great. It's just a fantastic movie, rewatchable as hell. just fantastic. Get your fucking shine box. There's so many great lines. The line, my whole life I always wanted to be a gangster or whatever.
Yeah.
That was like number 10 or some shit of the greatest movie lines of all times or something like that. It's just a fucking great movie. Great looking fucking still book. Of course, you can see got fingerprints all over. So fingerprint fucking magnet.
Is that a 4K?
Yeah, it's 4K.
Yeah.
You got really nice disc art on the inside, and I really like the shot on the inside. I'll take these discs out real quick and show that real fast. Really good shot on the inside.
Got Polly. Yeah.
Yeah, we lost him earlier this year.
Yeah.
But this, I mean, as far as a gangster movie goes, there's this movie and there's everything else. It's just fucking great. What can I say about it? All right, my other one here. I just rewatched this right before the stream, and for me, it holds up. I always love this movie. It's when this movie came out in 1988, where this cast was just absolutely fucking crazy. All these guys were doing this together. I'm a big fucking Western fan. And when this came out, I've seen this movie in theaters probably 5 times. A huge fan. Still holds up for me. And that's Young Guns.
Oh, yeah. That was in my top 15.
I just watched this literally like 30 minutes before the stream started. Movie came out in 1988. This cast, you got Emilio Estevez, Kiefer Sutherland, Lou Diamond Phillips, Charlie Sheen, Dermot Mulroney, Terrence Stamp, Jack Palance, Terry O'Quinn. Just a fucking great movie. Directed by Christopher Kane. Just a few notes about the movie real fast. I didn't realize this until I was researching it, but Tom Cruise actually has an uncredited part in this. He was on the set during filming, and he asked if he could be one of the henchmen or one of the gunmen, whatever, that gets killed, one of the villains. And you never know it's him. He's kind of dressed up. You really don't recognize him. But he comes out of the when they kill him, Henry, what's the guy's name? The first guy they go to kill. Anyway, when he comes out of the little saloon or whatever, he gets shot and killed. You never know it's him, but it is Tom Cruise. I thought that was kind of neat. At night, the actors would party and get drunk together, and they would mess around and sing songs and stuff. And they would always fuck with Lou Diamond Phillips and get him to sing La Bamba because he had just started in the movie La Bamba or whatever. So it's funny. It was Richie Valens. When they were going through the Indian village after doing peyote, which is my favorite scene. You see the size of that chicken?
Do you see the size of that chicken?
If we're in the spirit world, asshole, they can't see us. That whole notice, and I noticed this tonight, whatever. Kiefer Sutherland has got his mask up or whatever, and that was actually his body double because he had to leave the set because his wife had just given birth to their first child. So that wasn't Kiefer Sutherland on the horse; it was his body double with a mask on. None of the movie's fight scenes were choreographed; they were all improvised. And I kind of noticed that after watching it again tonight, you can kind of tell. Charlie Sheen was fucking terrible on a horse. They fell off his horse numerous times, and all the other actors always fought with Charlie Sheen with his accent. If you notice Charlie Sheen's accent in the movie's fucking terrible. When he says Billy, he says, "I'm daring you, Billy." They all fuck with him about his accent, so I thought that was kind of funny. His accent is pretty fucking terrible. But if you guys hadn't seen the movie, Charlie Sheen was probably the top actor in this movie at the time. And he gets killed off right after the first act. Right. It was a really big fucking surprise. You don't expect the top actor to get killed. So that was a big shock. But it's a fun movie. Emilio Estevez, by far, I've never been a Mighty Ducks fan. But this is my favorite thing he's ever been in. I wish he was still making movies. It's just a fucking great cast. The Dermot Mulroney in this is fucking great. He's hilarious. But yeah, guys, that's my other I want to mention is Young Guns. Big fan of it.
Yeah, the Young Guns is one of the VHS slipcovers I actually have too.
Really?
Yeah. So that's one to hunt down.
I've always been confused. I know Emilio Estevez and Sheen are brothers.
Yeah.
Are they half brothers? Is that what the?
No, they're full brothers. Emilio Estevez, I guess, is his mother's maiden name or something like that.
Yeah.
He kept that. And
he took a different name. Yeah.
Yeah. No, they're full-fledged brothers.
Okay. So they're half Mexican or what?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Okay.
No, I
didn't know if y'all knew.
I'm not sure. No, they're full brothers. I read about it somewhere one time. He basically took his mother's maiden name or something like that.
He didn't want to get the favoritism by being a Sheen.
He
wanted to be his own man, make his own way.
He's probably seen what happened to Charlie.
Well, this was before all that. He just wanted to be his own man, make it on his own merits. That's what he said.
All right, guys, we will read the chat here and we'll get on out of here. I think that's where we left off at. All right, Wild Wrangler is watching Trick or Treat 2007 right now. All right, on to my fourth movie of the night. I might try for 5. Damn, that sounds like a good night to me.
Right?
All right, Robert Anderson, good work. I need to step up my game, then I can sell some of this stuff off. Sell some of this stuff. I put too much on my plate for October, so I'm trying to catch up. I did that last October. I said I wasn't going to do that this year. India Phantom says, I bought that Top Gun sale through release. Had an awesome Diet Pepsi tie-in commercial that Martin Sheen did a voiceover for.
Yep. That's how they could justify selling the VHS tapes for so cheaply.
Yeah.
They got Pepsi to do a commercial.
All right. Hollow Note says MRE taters. Bob says, I guess you have to get the fuck out of his life for not seeing Top Gun.
Yeah.
And he says, hell yeah, the Pet Cemetery.
He gets a pass. Let's be honest. The fuck do I know?
That has such. Yeah, he's got It Still books, so it works out in the wash.
I tried to watch all of his movies. Like I tried to watch some of his big icons, and I watched the one where he's an attorney, The Verdict or whatever. Not the attorney.
Oh fuck yeah.
The Firm.
The
I was
Firm.
like, all right, and then I watched.
We're back on the same page.
I watched Sports Agent.
Yeah.
That was the one where I was like, I'm fucking done. That's it. Show me the money, all that. I was like, I'm not.
Did you watch?
I don't give a fuck. I love Jerry Maguire.
Have you seen Risky Business though?
I saw Risky Business when I was a kid, and the Color of Money when I was a kid, and I don't have problems with those. But man, I saw that fucking Jerry Maguire, and I went, what the hell? This makes no fucking sense. Throw your whole fucking career in the toilet. This is a hot shot, like Pretty Boy. He's gonna go slumming it with a fucking, a 6 with a kid. I mean, it just doesn't make it didn't make a goddamn bit of sense to me at all. The Verdict, at least, or whatever, The Firm at least made sense. I don't know. And I feel like Top Gun, if I watch it, I'm just gonna get madder and madder. I'm just gonna go, what the hell? Why does everybody love this shit so much? But eventually, I'm gonna see it. I gotta see.
You know what's funny though is I really honestly didn't think that Top Gun would hold up. And when Maverick came out, Alan and we went and saw it with our collective families, and so our children some of them hadn't seen the original Top Gun, and they loved Maverick, which was a real surprise because I was convinced they were not going to like it. And they went back and watched the original Top Gun and loved it. And I was kind of surprised because I was expecting them to be like, what's this weird homoerotic,
Did everybody in the 80s wear baby oil around, or is that just...
Pretty much.
Well, if you were playing volleyball, you did, goddammit.
Yeah.
I hope you slip in the fucking sand.
Yeah.
Right?
Baby oil is not designed for babies.
Yeah. Listen, I've been in a military locker room. We all get 3 inches from each other's face, and we go.
He's got to see the movie. He
doesn't know what I'm talking about. Never mind.
Yeah, that was a great fucking impression, by the way.
Sorry, Val.
Andy Fanning says, hell yeah, the Pet Cemetery. That has such damn atmosphere. Great child performance by John Hughes' kid, who was also great in Wes Craven's New Nightmare.
Yeah, Miko Hughes.
Dead is better, Herman Munster said. And how good is Roddy Piper and They Live? What a great Carpenter score, too.
True.
Yeah.
They Live, Buck Flower. It says, my second honorable mention is Arachnophobia. I love Arachnophobia. Great directed by Frank Marshall and an excellent score by Trevor Jones. Most of the spiders they used are real, and I love the small town vibe. Yeah, I don't like a fucking spider. I'd rather eat a fucking
that's
steak.
On a lot of that's on a lot of doctors, like in their top 10 doctors movies, right up there with Doc Hollywood, Arachnophobia.
Yeah, Black Widow spider hasn't killed anybody since like the 60s or whatever, but
no, they're like a bee sting. They're not going to kill you.
A fucking
I give a whole lecture on spiders to young residents and medical students. Spiders get blamed for everything, and leave spiders alone. We need spiders.
I don't need no fucking spider.
Spiders and bats.
Yeah, I kill Black Widows. I mean,
your house would be coated in fucking bugs without either one of those.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got little scorpions out here. I didn't know about until I moved here.
In Florida during the summertime, in front of our house, we had a bunch of skinks, one of these little lizards, and I root for them motherfuckers. I'm guessing evolution, they eat the fucking spiders. So I'm hoping that they eat all the fucking spiders. But that's how I sleep at night.
Alan's out there spraying steroids on them.
I read something somewhere that kind of haunted me a long time ago. It basically said that you're never more than 10 feet away from a spider, no matter where you're at. And yeah, that fucked with me a little bit. It was like 10 feet or 20 feet. And I'm just like, you know,
where the fuck is he? I know he's in here somewhere.
And the worst thing ever is when you kill a fucking spider, they shoot 50 babies out their ass. It's like a fucking horror movie. It's like a goddamn practical fake horror movie. And I got a broom that I broke in half. I was living in my apartment one time back when I smoked. I was outside smoking a cigarette. There's this big old goddamn spider, this lit hallway, and I go and fucking go inside, get a broom, hit that motherfucker, and it's like a goddamn horror movie, like just everywhere. And I'm out there 2 o'clock in the morning beating the shit out of the fucking sidewalk. Next morning, like a murder scene.
Like a damn wolf spider or something?
I don't know what the fuck it was. They're all goddamn tarantulas to me. I don't give a fuck.
I don't know. This probably happens once a month at Alan's house. He has to go into his wife and go, "Listen, honey, we're moving."
That's it. We're done. We're done. Fucking spiders took over. We're out.
Yeah, John. About arachnophobia. John Goodman was great as the exterminator in that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Obey, Dirk. All right, Chris C says, late evening all. Hope we're doing good, man. How you doing, Chris?
Yeah, Chris.
Ben Graham says, consume,
marry, and reproduce.
Go, Anthony. All right, they look at screens. I'm over here staring at slips.
Yep.
Intruder is a hard one to get.
Is it?
Nah, man, just the Synapse Blu-ray.
Yeah.
It's available, widely available.
Our Intruder is awesome. I have the limited edition from Synapse, and it's got such a fun vibe and camera work.
It really does.
I'm crazy about this store. Great stuff, Brad.
I'm just crazy about this store. There's
Wild
one
Wrangler says, "Kiss me, fat man."
I'm not going to spoil it, but there's one little scene where the killer is going to get the final girl, and there's like toilet paper rolls knocked over, and he has to stop and pick the toilet paper rolls up, set them right before he can go finish his business.
All right, It. Tim Curry and It and Legend are legendary.
Oh yeah,
right.
Hell yeah.
Oh no, it says, yep, Tim Curry. Also, I'm not a fan of the new look of Pennywise, so I haven't seen the remake. I mean, you should check them out. They're a good time, man. At least I love part 1. I like part 2 also. A lot of people didn't like part 2. I like both of them.
Yeah.
All right, Devil and Legend movie, Tim Curry.
Yeah,
Tim Curry is just such a legendary actor, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Curry voiced a villain in a cartoon called Mighty Max. Watch the opening to that. Will give you chills. Never heard of that.
Tons of voice.
He was also in a Muppets movie, Brian, called Muppets Treasure Island.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
He actually plays that part really, really well.
I love him in Congo. Yeah, Congo. Mr. Hamoka.
Yeah. Yep.
Has everybody ever went to theaters?
Cake.
Went to theaters and watched Rocky Horror Picture Show with the audience?
Oh yeah.
Coco just did tonight while we were streaming tonight. She went and saw fucking Rocky Horror.
Yeah, it's fun in the audience, man. They all participate. The audience kind of participates for the movie. It's a blast.
Yeah, we had I lived at Northern Michigan University. They would do it every year. Their little theater department would put it on. It was always a blast.
Me and my brother, when he was in college, me and him went to theaters not here anymore, right down the road here. But they do like there's like windshield wipers. They'll all do the windshield wiper shit. You know, all kind of shit. Whatever. They just interact with the movie. It's a lot of fun.
She said she saw a lot of taters tonight. Seen that?
Yep.
Like I
bet.
Nice.
Taters everywhere. Those.
Nice. Phallic parasite.
Yep.
Almer.
He's an Almer.
I think I skipped this one. Indy said it's a damn dark Stephen King book too. High recommendation for the novel. It goes places even King wouldn't nowadays. I've read the book a long time ago. All right. Spaghetti and Brains. Brain Damage is my other favorite. Henenlotter. I was blown away watching that again recently on Joe Bob. The lead actor did daytime soaps, but he put his all into this role. Harry Bigfoot is also played by Predator star Kevin Peter Hall. Yep, 7'2". Goodfellas is a perfect movie in my opinion. Yep, I can't argue with that. Speaking of Estevez, the original Stakeout needs to release pronto, man. I fucking love the original Stakeout, man. I almost pulled it just like I can talk about it tonight, man.
Dreyfus is way different in that movie, man, than any other role.
But the scenes where Dreyfus is in the house and Emilio Estevez is looking at him, whatever, and they're kind of communicating back and forth with hand gestures and shit. It's a lot of fun. Y'all haven't seen Stakeout, man? Check that one out. The sequel, sequel shouldn't exist. The sequel shouldn't fucking exist.
Yeah, Roseanne Barr.
No, Rosie O'Donnell.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Man, it's terrible. Cruz is great in Collateral, Brad.
Oh hell yeah, he is.
All right, like the damn trash can scene in The Burbs, but with pops and spiders.
I've never seen that. I've never seen anybody drive their trash to the end of the driveway, beat the shit out of it.
All right. Wild Wrangler says cunts can pray 10 to 15 feet. The more you know. Wild Wrangler says time warp.
The more you know.
So, but yeah, speaking of that spider shit, I was married to the first wife, and we had our first house was a double wide trailer in Havana, which is like a suburb of where I live at, and it's just middle of nowhere. And I'm sitting there late one night watching TV. And I kind of sit there in my fucking drawers on the fucking couch watching TV like 2:00 in the morning. And I look over the corner of my fucking eye, and there's a fucking mouse sitting on the fucking kitchen floor. Now at the time I had two sons, and they were both like one in a crib, one just out of a crib. And my wife's sleeping here, my kids are over here, and we're in a trailer, so everything makes more noise. And I look over and I see this fucking mouse, and I'm sitting there just in my fucking drawers, whatever, on the fucking couch. My socks are laying right over there, so I put my socks on. I reach around to the edge of the kitchen there, and I grab a fucking broom. And I'm fucking sneaking to this fucking mouse. I rear back, and I hit the floor so fucking hard, I break the broom in half. And it sounded like a fucking bomb went off. And I missed him by 6 feet. And my fucking wife comes running out of the fucking bedroom. Like, what the fuck was that? And I'm standing there with fucking socks and drawers on, holding a broke broom. Anyway.
Did you see the size of that mouse?
It's not what it looks like.
So I remember we're going out of town that weekend. I ended up setting traps. I'm catching this motherfucker. And we get back home, and I go to open the thing under the kitchen sink, whatever, and I see the dead mouse. I got that motherfucker. Open up the other fucking door. There's another dead mouse caught. Fuck. Well, we lived right behind our backyard. There was a nursery, and they had just like cut the grass, whatever. This was a bunch of field mice that had come in. Yeah. So we have found a place like where our hot water heater was. They were coming in. Got it fixed. No more problems. But yeah, fuck that. I mean, fucking 2:00 in the morning, you look over and see a little fucking mouse. It might as well be a fucking badger. I like it was huge. Anyway, I mean, I'm just a big old pussy, but it ain't something you want to see at 2:00 in the morning. All right. Let's see. Last couple comments. We'll get on out of here, guys. Time warp. LOL. Well, guys, y'all got anything y'all need to talk about? If not, we're going to get on out. 4 hours and 55 minutes. So
it's 5 hours. It's always 5 hours.
We added 10 minutes from the last.
Yeah. Yep, we did.
Yeah.
The only thing I have to say is it's going to get harder and harder. That's what she said.
Yeah.
We're getting into the fucking sweet spot for slasher movies coming up.
This group was hard. This next segment's going to be damn near impossible just looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Putting that shit
it's amazing the movies in this group we just went through that I left out, man, that I would have loved to have pulled and talked about, but you got to cut them off somewhere.
85 alone has a shit ton.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. 80. Well, yeah. Alan and I were talking about that this morning. 85's got top 10 movies in it just by itself.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a tough one.
We could just do the years singly now.
Yeah. We're going to go on for the rest of our life.
Yep. 10 years.
Yes. Stretch it out. Yeah, the last 10 years, 10 more instead of every 5.
When I was a baby, I had the bubonic plague. My mom caught 2 rats near my crib.
Damn.
Yeah, fuck that. Later on, good night, Andy. Well, man, I hope everybody have a good night. Thank y'all for hanging out as always. I love hanging out with these fucking guys. I could do it every day if I had time. And Brian, thank you for jumping in, man. Being on vacation down there, man.
Yeah, right. No kidding, man. I know that's a pain in the ass, and
that's
taking time out of family time to join us, dude. That's
I don't know if Coco's still listening, but tell her thank you for letting us borrow you for a few hours.
Really, seriously, dude.
Yeah.
Many thanks to Coco.
Yep.
So tell her I'll be watching her Monday night, man. Rooting her on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just gotta say one thing, man. Fuck Jamie Lee Curtis. You know.
I knew you were gonna sneak that in.
Calm down, Brad. Fuck.
Jesus, Brad. Listen, I'm over the Top Gun thing. You need to get over her, all right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm over her, all right.
Her big old lady titties.
Yeah.
Big old lady titties. Y'all to chat up like to catch the next stream fully. Chris, thanks for being here, buddy. Good night, guys. Good night, Anthony. Mom, the 90s was the hardest for me. 80s, just a lot of good sci-fi horror movies. Not my favorite overall movies. Yeah. All right, walking my garage, possum staring at me from a shelf.
I've killed a few possums with the fucking bat. Kind of fucking crazy.
They really do play dead. That's the thing. They really do.
They do. They really do.
They shit on themselves.
Yeah, my dog got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie Lee did get naked in the ends. Fuck her.
Yeah.
Huge Lester fan. This will get hard. Yeah, no doubt. Tell us how you really feel. All right, guys. Thank y'all for being here. We'll see y'all in a couple weeks with episode 8, which would be 81 to 85. Is that right?
81 to 85.
Yep.
81 to 85. Yep.
Can't imagine.
So,
we'll see y'all next time. Everybody have a good rest of your weekend and be safe and take care and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Later, everybody.
Adidas.